Very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One X-Bet.
And so as teams have been decided for the major, Cole, EU is where the wheels of Counter-Strike spin. The hammer's going to meet the anvil as the best of the rest take the stage here in the RES EU series. We appreciate if you guys joined us over there for LATAM, but look, Cole, we're here for the real Counter-Strike, where the real drama goes down. I'm Phi. I'm with a particular usual suspect in Cole Exner McHenry. What's good?
It's good to be here. Like you said, we got to dip our toes in with the Latin American series at first, but now we're over here in Europe and honestly looking at some of the teams here that we have. It is an exciting next week and a half here as we hop on into what these teams are coming in to play for.
Yeah, we got 16 teams fighting for $100,000. Many new projects also making their debut. You know, you didn't make the major, so you have to focus on everything else. At least for 15 out of the 16 teams. Ecstatic is competing, and we'll go through our groups here and see what we have going down. Of course, Big versus Bleed. A little hint, that might be our first matchup for today. But also AmCal and Young Ninjas are going to be battling it out here in Group A at the moment. Over in Group B as well, I mean, we've got some... This is a banger group when you look at this one on paper here, Cole. What do you think?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, we get to see some of the rosters that have made the major, some of them that have missed out, and so it's going to be really exciting to see what these rosters are coming into inform. 100% agree with you, though, that this group going to be incredibly exciting. Obviously, a couple of rosters that are eager to come back and show what they're made of, and of course, talking about some of these teams here, nearly missing the major. I mean, so many in this group here: Fnatic, Breezy. Bet Boom all included in there.
Yeah, I mean, so many, it was so close stories, I mean, here in Group B. And so really trying to prove themselves to really rise above the tide here in terms of the Counter-Strike scene. Because, Counter-Strike is not just all the major. It's everything else as well. And everything else leading on to improve. We have a bit of an underdog group here in Group C. Not too many of them were necessarily fighting, very hard for the major, but definitely some upstarts in this one.
Yeah, it'll be good to see Havu again playing things out, of course, and Aurora coming through with a lot of changes in their roster more recently, and looking how they're gonna kind of bounce back from what was a pretty dominant tier 2 team that was always contending, but I mean, just talking about like their path, missing out on the major narrowly in 2023, and looking to see if they can build back from that point.
Absolutely, and Rebels is another storyline that is trying to continue after their Katowice run, see if they can keep replicating it in these kind of tournaments and really establish themselves in the scene, because that's what all these teams really want to do in the EU series, is that it's all about just getting yourself established in the scene for these guys. So we'll go ahead and see if Rebels can do that. Our final group as well provides some interesting teams. Ecstatic have qualified for the major, but they still need to prove themselves. I don't think this team has necessarily convinced the Counter-Strike space that, they're one to believe in. They're going to be maybe on the 0-3 pick'ems. Let's see if they can prove us otherwise.
Yeah, no question that they definitely have a lot to prove, but this roster has done such a great job of always keeping consistent, I feel like. Always keeping a certain floor in tier 2, because if you remember just talking about this roster here, that they lost out on Manx not too long ago, and we're still able to build back an effective enough roster to qualify for the major. So a lot of credit to this squad here.
Yeah, there are so many different storylines that'll be taking place here in the RES EU series. Let's take a look at our schedule going on for the day, though, because our first BO3, our opening matchup, has got some money loaded in it. Big taking on Bleed coming up first, Bet Boom, and then alternate attacks. Amcal and Young Ninjas to wrap up Group A, and then Preezy and Fnatic, another banger to close out the day. This is stacked. This is a stacked schedule. May I say that one, Cole?
Yeah, it feels like opening matches should never be this stacked, but that's just a credit to how many good teams are playing out in this this event so far. So yeah, 100% agree with you that we got a lot of exciting action for you today. But of course, zooming in on our first matchup again, this is our first matchup of the tournament, and it's Big versus Bleed.
Yeah, I mean, starting off with Big, coming off the back of, 2 roster changes here. Now, a lot of people said maybe that roster still had legs on it, but, you eventually do have to chop and change somewhere. And boy, have they added 2 new players, and it is a terrifying team.
Yeah, absolutely. The reintroduction of Searson is something really exciting that I love to see from Big. And then obviously JDC, who was a pretty exciting prospect over there from Mouse NXT and playing on Mouse's main team. So he's got a little bit of experience underneath his belt. You don't have to kind of train him up there. But I will say, what a great transition for Big to kind of lean into this new look roster. I think a lot of people were pretty excited about Mantu and what he was bringing to the table here on Big. But if you kind of want to transition into this German roster, this full German roster, I think you've found 2 excellent pickups in adding JDC and, of course, the reintroduction.
It is the complete debut of this team, and they've probably been in the hyperbolic time chamber for 2 weeks to try and get themselves ready to attack the rest of the Counter-Strike season. Now, on the other side, I think it's a team that is, gotten a lot of eyes put on them. The drama, perhaps, in the mix here. It's Bleed, Cole. Are you a Bleeder?
Yeah, no, obviously I was really excited to see this this roster out of the gates, and like you said, the eyeballs is the big case here for this squad, right? A lot of attention being put on this roster right now, and I mean you can tell that it's more so again, the attention being brought to this team is more so coming through with maybe even hate, but I feel like as long as people are talking about this team and trying to keep their eyeballs and ears peeled to what this roster is doing, I feel like a lot more people are talking about this team than like other new introductions to the tier 2 space like TSM and the likes.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a team that is certainly, again, the eyeballs have certainly been drawn to it by a particular coach. I mean, is it a good idea to put pressure on a team that has just been around for just only a month?
Yeah, it's I mean, obviously a tough question because we've seen that sort of attention be negative, but we've also seen, I mean, again, I'll just say like more interest in a roster of like names that you've kind of had to pick up pieces for, right? You've had to go around the scene and try and find these individuals, these players, and see what they can bring to the table. And again, I feel like that attention out of the gates is so valuable for a new roster.
Yeah, we'll see if it can motivate them as well versus a very tough opponent as we climb aboard into the Veto. We're going to be locking in Inferno for Bleed. That is at least a happy sign versus a fresh Big Clan roster. But the rest of this map pool is going to be a bit dire for this Bleed unit.
Yeah, it's a good start. I feel like Big are going to be pretty happy with obviously the pick coming through from Bleed as well. Big on Inferno, sometimes they look a little bit lost, at least in the old roster, where they're not sure how to really work these late round situations. Sometimes Tabson's calls look a little bit silly when they play these defaults out, but for the most part, I feel like they're strong on the defense here, and I'm excited to see what Searson can bring to the table with that in the mix, right? Is he going to be able to operate at his peaks out of the gates here with this team?
I think the one thing that Big have needed is a lot of consistency, and that is what Searson provides for this team. I think back even on 0-0, he was putting in some solid work, and now back into the system where he kind of grew up in the scene here with Tabson in the mix, and probably some of the best talents that Germany has seen in the last at least 5 years. Crimbo, Prosus, and JDC all uniting swords on one roster is going to be a terrifying prospect for a lot of teams to deal with. I'm feeling like this Big team could be the right mixture, but what do you think, Cole?
Yeah, I mean, I 100% agree. I think JDC coming through is already going to be that experienced element that you want out of a player that needs to come through and immediately provide results here. Again, we know that Searson's going to be bringing that to the table because He's already played with this roster, and he's already kind of worked with this squad. So you imagine that if he can get back up to some of the heights that he'd once held, I feel like Big can quickly steer the ship back in the right direction from failing to qualify to the RMR to now being a more consistent roster and kind of getting themselves back to that tier 1 space.
I think on the flip side, I think Bleed are also a team that are out there with a lot to prove. Obviously, the eyes on this roster and the amount of, drama that goes down with every win or every loss, people are paying attention to this team's results. I mean, there are a couple of good news stories that are coming out from this Bleed lineup. At least us here at NA, we're very used to watching Cirque, and I'll say, Cole, it was quite depressing, but at least on this lineup, he seems to have a little bit of life.
Yeah, I mean, again, obviously, whenever you leave EG, you should probably get some sort of performance bonus. Coming through a little bit of a tough time there for Cirque for sure. But again, I think we saw flashes. I mean, this was way back when, but when they were able to qualify, I think to Rio.
Yeah.
Where Cirque was able to provide a lot of impactful moments, and you saw those little flashes and flares of some really cool opportunities from Cirque. So seeing him back on Bleed is an exciting opportunity because it's his chance to prove himself to the scene of what we saw back then. And so I'm looking forward to seeing if he can bring that to the table. Another cool story, though, as we hop into the game here, is that we also have Vladin, who I feel like is a really exciting prospect for Bleed. Not sure what the situation is just yet. I don't think there's anything official, but having him in the server, I think is an incredible pickup for Bleed, and I'm excited to see him on this roster playing out today.
Yeah, again, nothing official, but he is listed as one of the starting 5 here for Bleed. It's Cypher who's actually more so the stand-in in Furlongs. So we'll see if that stays as a long-term thing or maybe just a day-by-day basis as that develops. So, climbing aboard into game, yeah, we kind of talked a little bit over that. Vladin, I'm happy to see a player who kind of got his small little chance playing on ENTS at the CSGO Asia. It was the CAC, I believe, over there. So we'll see how he can stand up to Big here. As we're jumping on into the A site, though, a massive crossfire awaits these T's and getting picked apart, or so are they. Vladin comes through with a double kill to get Bleed established.
Had to brute their way through a absolutely fierce crossfire. Now they got an A-side post plant to start things off with. Utility looking good for Tabson. There isn't really a kit in the way of this site, so a tough retake ahead here for Big that they've got to operate quickly on.
But Cirque is without armor. If he starts taking some body shots, this could be a problem. See if they start to respect his position. Back at the site, it's good. As Vladin as well, inside of Pit, starts to chip away at Prosis, who charges forward with a dually, but the shots don't connect. Cirque's gonna hold on for the back of the site for the pistol, for Bleed.
It's beautiful work right there coming through out of the gates for Bleed. Effective execute, great trading on this A-side play right there. Wow, what a shot from JDC, fully blind. That is unbelievable. That's part of the defense that they are still able to crack through. So, pretty impressive. They made that look that easy, considering the way that JDC kicked things off there. Good stuff from Vladin again. That exciting pickup. And, I mean, it's good to see him get more opportunities here. I want to see a little bit more, because I feel like we got a taste of it, like you said, with that INS roster. Playing with top-level competition. And I liked it. So I want to see a little bit more. I want to see even more out of this this player.
Yeah, I was gonna. That was unnecessary.
Come on.
Hampus. What on earth was?
Blast.
And maybe for people who are listening audio only, they may have think that like Hampus did something just completely obscene. But
got a lot of podcast listeners. That'd be pretty cool.
I don't know. Some people have this going on their second monitor, Cole. I'm just saying.
Yeah, no, I like that idea. You're being very considerate.
Ouch! That one's gonna hurt. But what I was gonna say, it reminded me of a Refresh and how he had a little tournament experience with a Cloud9 roster as a stand-in, and then immediately started getting picked up. I mean, he had an insane stand-in tournament, almost like Vladin. We'll see how he can pick it back up. For now, that's a nice kill from Cypher to start to break open against the CT side, forced by the 5-7, has nowhere to look. Fully blinded up and just fired in the sky. And This will be an easy second round for Bleed.
I started off with a nice little nade stack. Get the job done on the execute. I like the save call coming through here. So they will just let this one play out. You get classic Inferno. Yeah, the save fest coming through out of the gates. I feel like Inferno has dropped off big time. I don't know what you think about it, but it's fallen off a cliff recently.
A lot of people on Twitter yapping about its Inferno's downfall.
It's time, I think. I don't know if
like,
Lee would agree with me. I think they'd be pretty upset with that. But you know, add train, something else in there at this point. I feel like it's just too claustrophobic.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, when Train left the map pool, I really thought about it. And I was actually sad because the map was seeing so much experimentation and still had more development in it, especially as, like, the T sides were starting to get really understood. I remember Kerrigan's Mouse Sports was, like, the true innovator on that map and kind of changing how T side was played, and the meta was actually starting to shift.
Yeah, coming from NA, JT was also a big innovator on that map. It was a lot of fun to watch, like, play out consistently. Back in the Extra Salt days. It doesn't feel like there would be any overlap between that team and Train being in the map pool, but there was.
I will say, and it's also just an action-packed map, in my opinion, because when the way that Kerrigan's Mouse Sports would play it, they're flying out yard every single round. It's always going to be a blast to watch, so... Well, enough nostalgia here. We've got a little anti-eco play from Bleed to try and lock this one up. But Searson Scoutson, as we know him. And he's going to be able to nail the first. Now, Cypher was tagged down, but a thread shot is a thread shot. And that's a man advantage for Big, but the problem is smoked out now. Alone on the site. JDC, your first real test, and he will deliver with one headshot, but nothing more. Former teammate, for Big at least, and Favin will drop him. But it's still a man advantage for Big.
And then they get into that A-side retake. That's never easy to crack on through. Got a chance, though. Again, a little bit of an opportunity. 10-second diffuses. Still going to be a problem, but they got to get a move on now. Re-smoke might just encourage them to play for exits, and kind of like that idea. A little bit of discipline. Showing up for Big. You know you're probably not going to be able to get the diffuse on off, but maybe you can walk away with a couple cheeky kills here or there. Sneak some exits. Pad the stats a little bit. Can't hurt.
Have to leave. Favin. Oh, he's gonna let one go by. Here comes the Doja Mac 10. It's not gonna work out though. Players from Bleed will be able to survive. Back a pit. 3-0 start for the squad.
Nicely done right there. Good idea, but obviously not getting kills out of it that they might have hoped for. This is good signs out of Searson. Nice shots with the scout as he does best. Again, some effective trading into that site gets the job done, and Bleed start this thing off 3-0. We do have an op immediately out of the gates for Searson. See what he can get done here. He's confident. He just wants to take a pick here for his first op round on Big here. Or at least back on Big, I should say.
It's very funny that we do have to say that, yeah. Spent a very good portion of his career playing for Big. It's actually almost a year ago he was benched, believe it or not. Almost went around full circle. 1xBet odds, starting to believe a little bit in Bleed. A bleeder. Now, I came up with that one, but I'm not sure how original it really is.
I don't know. Maybe you should be added to the social department at this point. I think it's brilliant.
Reach out to me at twitter.com/ I'm not going to continue that. Now, flying up towards Vanna. Gotta get your... I mean, nade in hand always feels so weird. Running with the pins pulled, but he's calling in for backup right now.
A lot of it as well. Calling in for multiple rotates in towards this B bomb site, just off the little poking and prodding of Bleed. They don't really have any defaults elsewhere. This is just going to be a straight B play here. Execution rolling on in. They're going to dive through the smoke.
You'd think so. Molly in front, though. Pros is back of the fountain, though. And Cypher had no idea where to look. Now Tabson now flies through a smoke. There's a double. There's a triple for the IGL. Oh, it's just Tabson things back at the site. Locks it in for big.
Wow, Tabson right there doing so much work. Diving through that smoke, saving the day. They don't want to give over that site because Cypher taking so much space right there. He got all the way out towards fountain and a quick trade came through for his position, right? He's just sacrificing his life right now for the squad. But it doesn't matter when Tabson comes through, dives into the smoke here, and nullifies all of that work. Great counter utility tossed in as well, because you can see how separate these players are from that initial take from Cypher and that initial trade. They just can't get anything done after that point. And fantastic start here on the gun rounds.
There will be an attempt at an answer. Cirque has picked up the T-side AWP. At least in hopes for some aggression here. Now, I think the problem with that gun, I'm not sure if you agree with me on that, but you're kind of hoping for Big to get aggressive, and eventually, when you need to execute those sites, I feel like the op just becomes a lot worse than a rifle.
Yeah, you gotta be so quick. This kind of like battle opping, the shotgun ops that you have to get away with here are tough, but this is that re-aggression that you're kind of hoping for, or you could aggress forward. But is that a boost to find the opening pick onto Crimbo, giving him a little bit of an elevated angle that he was not prepared for? I like that a lot. Out of the gates. Searson, he doesn't want to stay down for too long here. He's going to cover Boiler right now, but he needs to peek out towards middle just a little bit, give him a fight here. Otherwise, they're going to overwhelm.
Yeah, but you know, the worry is that an op's holding his angle. Silent approach. Round the corner, though. A great shot. Oh, and will be able to fall back. JDC in apartments as well. Helps out. Can establish a crossfire. Second shot. Third shot from Searson. And it's a complete lock-in for Big.
It's the two new players as well. Searson and JDC coming through there with a massive defense. Nothing giving right there. That's that sort of spacing I was talking about, though. And I believe we're really going to nail it in towards the top of brackets. Here's that initial fight, and Searson, you can see, got just a little bit tagged on the way around that corner, but not taken down, and he's still able to stand and resist off the back of JDC taking that next point in contact, and that is a lovely 1-2 punch.
I mean, it actually is just a 2 versus 5 on that A site, and every single player delivers. Full house between JDC and Searson, and really starting to prove themselves. Could it be a quick end to Bleed? We'll have to see. A very aggressive stance on this anti-eco right now, as Prosis just takes a casual stroll all the way down Banana.
Sniff out those ecos. Where are they?
Sniffer. He's a Prosis a sniffer. That's an emote. That's a Twitch emote.
Twitch emote? Okay, I'm glad you clarified. Yeah. I wasn't sure exactly what that was. It's good to know. I don't know what it looks like.
It's a dog that's like right up to the camera.
Oh, okay, yeah, I got you.
Yeah, you know.
I like that one.
Yeah, there you go. When I hear Glocks rattling off, that's me.
That is me. I got a Glock ace USP ace against USPs yesterday. It was just great, but then someone said it wasn't a real ace because it was up against USPs. I said click tab. What does that number say? It doesn't say 5 USP kills. Or kills on USPs. It says 5 kills.
That's true, and when you get more kills, they can't really argue where it came from.
Yep, they have no idea. They don't know your every move, so... Remember, eco kills count too. This is a confident Big. I like to see this look out of them out of the gates here.
I was about to say that's a Blame F quote, but anyways. Joking. Alright, we got a banana battle though. Or do we? Because Hampus is going to have to actually cede that control, which is nice. Big committing 3 players here, really trying to stamp their foot down.
It could
but the play is coming to JDC.
Yeah, this is going to be tough to deal with here. If they get one good flashbang in, JDC is going to be out in no man's land and a tough defense ahead.
Yeah, the pops are coming through. JDC in trouble, faced with too many players on his screen. And it's feeling more like a save for Big if none of these kills come through the smoke. And it doesn't look like they are. Looks the Germans will back away. And Bleed with one clean entry is all they need.
It's a great look right there. Perfect timing on that execution. They feel a lot of pressure towards that B bomb site, and what Bleed do really well is they kind of give some pressure back to Big, right? They don't, instantly concede banana and say, okay, now you can rotate your third player back towards A, maybe even a fourth if you want to. No, instead they stick around there, throw some utility back in return, keep that attention drawn in, and you can see all the while the initial game plan was clear. It was always going to be a cheeky little apartments pop right there. It looks good. 4 players saved, though.
Yeah, despite the early hurdles, I think we saw that B site take, kind of raise some red flags over there from Bleed with Cypher kind of out in no man's land, the other 3 players stuck behind a molly. That's some of the more clean Counter-Strike that you'd like to see. They're coming through from Bleed.
Yeah, I do. I like that a little bit more coordination. Some off-spawn calling as well. I always am a fan of here, but now they got to handle a little bit of mid-aggression potentially as the entire stairs are just engulfed in flames. This time an elevated angle for Searson, and HG used inside the smoke to try and find something, but nothing given right now. And Bleed have to fight back for this map control here.
Really trying to abuse the apartments right now. I mean, this is the game plan from Bleed. And giving nothing for Searson to fire at just yet. They might in a moment if, stick around. But a great smoke towards Boiler. Look at this complete mid-control from Big.
The only one Searson can spot right now is Tabson swinging down over Banana. The T-side smoke is thrown out there to reclaim this control. That's sort of 50 seconds or so here, so they essentially smoked themselves off of mid at the moment. It's really awkward.
Very weird situation. You had players bottom middle for just a moment. There's still a 3-man B setup though at 30 seconds with bottom banana under control. This has got to either start a push or a fast rotate. It looks like it's going to be the push, but maybe it'll be too late. We'll have to see. JDC top of balcony. We'll be able to find one, and Tabson will complete the flank kill. It takes a little bit, but maybe it's enough. Searson as well on that porch side, but the Boiler player won't activate. Doesn't matter. Prosis nails the headshot, and it puts it to Favin. And the molly as well to just lock it in. Searson stamps down on that short control and keeps Big up good.
Wow. Nicely done. I mean, again, JDC and Searson up to the task. There were so little resources, but Tabson coming through just in time for that flank really helps out. You wouldn't be able to play under porch like that if it wasn't for Tabson's sort of position here, so excellent trade work being done initially, but again, Searson just providing so much input, and I'm surprised that Prosis even has the presence of mind to clear that. So I feel like that's easy to overlook when Hampus had an opportunity for so long to trade. You could tell the idea from Bleed was clear, but not able to work out in execution.
I think so a little bit of, again, hesitation there from Bleed, especially on the Boiler activation. Yes, Hampus hears them thunder stomping up middle, but that trade needs to come through immediately onto Searson as he starts to pick off players. And that is something that Big need. This offer has been just incredibly consistent, uber consistent for Searson. Currently sitting 7-1 and just multi-kills all across that A site.
Yeah. I mean, the only time we've seen that A side fall is when he's not in position to defend it. If he's over towards that B side, but he's been really solid already. It's a good look here.
Cypher flying up banana, but a bit extended in my opinion there, Cole. It's his play style. It's what they bring him on the team for, but kind of looks lost up there, I will have to say.
It's always nice to have someone who's willing to do that, because sometimes it's impossible to find a player that wants to just dive in every round and get active. That's necessary. But, yeah, he does just fall very quickly, and it's easy to handle for Rosis as well, as he ticks in the molly and takes about half his HP right there. Good flashbang on a Searson, doesn't matter, he gets one big kill, but still traded out, nullified after the single kill. Still keeps that man advantage strong. Oh my god, but a quick kill from JDC putting down Faven, and he continues to hold the line. He wants more fights.
I mean, if you're Bleed, would you even want to continue contesting this A site? We've seen this defense just be so deadly and damaging. JDC has had a hell of a debut so far on this map as well. Amp is maybe going to look for the trade. Get up to his lurky business that we know him so well for, and he nailed the timing, but I think just the shoulder spotted there. JDC hands him the uppercut, drops him, and Cirque now tossed into a 1v4 he really doesn't want to be in. Out towards the lane, Crimbo's just gonna barrel stuff him. Big are keeping it solid. I mean, do you even continue hitting this A site? Man, this is deadly.
Yeah, they've had a little bit of success in going this direction, but not too much here. I mean, it has been that one apartments pop that really worked out well for them. Outside of it, haven't been able to find the timing. Searson's, I mean, the two new players here, JDC and Searson, just continue to deliver. I mean, one of them's good for a multi-kill every time they get the test. Outside of, again, kind of catching JDC off guard with an apartments pop. That was a good call coming through from Bleed, but they haven't had much behind it here. They got to figure out a way to shut some of these players down, or maybe, like you said, test this B side a little bit more. But not even given the first phase of this control for the most part.
Yeah, I think that's the actual problem. I mean, we saw the initial game plan from Bleed to exploit that apartments position. Right now, Big are concentrated in the right parts of the map. Off angle held from Searson once again. Now, it could be more deadly versus pistols. We'll have to see, but Crimbo putting it together for a quick double, and Searson will make his escape. So, man advantage rolling for Big Clan.
Rely on Hampus's position and the closeout coming through here from onto JDC and Searson. Working off each other once again. Searson getting active here. This defense.
Hold on. Hampus has a gap, or does he? JDC recognizes the threat and then deals with Cirque, just leaving Vladin. Well, he does moonwalk out in the open and a nice headshot. Ooh. There needs to be more. Needs to beat Searson. Pistols out, but support is arriving. Taps in wide, swings out a library. And that'll be 6-4 now for Big. It's just solid. I'm not sure how you're going to be able to break this defense. Big have been in the hyperbolic time chamber for the last 2 weeks, and Cole, I think we can tell.
Yeah, they've also just been really sturdy on this map. Even with their old core, I kind of like their Inferno, especially on their CT sides. I really like their CT sides that they've been able to bring. So when you add Searson on the op and JDC kind of anchoring, I think that's even more experienced elements to the mix. It can be exciting. Searson looking to get a little bit more aggressive this time around. Flashed off the line effectively. Again, you're just locked out of banana. Looking in to a smoke that's pushed close and an aggressive Tabson who's in your face once again.
We're making our way over to brackets once again. Over, and this time Searson not so much in position. Instead, up towards the balcony. I lied, Cole. I lied.
You can be in
Fires
position
off
if
a
he
shot.
wants to, and Tabson diving through the smoke.
Oh no. That's gonna get punished. That's actually gonna get closed in on from Bleed. Cypher from the T-step just runs through the smoke, but keeps going. A little impatience there will cost them a kill. 2 versus 3 as it stands.
Good volley right there to ensure the bomb plant. Is he planting though? There he is finally. Punching in the digits here as Faven looks to cover the cross, and the elevated angle is spotted quickly but not dealt with. Faven will put one down before the post play really lifts off.
So a 2 versus 2 and a swing in towards spawn. Now 1 versus 1 though. Searson has no idea where to look. That's the problem. And Cirque could just hand him a backstab at just a moment's notice, and he will. Cirque coming up clutch here for Bleed, but it's Fobbin's round all the way.
Yo, excellently handled right there from Bleed. They do punish a little bit of that overextension. They get real aggressive up Banana, diving through the smokes. And it feels like Bleed were well prepared to handle that. Can't blame the confidence here, but again, look at that. I think they almost were in transition back away from that site, maybe. And they got caught kind of pressing forward. This play looks strong. Good positioning coming through from Bleed. Confident. Seriously doing it again. Oh, almost got away with it this time. Couldn't quite land the shot, though. And Big actually let this Banana side breathe a little bit.
For the final round of the half. Honestly, it's been action-packed all across the map. Big have played some exciting Counter-Strike to start off this roster. They've loved just establishing complete map control. On this CT end, pop flash in, and Hamp is caught out. This is why Big are so lethal on this map, but taps him with nades out. He's going for the wide swing, and he'll be able to drag down Fabin, but there's the double from Cypher that this Bleed team needs. Gonna wait this time. A little bit of patience on the play, but a nade to the smoke. Searson. It's not gonna catch anyone just yet. Cross is safe for Bleed.
Make it into the site. Retake utility still very good on the side of Big. Are they going to flash the smoke or no? Just boost. JDC going to take the elevated angle, and Cypher's got coverage, but it doesn't matter. JDC's too quick.
So the retake begins. Cypher's down. Vladden. Elevated angle, top of coffins, but eventually his back might start to be exposed, but he fights his way in towards the back hole. This is a strong post plant. Doesn't matter. Searson doesn't care, and there's a retake from Big. Just really tying together this solid CT side. Can they keep it up on the attack to steal the map?
It's a big question. Are they going to be able to bring in that T-side energy here to the second half? They've had so many good aggressive movements. They've been so hungry to get aggressive on this B-side. Taps and process. It nearly cost them in these last couple rounds, but retake comes through successfully. And now here's the big question. What I've been waiting for here is this second half and what you're going to be able to bring on this T side here. Searson's still going to be able to activate here with the AWP as effectively. Wow, those shots have shifted quite a bit. Surprised to see that.
Yeah,
that 1x bet.
I like the first impressions here, Cole, and I mean, I'm not going to lie, I do as well. I mean, Searson looking incredibly solid. I don't think I've seen him really miss, to be fair. Consistent where he's needed, and that's honestly something that Big absolutely want. Now the push down middle, classic pistol strap, but now, well, when it goes wrong, it really goes wrong. There's 4 kills, one-way street as Bleed get paved right into mid.
Yeah, they just had one flashbang right there, and Big so careful in their protocols to reclaim mid. They didn't operate under the assumption that it was safe, even though they didn't spot anything pushing down middle. They flash cleared it. They still have people jiggling the angles late into the round. I thought Bleed were coming through with a little bit of trickery right there, but it's tough to surprise this big squad.
Now we're taking a look at the adventures of Kai Watson as he's playing in the back lines here. But I mean, this Big team is looking very fierce. And I think, you know, for a lineup that is only, you know, 2 weeks old, and this is their debut game, this match just feels comfortable for them, which is something very strange to say for a new team. Obviously, Searson's familiar with Tabson as a player, of course, and JDC, he's used to kind of getting the memo. Of course, he's moved between teams as of late. He's a very solid player in his own right, but it's still something to applaud. I'm not sure if you see it the same.
Yeah, well, JGC was a player I always liked to watch, especially on his time in Mouse, and I wasn't so sure about the changes whenever he got cut there, but I think he's landed on his feet nicely in this big roster now. I'm excited to see his addition. But yeah, I mean, I would say you really only have to introduce one player into this team, and maybe that's for the benefit of Big on this seamless transition into a new roster with 2 new additions, right?
Completely new core on the side of Bleed. With some pressure and expectations out of him. Aladdin will be able to airdrop in for the 1 kill, but gonna get cleaned up by a Mac 10 very quickly. Oh, rechargeable Zeus!
Chargeable Zeus.
Let's go.
Plug it in. Look at
Still
all the
has
chickens in spawn.
Oh my goodness. Who let him
So,
out?
I was playing a deathmatch. And I think chickens have like a collision box. Because I like collatted somebody and I only did 72 damage, and the chicken was the first casualty.
You can collat people with the Zeus? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm with the op. Like I shot through a chicken
Oh, I see.
and it like body blocked for him.
Oh, okay. This is. I like this. I like this, Cole. Yapping about chickens and all of that.
It's all gone down right there. They were ready for that play. Big time. I mean, Big trying to flash himself through smokes right there, but you can see how prepared Bleed were for that exact move.
Yeah, concentrated in the right positions across the map for Bleed, and that makes for terrifying prospect. Okay, but do you think Crimbo got this one?
Clutch. A little bit of faith that he could do something special here, but 1v4 is a tough task.
The funny part is, Cole, it's weirdly possible. It's going to take some insane shots.
Ooh.
But, well, can't really pass the first hurdle there. Bleed, really fun round that they tossed in. Everyone was just taking those steps forward.
Ready to fight, prepared for that bonus. That sort of aggression is classic. Not a bonus round right there, but Bleed really prepared. This is the big point there, having 2 riflers ready to fight down middle. Good signs here. Surprising, you know, considering we started out big, the force buy in the second round of the CT side, they go for a full eco. Not a full eco, they got a deagle here or there. But ecoing when, you know, Searson's got some cash, you can tell he's kind of being prioritized to gather the op here pretty quickly. I do like.
On the flip side, I will say that is one of the biggest criticisms Searson has had over the years is he's an op one trick. You know, can only use scoped weapons, which I'm not sure whether to say that's a good or a bad thing necessarily. You know, but we see these days everyone can rifle. Favin. Now this is a very committed position. Now fortunately has Cypher to back him up. Or things may have gotten a little bit weird if a 1D rolls out. So, 7 rounds for Bleed. But still a lot more runway here for Big if they want to close out this map. And it could start here.
Certainly. They closing that distance quickly. Again, I mean, this is still a pretty big test. Big in the second half. If they can bring that same level to their T side. Actually, Searson doesn't go for the AWP. I'm sure he had money for it, but it's full belt of utility. They want every tool at their disposal to try and work here.
It's a complete util dump. Molly's everywhere to lead off on this one. It's a cool smoke for JDC. One gonna go into the stratosphere. The smoke off Hampus here. Nade though,
Great
very
nade.
well timed. And that's going to put a hamper onto this execute. The molly as well singes at them as they fall back. Big are a bit off kilter.
That's the worst feeling right there. That was your poke and prod right there. That was your chance to try and take brackets. And the smoke's now faded. You haven't even been able to inch your way forward there to take a fight. You've just been naded and mollied out. So plan B here maybe towards that B side of the map here. Favin. First point of contact and tries to fade away. He does get out successfully, but not free of charge here. He takes some damage on the way out.
Ooh,
but he
and
still fights forward.
Wow. And then Hampus as well taking step forward. Bomb dropped. And this round just feels over. 30 seconds remaining with the bomb on the floor and all the information in the world. Lead with these two incredible picks.
No time to really make much of an effort here if they don't go now. And they're backing off here. They're calling it a day. Lead. Incredible defense. You can see it out of the gates. Utility is just so on point right there that they couldn't take brackets control. And then some confident swings coming through off the back of a flashbang over towards Banana as well. And I mean, it felt like Utility really won that round. They had a couple of nice kills, right? Great picks. But Big weren't able to get away with anything there.
I really like the calculated risk from Hampus, considering the amount of presence shown early on towards Banana. He feels the opportunity for that isolated mid fight, and you know, with 30 seconds on the clock, it's kind of the last thing you expect. I think Big play a little too many of their cards in that round, and it allows for, well, first of all, a sick shot from Favin. And then Hampus to get a little bit aggressive and just completely spoil the execute right there. And so Big are going to take attack. And probably to consider whether they should force buy here or not. They do have 3 guns. But not a lot of utility, which is, I mean, just by judging how these early rounds have gone, Lead really want to engage with that part of Counter-Strike.
They're going to give it a little bit of a half buy here for Prosus and Searson. They don't go all in, but they'll get themselves Tech 9s, a little bit of utility. So I imagine this is, again, going to be an off-spawn call coming through here. This side of Big to get a little bit more aggressive. Try and fight for some banana control. A lot of this utility out of the pockets here. Crimbo looking to avoid it now, but they're going to still turn the corner here. No noise being made on this T side.
And it's actually just a one-man defense right now. Favin, he's not even going to drop his util belts. This is extremely bold, I will say. Now, Cypher, is he going to swing for this? Oh, he will. It's so fortunate for him. That could have been punished, but instead he gets rewarded. But the cross is still here. Favin's still in the middle of the open. And then a double kill does not come through from JDC. And instead, Cypher's going to continue walking through smokes. Absolute disrespect of his opponents right there for the triple.
Cypher kind of heating up. Had a bit of a tough first half there where he was just sent into the Wolves. But when he was able to slow things down and get away with some of these late plays, he's been very effective. This one just taking some crazy fights. And again, that lineup is something you dream of right there on a B-side defense. It is good to see Cypher getting up into the server, but that kind of half-buy situation and all the saves that we saw 2 rounds ago still mean that they can't buy here. So Tech 9's up Banana into the jaws.
Locked in currently, though. Hold on, hold on! What was that from Prosus?
What?
Two Deagle headshots, and they're into the B site. This round has been blown wide open.
Oh my god, just broken apart right there. 2 quick kills, it might be over. It's not just yet, though. Hampus could save the day, but again, Prosus is delivering with the Deagle into the AK now, and just 2 more targets left.
He is on for the ace, and he's being set up for it as well. However, there's a molly. That one's going right to Dark. Very sick lineup that's coming through. Prosus as well, forced into the open. Maybe there's a chance here, but time is ticking. Vladden has a molly for Dark. Crimbo is about to be forced into the open, and the shots are not connecting. You're telling me there's a chance through the smoke? He thinks he might have gone to the diffuser. Tabson needs to run through. Cirque's got it in. Bleed save themselves.
Cirque able to stick the defuse right there and save the day for Bleed, keep the lead alive, and I mean, all the work that Process does right there, making magic happen, it just doesn't quite end up in their favor. Cirque just gets that diffuse on off. The utility there on that retake. I can't believe they molly Dark again. I thought that they had already thrown it, and I thought maybe they were going to discount Crimbo, but they threw another molly, and it flushes him out into the open. Perfectly read. If you're big, that might be a little bit of a sad round for you, considering what was going on there. Maybe you're happy you were able to do that damage. Either way. Leader inching their way to the finish line. Now caught Flame.
And we are back. Cirque gonna go ahead and pick up JDC, and Bleed are gonna continue their winning ways. Now in a 3 versus 5. Big try to challenge towards that mid control. You guys are doing well. Vladin putting in the work, and Big are gonna be forced to save again. Bleed coming through with 6 rounds in a row on the defense. They're finding new ways to win every single one of these rounds, and this time they just flatten the A site play.
That they do. Completely devastate that site, and I mean, it's gonna be Bleed just continuing to chug their way on in. This comeback effort that started, but it feels like it might just be completed, and they might just not have a lot to say outside of this pistol and the following conversion. As I said, I mean, I had some concerns for what they were going to bring to the table on this T side. I really didn't think that they were going to get shut out like this, with how good they looked and how seamless the transition was on the defense. Not the best transition into the second half for them. And calling in this timeout, not too late for sure, but with the momentum that Blade have already picked up, with the cash reserve that they already have, it is not easy.
And I don't think Big have really found a solution. Besides the Process double deagle, these rounds have been very one-sided. Just a single bomb plant. And outside of that, it's just been saves and straight up eliminations. What will change? Favin, he's just walking between the bullets and will take down Process. Sends him flying. And a quick 4 versus 5 that there's no coming back from for Big.
Yeah, Process, he was the one man to actually establish them a little bit of success in this round with the Deagle. Or in this half, rather, with the Deagle, and he's down. He's knocked out. Someone else has to pick up the mantle here with some of these entries. Searson has finally bought into an AWP to this second half. He's going to be having to take the reins on this round, and as soon as they walk and ready to turn the corner, they get met by a smoke. This is more of that excellent Bleed utility usage I'm talking about here. They always just time it so well.
Molly as well. It's just going to spoil the whole execute and make a lot of noise. Right there. Big again. Alright, they feel very forced into this execute. However, a smoke trades for a smoke, but how much do you want that with 30 seconds remaining on the clock? I don't think Big do. They're going to try and fly through this one, but a flash awaits them. Cirque priming it up, running through the smoke. Here comes Favin combining with Cypher. Quick 2 for 1. And Bleed are looking to shut this one down. The bomb was thinking about running through the smoke, but now it's running through the flames, right into Cypher. Searson holds the line for just a singular kill, but Bleed are going to put together 7 rounds straight, Cole. And I don't think Searson's going to get away.
Oh, Vlad not going to allow that to happen here. Bleed are looking to pull it off. A massive sweep of the gun rounds in the second half here. As soon as they get the rifles out, they do not look back. Another just stellar defense here. They've got flashes to dive through the smoke. They've got Cypher locking it down on the site. Favin doing so much damage. Flying through right there. I just feel like every case here, Big have no options but to make moves through smokes, through Molotovs. There's just no good answers here. Bleed just looking flawless right now. Looking for something to save him here on the side of Big, but nothing is given.
So the question is, are you a Bleeder? I laugh at my own jokes, but maybe we're getting serious here. And that was a bit of a missmoke.
Yeah.
Maybe all for the better, though, because there's a setup waiting.
Yeah, I mean, they might be happy they didn't turn that corner. But again, it's just a smoke kind of operated for the CT side. Finally, an entry, though. JDC able to catch on the aggression. Cirque with a nice shot. Oh, the repeat rate, there's bold. The flash comes through. He lands it blind on a Searson. Unbelievable. And there goes your man advantage.
He's back, Cole. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Counter-Strike. Cirque's back. Now, JDC will sideline him for just a moment, but you love to see those. Now, Vladin can take some steps forward, and Krimba will be able to flick down for it. This round is still very much live. In fact, the bomb in CT spawn go ahead and becomes scooped up, but Favin inside of pit, very unexpected position, and with so little time remaining, but Prost with the trade. Massive on that one to keep Big alive. It's Cypher up for the clutch. Prove your worth.
Just go here, why not? Opportunities. You need a man with some sharp aim here. He can be that guy.
Starting to creep up on the site. Krimbo, when will he clear this? Oh, the timing is poor. And Bleed will be extinguished for just a little bit, despite the insane shots being nailed by Cirque there. Big are able to still push through and maybe give themselves a chance.
Gonna grab themselves number 10. Gonna close it out a little bit more here. You're gonna have to go up against gun rounds, but they're going through all the timeouts. I always like when teams do this because when you're up against map point already, you get an extra timeout in overtime. So always a nice idea here. Look at this from Cirque. You're right. Yeah, that second shot is unbelievable. I wanted to see a classic, little vintage Cirque round right there come through. Give us 2, but too quick on things. I think JDC took him down there pretty fast. That might have just saved them.
You can see what the last, 4 years of Counter-Strike has done to us when we're getting hyped about a Cirque 2K.
It's the EG effect right there.
It really is, man. I hate it, Cole. I hate it. But, I mean, the fact of the matter is he's been playing markedly better here on this Bleed lineup, so makes you happy, makes you smile.
Oh, pop that shot right there. My God, I thought he was going to do it. Oh, there's a leg shot. All right, that'll do. Got it eventually, just not for the kill, and there's so much damage already done. What a trade back from Tabson, able to quickly track where that was coming from, but there's still 2 low HP bars that you're going to have to work through.
Even without the tracers, they're still able to find the connection. The overall problem, though, is that Big are very brittle on impact. Alright, there's a classic Big smoke. Put that in your EU smokes montage 2024.
down. Leaving this B side pretty empty right now. That smoke has sold them. Hampus. Is he up to the task with only half HP? Still's got a Molotov, and again, that smoke's just been deployed, so... This is a massive gamble here from... Lead.
Flash is gonna annoy things a little for Big, and a great molly. Time being bought. The rotates still have yet to scramble. Hampus is gonna be in some big trouble at the 15-second mark. Can he hold on for the map? Vladin, though, kicking off the flank. Hampus just needs to stay alive, and he gets a kill as well to back it up. Hampus with 2 on his own, and Tapson just eats the grenade. JDC on no time as well. He'll be left to stare at a wall as Bleed walk away with their map pick.
Wow, what a way to close right there. So composed from Hampus in the back of the site there. Not a lot of good options played out for him, right? But the way that he worked that one, the timing in which he knew there was only 15 seconds left. There was going to be panic setting in, and then the rotations that came through just in time. Absolutely beautiful coming through there from Hampus to close things out for his squad.
Yeah, we saw some just really good Counter-Strike come through from Bleed in terms of the utility usage on that map. It felt like every time Big are trying to execute a site, there is someone playing spoiler. Hampus did it on the B side. He also did it over towards A to keep these executes just... They didn't even get off the ground, Cole. A wonderful defense coming through from Bleed.
I couldn't agree more. I felt like the utility usage right there was absolutely perfect. I think it's one of the most crucial things about Inferno. And the way that Bleed used it so effectively won them that CT side, and it won it for them dominantly as well. So a lot of excitement there coming through from them. And on the side of Big, you had a good CT side as well, but it wasn't enough here.
So, well, moving down into map number 2, though, and it's Big's map pick. It's Vertigo, but Cypher's in the server. He's a little bit of a Vertigo specialist. Let's see what more damage Bleed can do.
A very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move. One push. One touch. One love. One click. One X-bet.
One chance. One dream. One match. One energy. One fight. One aim. One action. One hope. One expert.
And so, Cole, are you a bleeder? Because I think I am. They take map number 1 in a real strong fashion. Honestly, I mean, on the tactical side and tactical elements right there for Bleed, they looked on point. They tied together, 7 rounds straight versus Big, only just a small little speed bump on their road to victory. And you got to think, can they keep it up on a map like Vertigo versus Big Clan?
Yeah, it just felt like a real clinic coming through there in that second half. It felt like everything was moving like clockwork for Bleed, and all their protocols just absolutely nailed down, and Big weren't able to bring a whole lot to counter that. They weren't able to take the map control to force them back, and they, for the most part, weren't able to come up with ideas to really change the results of those rounds. All the timeouts that they chugged through in that second half didn't net them any sort of grace. But like you said, Vertigo is going to be a little bit new territory here, and I mean, again, I'm always confident in Big's ability to bring some good CT side proactivity on this map. It's one of the maps that I think they've defined quite nicely in their map pool here. But if we see anything of the sort come through out of Bleed, I feel like they might be in for some tough times.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the win conditions here for Bleed has always been Cypher. I mean, especially if you're going back to the Into the Breach days, when this guy would just let off the leash over towards that A ramp side, he just made things happen. Now, it wasn't necessarily the case there over there on Inferno. Obviously, he's still maintaining that same play style, especially on the T side, but it sometimes comes off as looking a little bit silly. Can Bleed rein him in to make the most out of a player like that?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like they did it somewhat successfully in that last map. Like we said here, I felt like he was doing really good jobs of taking space and creating opportunities. Maybe not fully capitalized all the time, but again, I've been super confident with the way that he's been able to play out some of these T sides. And then in those last couple rounds, he did kind of slow things down, and you saw how much more effective it was on the T side. He got 2 pretty much rounds off of his shoulders by getting some really effective kills coming through. So a lot of excitement here, and like you said, I'm excited to see him play out on Vertigo, see if he can get back to some of the old antics.
Yeah, but let's not take anything away from Big Clan. They still showed some real promise, especially on that CT side. The new additions were putting in work. JDC and Searson just emphasize consistency, which is what Big are all about. But can they raise their ceiling to be able to take this series in a little bit of a reverse sweep? We'll have to see. Map number 2, Big versus Bleed. And a matchup that has quite the amount of weight. Let's get this one done, Cole.
An exciting one to kick us off here. We're in Europe's first series of the opening match, and it is already delivering with a pretty fun first map here. Pretty fun first look at some of these new players.
Really just brawling right now. Wide swinging. But then Cirque is going to rattle off a couple with the dualies. They want to challenge anything right now. Do Big. The headshots are connecting for Bleed, Cypher, Hampus, Vladin. Everyone adds together, and it's all of a sudden it is just Prosus who will hit a wide swing on the Glock, but that's all. Bleed, just a flawless pistol.
Yeah, I mean, Bleed will certainly meet you where you're at right there, Big. If you want to take all of those isolated duels, they'll take that any day of the week, right? I mean, just a couple of players testing the A side early, not really going your way. You're trying to take these long-range duels with Glocks as well, which is a tough fight for you on the T side, and it doesn't really work here. We got the deco rolling, though. This is a pretty interesting T side purchase. A deal for everybody? Everyone gets theirs? If we all 5 land a headshot, we win?
That is such an NA mentality, my friend. I'd see that come through from Nouns more than Big Clan, and I think those teams are complete opposites.
One has a lengthy document page for just about every map. You can go and scroll through for every protocol, and then the other. Aim. Win duels. Maybe eat like 15 hard-boiled eggs. Symphus.
Symphus is such a unique character in Counter-Strike, I will have to say. I think
not getting theirs.
yeah, these oh, wait until they are. Hold on. Stop yapping, Cole. But they've only gotten their one. That's all they're allowed to get, unfortunately, Cole. I've got my one. Job's done.
Oh, seriously, like I got mine. Nice. It's the unfortunate part about that round is that eventually they start getting theirs and then it's too late.
Lose all motivation when you get your one.
This is the interesting thing here because again it kind of looks like they want to get Searson on an op, so they don't go for like the full force buy, but I'd rather you just kind of go for a little bit more of an investment on that sort of round and then Searson full saves and then you buy in that third round. It is really interesting to see the economy management, but those 1x bet odds have swung back in Leeds' favor. We were talking about the great look out of Big. What they were giving us, but we'd end up closing that map, even despite the good looks from Big. They got the favorites, the odds here, and start of this game as well. Well, I didn't already trust it with that B-side anchoring here. He's got a tough task at hand with the FAMAS. Flashes are really good here, but he's got support. Great lineup for Hampus. He is just delivering. Looking for more. He's going to continue here. Hampus looking to lock it down. Aladdin just smoking off the molly so that his teammates can come through and farm those sweet ecos. That's very considerate of Aladdin there. Saying, hey, you guys can feast.
And to that, I respect it. Quick 3-0 right there for Leading Company. But now the guns are actually going to be coming through, so we've got some fun stuff on the way.
It's like, sometimes IAGL's like, yeah, I really want to feed the ecos to my star players, get them confident. Now he's like, I'm going to feast. I'm going to claim those ecos so he can play confident. He wants to play confident there. Crimbo poking his head up there a little bit too far. He's so good. I love this. He's got another one. Give it another toss. And another 25 damage. Chunked off Searson. He plays on half HP to start this one off.
Nice protocols early. Flash through. Cypher gets a lot of information downrange. Nade will sink onto his head. Will just be falling away, as I think he should. On the other side of the map, though, JDC is trying to kick up a ruckus. And he will eat a grenade. Bleed are just dropping HEs on every big player. One for you, one for you. Goodie bags for everyone.
We back to the same stuff here again. The utility usage just way too strong for Bleed again. You're going to see that here. Oh, just not being able to thread that needle here. Cypher does retreat. He makes it far back into the site. Actually completely escapes. So they're going for a retake setup here. There's no deterrence utility. Cypher getting wild right now in these swings. But he's getting away with it. And he's still not tucked in towards side hall.
Now also going to be backed up by Favin. And a full-on defense awaits Big as they try to clamber their way up into this A site. Process nails one through the smoke. Cypher, though, falls, and the kills are simply not coming through. The jump up, though, from Hampus will be able to answer one back and delay even further. The bomb is yet to get planted. Jumping up top, and there's Hampus to deny with the double. 4-0 for Bleed.
12-0 for Hampus right now. Oh my god. This guy is playing like an absolute beast. Starts it off, but also finishes it for Bleed. And then the chaos there, Big again. Not a lot of time. You can tell there's probably a lot of panic setting in these late round positions, but Hampus just throws a wrench in the system. There's another player that you have to deal with here. As soon as Big think they're safe, Hampus jumps up. and takes care of business right there.
His last name may be Poser, but he surely isn't one. He's really putting the work on in this one.
I didn't know that about Campus.
Flashbang through. Now Favin is going to try and answer back versus his former team, but he will be dropped. Cypher at least with the refrag, but he could be in some trouble here. He needs to drop a smoke. Well, just go for the swing. This guy is playing some bold Counter-Strike right now, and it's just Crimbo all of a sudden.
Wow. My God. This is terrifying again. I mean, Bleed off of an incredibly confident CT side, get to run it back. And Bigger still running into the brick wall. Met it with great setups here and even better utility on the side of Bleed.
Not sure that's where the nade was intended to go. Actually, it was. Never mind. That was from elevator. I thought he was in side hall for some reason, but X-ray will do that to you. Crimbo's gonna go for a little wide swing action. Wait, there's the first. No, you ain't serious, right? All right, he gets a reload off, but is facing down.
To go to emo.
No way. No. This is not real. This is not real. He's on 3 HP. Surely, right?
Oh, one more?
Surely,
oh my
right?
God!
Oh my goodness, it got super close. It shouldn't have even gotten that far. 5-0 for Bleed, but a shock to the system for sure.
Oh my goodness. Oh. This makes a miracle happen right there. Maybe that's a little bit of a spark, right? Maybe. That's what you needed right there to build some confidence, is Crimbo showing what's possible here. Not inspire anybody. Are we doing a little run boost, maybe? No, just holding in the middle. Too crazy. Cirque looking to get activated here. Spots out Searson and will drop him. Excellent start.
Jump up, though. Oh, but held by Cypher. Great setup from Bleed again. The situation is already tough to dig out of, but JDC's gotten himself into a nice position. Secure an unexpected frag. Tabson as well will add to that. Hampus, second death on the board. JDC charges forward, but no kills given over. Tough target to hit there for Vladin, and he'll fall. Bleed up 6-0 right now. Cole, this team has also been in the, say, hyperbolic time chamber. They haven't had many officials in these past couple of weeks. They've known who their opponent would be. And hey, may I say, the prep is in and paying off.
Absolutely. Looks good here. And one thing that I've seen from just about every interview from Gasod is that there wasn't really a lot of pressure on that first major. Obviously, you want to make it. It would have been a great start, but I don't think he put that expectation on the squad here. The expectation was that this roster would be able to learn and grow. And like you said, from some of these last officials here, where there has been a lot of struggle in like the tier 2 scene. Losing to I think it was that like football player, soccer player, as us North Americans say, but still being able to like rebuild from that point here, and again, this first look out of Big was pretty exciting in that first half. But the CT side just looks incredibly well versed right now. Cirque calling some shots is always good to see. He's starting over towards the A side hall, and then now he's over towards the B side. Some fights, Vladin able to capitalize off that.
Yeah, also credit to Vladin, who's just been playing solid Counter-Strike. I think that's what we've seen ever since that stand-in situation. Nothing absolutely insane. He's no star player. He's not set up to be a star player. He's stuck over towards that B site, but exactly to say there, Cole.
Oh, definitely. I was excited. I was excited to see him in the server today. So is Bleed. He's been given a couple opportunities, and I feel like he's done his job here quite nicely today. As Crimbo looking to trade, nicely done. Hamp is finally shut down.
Hold on. Could get a little bit weirder. Does Prost have another one in him? Gonna need it, and he does! Oh boy, we're in a 2v2 now, Cole! And Cirque, oh, you gotta be shaking in your boots. You've got to nail this shot. Now having to focus on multiple different angles, too. I do not want to be Cirque in this position.
A little retreat is definitely called for. Adjustment. So both move up side hall, but your barrel could be spotted if you're not careful.
Reef into the line, though, and Cirque will nail the flick. And so, well, Prosus, now into 1 versus 2, but exceptionally winnable. He's going to creep forward, though. He wants to fight. And Cirque is holding for it, and is going to nail the shot. You know, Cirque in a Bleed jersey is looking pretty good right now, as he is now 9-1.
Let's see, does that smoke land? Go check.
Practicing the
it
lineup.
Worked. Sure. I thought he was maybe gonna have a smoke to pick up, but no, he's just making sure he's got that one locked in. And Cirque, let me tell you, you absolutely nailed it. Great work. Great work there.
Ain't no way we practiced smokes and officials, guys.
That's like when you're warming up for like a match right there, and you start seeing your opponent like practice a smoke, and you're like, oh, I know what they're doing in like the first gun round, and then they do it. That's hilarious. Oh wow, he almost got caught there getting a little aggressive, but well played again, Cirque. Bleed jersey looking pretty sharp this game, and honestly, again, just an upward trend for him. They throw that smoke, they did not. Thought maybe they threw that curtain smoke, but no, just some HEs and Prosus again. You want to take some map control here? You're gonna have to fight through all this utility and Crimbo.
Oh, he spotted that.
You got it this time.
Surely,
Yep.
right?
Come
Dropping down. Oh, but the shots are not quite connecting. Hampus, back on the ground. Oh, I'm out of here. Oh, he's chasing around from underneath. Oh my goodness! Get away! Get away! Crimbo, barks the cat up a tree.
Wow. Just elusive enough to get out of dodge. That's insanity. Cypher not as fortunate here. He's actually down, so a man advantage. A rare one at that for Big. I don't know if they've even had this so far on this map. They're gamble stacking. They're calling over the right shot, I feel like. You're getting all 4 players nearby on this A side.
Thing is, Big do have a lot of good utility to put through, but will they deliver a molly onto Cirque's position is the question. They will. They're going to force him into the open. And Crimbo will be able to clean him up. Still a 3-man setup, though, and this is a one-way street. They cannot leave. And Vladin, great first headshot. Anything extra, though? And the answer is he can't find it. Hampus will get spotted out towards the headshot boxes, and that's an off headshot coming through from Crimbo. First round for Big Clan.
Nicely done. Excellent closure right there. I mean, it very well could have gone a little bit sour if you weren't careful. They do walk into that stock, like you said, with that extra due diligence and still a pretty careful play. They get away with it. Let's see this exchange. Cat and mouse.
Yeah. Despite that stack, I think it really did come down to Big having the protocols, of course.
But it was more so like Tabson, like just kind of running in there, and getting active. He had some flashes behind him to help out, but he was it was just a Tabson round right there to finally lift off for Big, get there first. Got the entry, got the opening duel, and he didn't stop there. He got 2 more.
And on the flip side of that coin, we do see a 0-7 JDC. He's been forced to lurk over towards that B side a lot. And Bleed have had 2-man setups. there the whole way. Has not had a fun time trying to play Counter-Strike over there. So, Zerk. Oh, wow. It's going to nail the flick. Big try to dry fight their way up ramp. Tabs in too fast for his own good. And JDC, though, will be on the board. At least for a refrag on that side of the map. And Vladin doesn't want anything to do with that. Solid man advantage, or at least equal. Here for Big, but oh, it could get weird. It could get weird. Favin's gonna walk forward. Process with nades in hand. No chance, as well as Searson pulling pins the same. It's a devastating round for Big. I hardly get to play. Just Crimbo, who's gonna try and fly forward and start a flank. He almost works. Fortunate for Vladin to connect the spray. And there's nothing for JDC to do in this one.
It'd be a little bit more hopeful here if he had the bomb.
Right.
To start something, but doesn't have that luxury either. Vladin. Oh, gives him one. It's a quick kill there for JDC, but that gives up his position. The bomb is retrievable. That's kind of the good news here.
Oh, yes,
and there's still time to cook this round with.
Surely at some point, though, he has to start making noise. 30 seconds, has to pick up the bomb and pick a site, right?
And Favin is walking down ladder right now. I think he's going to have to make noise at some point here. It's just a question of when. Down the ladder, they go. Yeah, Favin. Ready to put that one to bed. As soon as, you know, you lift off there, Tabson, he had a great round to get the first one. Guess who's there to shut him down? It's Zerk with a big up shot. The point man of the one round that you have is down in the very next.
Now, what I will say for Bleed is that they're broke, Cole. They got no money. And so, we're going to have to see an MP9 for Vlad. But look at this.
Goodness.
How does he keep getting away with this? We'll have to return to that because they stayed Cypher up towards ramp. There's a double spray down. Hampus will get caught. But Big are going to be reeling from that one and no connection from Searson.
A little bit of hope here. I'm surprised that Searson was prepared for that. Crimbo out middle as well. Cypher, oh, do they want to tussle with him? You don't want to tussle with him here. And he's been spotted swinging out towards the middle, but the lineup comes right back. Oh no, Favin and Cypher. They just walk in front of each other.
What a spray there from Crimbo as well, though. However, it's just going to be a safe walk up on the site. JDC will call it clear for his team. Zerk will make a return. Perhaps right into his doom, or maybe not. He's just going to walk this one off. And so, easy smoke molly combo will lock this one in for Big. What an opening spray down from Cypher, and Crimbo has one in reply. I mean, this game is starting to deliver some moments.
Absolutely. It's an exciting kickoff right there, right? I mean, definitely two of the more exciting riflers. Obviously, I think Cypher, in some sense, hasn't exactly been at his peak. But on the other end of things here, Crimbo obviously has been playing very well. A lot of excitement around him. And he showed some of that success in that almost 1v4 that he got earlier, but able to win them around here again. Big. On two, but like you said earlier here, two saved rifles in double eco territory, you're probably just going to want to force buy for the remainder of this half. You bleed.
Certainly some capable players in the server, but Zerk will hold on to that AK. Gonna look like here for Big. Still holding on to that default. Still looking to kind of work their flow chart in terms of information. Oh, and how are you gonna deal with this? There's an easy deagle headshot. Oh, it's good. The wheels are just coming off, Cole. 3 consecutive kills for Bleed.
Oh Wow, they didn't quite clear boost right there, and that bait and switch setup coming through there works wonders. Searson and Crimbo left last. Player standing here trying to save the day. Angles maybe given to Searson, but they back out just in time. There's no relief. Other side of Big, other than the fact that they might claim the site here. Maybe they can do something with this site control. Maybe.
It's possible. I mean, Crimbo is already established, and if Bleed get a little overzealous, wait for that, or at least before the bomb gets planted. I think it's interesting. A nice fake plant, a swing, could be baited through. Crimbo, hey, there's one. Hampus falls first. The flank is starting to activate, however, and Searson's got to be keen on that. There's a second fake plant. Now the nade, though, the flashbang to follow up, and Bleed have had enough time waiting. 9-2 right now, Cole, and that's a full force buy.
Yeah, they had the 2 saved rifles, obviously, but the 2 rifles there get the first 2 kills. Look at the flash setup that they have over towards B to take care of JDC, and then they give Cirque some setup as well. The distraction of the boost right there baits him into a false sense of security. And it is flawless execution right there, and your reward is, instead of force buying 2 rounds in a row, you get yourself a lovely gun round to try and end off the half, and get yourself double digits on a Big's map pick.
I mean, and you're wondering there, like, if you're watching this from Biggs, like, why are they just dry running up the A site? Well, they're expecting more players over towards B. But instead, they just walk into a setup. They weren't ready for that flash play. The information calmed over wasn't good enough, but JDC is out for revenge. However, Hampus has not been properly cleared, and so there's going to be the first kill. Moving between the angles on the site, though, he will fall, and Big open the site, and an instant headshot from Crimbo. Cirque won't even get the chance to scope in. 2 versus 4 retake for Bleed. This is at least looking like a third. But is this even close to enough to work off of?
That'd be over now. No, Process isn't discounting the flank there. Still has the realization. They still have to deal with Crimbo, who's now flanking the flankers.
Yeah, I think this is a lock-in. Regrettably, for Bleed. Cypher will cross into the open, and no time being wasted. Favin has to try and chase down a former teammate, but instead Crimbo is the sharpest player in the server right now, as Big will only secure themselves a 3rd round, however.
It's much more like it for Big in the closing stages. It's a nice 3rd round to gather. They are really going to have to show us something special in the CT side. I have faith that they'll give us something. But can they pull back this sort of deficit? It's a whole nother story. Not going to be easy. I think that Bleed have developed a lot of confidence as things have been playing out. Got one set of utility here for Favin. Going to be the point man in that department here. What do you have with just the Glocks?
Well, for all the bleeders out there, this round could lock it in. A 2-0 potentially over Big. Yes, it's a new lineup, but it's tantalizingly close. We'll see it here. Searson trying to keep them down, however, and they will. Combines with JDC. And the bomb's down in middle. I think that's all Big need. A little fire starter in the second half. As Tabson just looking to play off the contact here. One crispy headshot from Crimbo. And Vladin falls next. Big will pick up a pistol round. And that is a lifeline.
The start of something that has to be great here from Big. It is a start. Now we get to probably mop up some sweet ecos here. What great preparation, though, coming through. I like this. They have the whole team ready to call in a collapse on middle. Read that one like a book. Mid to be, I feel like, has become a little bit more prevalent in the modern age of Vertigo. As a Vertigo global myself, the mid to be, I always notice a good pistol strat develop, and think that's taking some storm here, but getting aggressive on the eco.
Okay. Oh,
everyone's
the off
blind.
fun. Oh god, you love to see it, but oh, you gotta get head armor, guys. Cypher will be able to answer one back. And nail the offense. There's no way he's on for this.
Wow.
JDC will quiet those worries, but you know, Cole, an op isn't gonna buy itself. I'm just gonna say it.
Tell you what, though, like, I mean, 3 kills in that round, considering the MP9 just chewed through you at the first, is something you will smile about there. Certainly, if you're Cypher. We kind of highlighted heading into this one. This guy is he's another fellow Vertiglobal, you know, one that has defined himself on this map many a times. And that round right there, full example of it.
You know, there are question marks on whether Cypher's even going to be with the team long term. Of course, he is mostly in here as a stand-in. As Alonx is currently out at the moment. At least he's listed as a stand-in for this event. So, you know, again, nothing official. But word is out there.
No. And looking to, again, just to show what he's worth here. Certainly developing. Little side haul molly, going to force Process a little bit further back away, doing lots of damage as well. They're combining that with some spam, making them uncomfortable. Making these A players uncomfortable here in general.
Off flash lined up though for Searson. Gonna try and escort in Tapson. Potentially. Drop through, but dodged out upon. Now Tapson feeling a bit isolated at the moment. Searson trying to swing through the top of this smoke, but he might be a little too late. Big have been torn to shreds right now from Bleed. And Hampus trying to fake out the plant positions, moving between the spots. And he'll have to pay for his life for that. 2 versus 3 retake big. They need this. And Cypher will deny them. First kill is in. JDC up for the clutch. There's so many angles to deal with. You can see he has no idea where to look, but he gets a smoke and gets a kit. Is there a chance, a possibility? He clears out the side hall. Smoke onto the bomb. There is only one recipe here that JDC wants to cook. It's a ninja defuse, but now that he's known that he's off of it, inside of the smoke, not a chance. 10-5.
Zerg not going to let that pass here. Hampus with some big entries as well. You talk about the aggressive elements that you have on this team here. Hampus loves to be involved on this T side. Both the calling, but also this entry work. And you can see how diligent this roster is here. Forcing them back in towards these deeper angles, but then having the flashes to peek for Hampus is just that icing on the cake. And Bleed play a very disciplined style. And look at all the damage that's done by Cypher. It forces them into a direct save round here for Big. Wow.
A little bit of shift damage on that nade, but complete save forced out. Lead are coming up on a bit of a landmark victory. I feel like a tweet might be in store. We'll have to see. Hampus with some clean kills. Uh-oh, but hold the confetti for a little bit.
Rimbo has a deagle.
Oh boy. You know what's a recipe for disaster? Well, not that, apparently. We'll have to wait for just a little bit. Grimbo does not hit the headshot, as we were expecting. And so the bomb gets planted, and that's the round. A couple of AKs are going to get saved over. And everyone, now get your confetti ready. Nothing could possibly go wrong from this point on.
Party poppers going. That's what they deserve. Right now, Bleed starting off their opening match here. Sharp as ever. So, party poppers made me think about New Year's.
Okay.
Which is think my favorite holiday. What would you say your favorite holiday is?
My birthday.
Wow,
I like that.
I like that answer. I like
Yeah,
that
I'm an
answer. Not a lot of people
egomaniac.
would.
Deal with
Not
it.
a lot of people would say that, but I think a lot of people would think it. You know.
I'm innovating with the idea of a holiday, Cole.
Oh no, I would count it. Good answer. Good answer.
So, Cole, what do you think that tweet's gonna look like? Is it gonna be like all the casters had to say? How does the
GG
tweet go? How does that tweet go?
Do we have a Bleed talent pipeline yet? We get a Bleed Academy team.
No, Cole, they've only been here for a month.
Never hurt to have an Academy team. Especially if you get the tweets out of it.
That is.
It'd be a pretty expensive, like, bit, you know? You'd have to buy a whole team. But, I do appreciate a good commitment to the bit.
Well, I need to step out of the echo chamber and just toot rounds, Cole.
Oh, man. Can't wait. Here, flash. Oh, JDC is
Perfection.
toast. He's toast. Wow. Both of them are fully flashed right there, so JDC goes forward, one goes back. That's a perfect separation.
We're looking at a landmark victory for Bleed. Now, haven't played many officials since the ill-fated run for the major, but this is looking just a tad bit better. The jump spot from Process.
Be a
Did he
little too
not
late
see
for that.
Cypher?
I can't
Hello
believe
there!
it.
And there's an attempt at the double. Tabson will sideline it, but the chase is on. They know Tabson's weak, vulnerable position. He's going to swing forward, though. Try to show strength. That he will. Still holds on for one, but eventually traded out. And Searson, he's getting chipped down low, down to 20 HP. Is it going to be desperation through the smoke? It will be. And a perfect fake from Favin. A 1 versus 308s for Crimbo. Had an amazing first half, but has nothing to do in the second. And now just saturated with utility and not much to do about this one, Cole. This bomb will get planted safe.
Spamming right there, but you can even see the extra bit of diligence. They avoid that spam by planting safely behind the box. Rainbow can actually just get nothing in this round. Bleed are so careful. I mean, even talking about the lack of like panic there, dealing with Tabson, they still prioritize getting those left and right smokes down. And, you know, it's so easy to get caught in this trap of running into the A side and losing these fights to Elevator and Tabson getting away with a whole lot more there. But no, they systematically isolate some of these duels here.
Hey, man, and Cypher's also playing a really strong game, as he should be on Vertigo. And so, 7 chances to lock out this series 2-0. And may I say, in a dominant fashion as well for Bleed. I mean, there's going to be a lot of smiles from this camp for sure.
Let it fly. Sid is certainly dominant. So they lost 3 rounds there in the first half, right? So I'm talking like just strictly gun rounds. They really only have lost like, I think 4 defensive rounds when it comes to gun rounds. That one hiccup on Inferno, and then only giving over 3 in this second half.
Yeah.
Like this is I think you said just a great start for Bleed in this event. And for big debuts, maybe looking shaky in some departments, but we definitely have seen some silver linings still. I just
Right.
feel like there is maybe more to work out. But I have faith.
Yeah, maybe the flow chart needs to get updated. Obviously, you know, big playbook version number 56. I don't know how many roster changes they've made over the course of the span. I would assume it's less than that, but, you know, things change as players change. Looking at a bit of a faster approach, though. Oh, but Crimbo just barely off the mark. The nade, though, will it strike true? Hampus goes down to 9. Will just barely survive, and in the meantime, Vladden is going to disrupt this setup as Crimbo starts to singe. Did they hear that, though? Are they going to disrespect this? Hampus still lining up utility. I don't think Crimbo wants a part of that. Not to risk the series on, for sure.
I mean, putting pressure on himself to try and find an opening in some department, because sometimes on that B side, he just doesn't get a lot of action. He gets a chance, but he doesn't fully convert. Just does some damage here, but the dry peek and A.
Ooh,
What a
okay.
scout right there from Searson is what he does best. And Big might be able to hang on for a little while longer.
That's... the double setup holds. That is very fortunate for Big. And they'll receive a lifeline, and even an extra kill there from Crimbo. Handles Vladden. That should be that. Fabian's got 14 armor remaining. Let it go, bro. That thing is just a strand holding it together.
Got
right
a couple loose threads there for sure. Just kept on pulling on it. Well, I'm actually... Have you ever had your armor break?
I've always purchased it back up because I'm like a bit of a numbers nerd. I'm like, if your armor's below 50, it's not as effective. So
Oh, really?
I repurchased that up. Yeah, I believe so.
I didn't know that.
Like at a certain point, you actually, like it says you have head armor, but you actually don't.
Wow.
So like, I believe, I forget all the metrics, but I think it's something of that sort. So, like it's like your armor in Minecraft when you hear the sound of it breaking. I'm not gonna try and like emulate that noise, but you get the gist. Bleed back on the buy here. And Vladden, oh, he singes a little bit. And the alarm bell's going off for Crimbo. Here's an HE grenade for you. And some bullets as well.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. It's like just at that point, finish the job. And I think it's caught a little lackadaisical over there towards the B side. Certainly not finished just yet, but got a man here to start off this gun round.
Oh.
Crimbo, wow, he's pressing the issue.
I mean, we are just going in. And the deep smoke facilitates that. Crimbo walking up behind it. Now, Fabian is absolutely prepared for that shenanigans. Oh, but Searson wants a little bit more. Prosus also going to disrupt. Or are they? Prosus needs a double kill. He will find it to at least get the 2v2, but far from what Big wanted in this situation. Oh, but Tamsin to walk. This is so bold. Imagine if they were walking up the ramp right there. Tabson taking risks.
They're ready for this, though.
Holding out towards side hall. Great first and the second, though, from Tabson. Clinical aim. And Big shorten that deficit down.
Tabson still makes it look so easy in some of these rounds. Just clinical. With the aim right there. It all starts off there. Tough time for Vladden. I mean, I feel like Crimbo's getting away with that because you don't expect this sort of hyper-aggression when you're standing down this far and losing so many rounds here on the side of Big. You don't expect them to still be pressing the issue. It doesn't show a lot of fear, though. Even when times are tough.
And just a complete airstrike of that A ramp. Crimbo spots a foot. Always worried about the shadow advantage that comes from this position. Doesn't matter to him, or he hits a scroll wheel. Oh boy, he gets uppercutted. JDC's in trouble. Or at least he could be. Jump up there, though. And there's a crispy 2 headshots that you want to see. Now even Searson starts the flank. Hungry to start up that op fund. But Tabson's going to steal away his hard-earned dollars. There's only 600 awaiting for Searson. And the deficit is now 4, Cole. This is very winnable for Big. Just a few more tests remain.
A couple more gun rounds to chew through here, really. They could take it into overtime. Still a big if. I feel like Cypher playing a good enough individual game, or one of these times he's going to have a pop-off moment. I think they're going to be a whole lot more aware after these last couple rounds of Vladden, or rather, of Crimbo's antics towards this B side here. Vladden that's trying to challenge and test him. Like you said, certainly possible for Big to stay in this one. Look at the distance. Mid-aggression, no, that's side hall rather. So CS2 does have that up. Rolling out. And flash this smoke.
Oh! And these big players are locking in right now. There's a triple from Prosis. The spray control from every single big player has looked pristine so far. Crimbo, Prosis, Tapson all locking it together. JDC with some moments on Inferno, and this round is done instantly. Lead trying to turn up the pace, but Big say no.
Got a confident shutdown right there from Prosis. Talking about, the Academy players that are still in this roster. Obviously, they've trialed out some of the, really just a complete overhaul with the roster of the Academy players, right? Even when Hyped was on the squad. And Sim was also a more long-standing Academy replacement as well, but Prosis certainly with some of these rounds earns his keep with how high his ceiling can be in some of these rounds. Perfectly prepared. So surprised to see them walk through that smoke that I thought maybe there was going to be a flashbang there. Maybe there was. But he still just avoids it perfectly, gets the easy kills right there as they dive through the smoke. Makes it look easy at least, and comfortable closure here for Big. And again, that distance is going to close.
It's also just very nice comfortability, even as the nade breaks the smoke as well. And Big are starting to hunt. This could be devastating. These guns need to be held onto, and Vladden will certainly do his work on it. There's going to be 4 kills, and, well, it's not going to matter much to Big. They have tons of cash in the reserves, but I'm feeling confident if I'm Vladden.
Yeah, it's a big save right there. I think more so than anything, it's good for you that you did not go down after time. That is fantastic. Right there for Bleed. And really just kind of a non-factor as much for Big. Wanting to reinvest still. Get that full utility. And if they lose, they're out, so. Go for a big swing and a little bit of a miss there. See what they do with these saved rifles. We'll see if it haunts them at all. They're taking mid for the first time, it feels like. Finally utilizing this part of the map.
Goal. I'm starting to worry a little bit. We'll have to see if this kind of round can deliver for Bleed. Again, it's only one round. How hard can that actually be? For now, systematic mid control though from Bleed, and Big currently respecting that.
Bow reaggression? Where do you want to go here? Clearing out the flanks. And just going to walk right into his crosshair. That is information though given Vlad. Does he have the trade? He does it instantly.
JDC's going to hold forward as well. It's a very risky line. Holds towards danger. Quickly traded out. However, taps it on the site to provide a problem. But there's Cirque in middle. There's the rotate cut off. And he can't make it past Searson, however. Favin now. 1 versus 2. Flashes over the site. But hits the timing. Taps and flicks over in time. Big with 5 rounds in a row, Cole. That one gets close, though.
2 needed to close out here for Big. Take it in to overtime. Do they have it in them? They are digging deep right now. But I think Bleed have finally discovered what they have here. Maybe an opportunity. Something that they can lean on here. Pressuring that mid side. For the first time, we finally see it. It gets them a lot of space, at least. It's a good idea. Sure, looking to deal with
chances. Cirque knocked back by the flames. Best chance here for for Bleed. In fact, well, they haven't all gone down early yet. But Cypher comes awful close.
My God. A relief on the ramp side of things. Nothing really working over towards the B side. Not too rare of a sight here to see Bleed right now stumped. Oh, Tabson, you can't do that again, Cirque. You really got a chance to kick things off. There's just so much more information gathered. A different curtain smoke. Elevated boost right now coming through. Well executed. They're relying fully on this boost to work out right now on this CT side. This is everything.
One Molly is all it takes for it to break down. But they want a contact walk up. Are they gonna get spotted? Can this barrel be seen by Cypher? Walks up. The Molly's gonna singe them both. Oh, but the boost still holds. The smoke extinguished from Tabson keeps it together, but now they're trapped in. They could be locked out. Potentially, but as Vladin falls in towards middle, things are falling apart for Bleed. 10 seconds on the clock. There's just simply no time for this. Bomb dropped by Searson, and that's the round. We are going every single round of regulation, Cole. Big.
Oh!
And the kill on the fallback out of time! Fobbin's walking into the last round of the half on $50.
$50. You can buy a decoy. Please buy a decoy there. That's all I want right now. That's all you can do. Oh my God, the shutdown has come through from Big. I mean, as I said, the real silver lining there for Big was the CT sides. Kind of giving them their eulogy on this series. But still, 6 rounds strung together and only 1 more required at this point. And it's a dream scenario here. Bobbin has a deagle, no armor. Tools are limited.
We were laughing about how there's going to be a tweet, Cole. Yeah, there still might be one.
Whew.
Oh boy. How do I say? Drama, perhaps? As Big with 6 in a row, they only need 1 more to pull a 12-5 comeback out of the hat.
Incredible feat. Again, lead look a little bit stunted here out of the gates. Haven't been able to fight for ramp control early for most of these rounds. It's been so effectively taken by Big. They go in to challenge this B side here, and it's still such an amazing setup. Crimbo and JDC both with AKs to work with.
Boost up for Hampus. And completely prepared for Hampus. KO'd instantly.
Fucking tail. This is what it seems, at least. I'm gonna at least pick up an AK here. They have no map control elsewhere.
Is smoke.
Just
Excellent
for
grenade.
Crimbo.
Just gonna be a final execute here. Into the 2-man setup. It's gotta be clean shots. Especially from Cypher on entry duty. Trying to climb aboard though, and there comes Crimbo. Drops the smoke, and just survives. Cole, I think we need an overtime.
Almost certainly here, Cirque. Not a lot you can say about this one. And now probably nothing. That Molly's just gonna completely close it out. Big have said enough is enough. This CT side has been a lockdown, and they've taken it all the way back from the brink.
Oh my goodness. Oh, the controversy continues. We know how many eyes Bleed have on them on a day-by-day basis. And it falters 7 rounds straight for a newly formed Big Clan. If that isn't inspiring, I don't know what is. There is a hefty dichotomy between these two teams and what they're feeling right now. Big Alight and Bleed Bleak.
No question about it.
Well, we're back, and overtime can always breathe new life into a game. The mental reset could be coming through.
Sometimes the pressure of closing out, once that weight is taken off, it can be kind of freeing, liberating. Just a tiniest little sliver of process given to Cirque, and obviously not connected on. Tough shot here to work off of process. Is he going to get that dream spray down again? Cypher, I think he might have made some noise. No.
The first mistake here from Big on this CT side. Tapson, what was that? The fallback, the blind spray, and somehow there's a kill in the mix. Favin will just barely survive that one as well. He's forced to extinguish. And Big somehow come out slightly ahead in that exchange?
Off down low. They're going to regress on the ramp side of things here. There's the flash to set it up. Ramp is burning into it. Vladin has coverage, though. He's with the pack this time around, and he is saving them.
Hold on, though. Searson on the site, but can't hit the headshot. Instead, he's going to fly forward. He wants the duel, and while Blind nails the shot on a Hampus, both players here still remain. Searson battling out, and is going to nail the shot, but can't trade himself out. It's a 1 versus 1. And round the smoke, Favin will pick up the bomb and has 30 seconds to think about this one. Is he going to walk down the ramp? 25 seconds? Now 20 seconds?
He's got to make noise. He's got to run. How far can he get before he runs? He's out of range now.
He's got to go now. He's got to go now. He's got a full sprint. Now 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, and he's got it by just a second. He's beat out Crimbo here. Now a true 1v1. Nade misses. Crimbo drops down. Favin goes for the swing, though, and Crimbo reads into it. An excellent attempt there at the 1 versus 1 from Favin, but we still got more to give. Big now with 8 in a row.
So much adversity has to be overcome right there for Big. They have to figure out a way to come back from that man deficit. Finally, an entry Cypher able to find the one gap in the defense that has not had any gaps in it for the most part. And there's so much that could have gone wrong, but instead of falling back, Searson fights forward and taps in shots like that. It's clear Big have so much more to prove and so much more in the tank here. There's the Opera that's returned to the squad where he's done his best to work with, and making plays like that is absolutely amazing. Cypher again. Did he find the timing here?
Well, looking to try and get it down. Tapson spots him out. In the meantime, though, it's messy over towards ramp. Process will find the extra kill, and Bleed, they can't get off the ground again, Cole. Vladin at least there with a refrag across the map and a good molly up towards the plat. Nade, though, will strike true, and Searson gets on the angle. This is looking dire for Bleed. 2 versus 4, flanks developing, problems compounding. Favin is going to walk through the smoke here, but Searson's faster on the draw. And at least Cirque in a 1 versus 4. Oh boy, Cole. Bleed have chosen the worst opportunity to go cold. Searson's heating up. 14-12 is Big. Oh my goodness, Cole. It continues with 9 rounds straight.
Pain train does not stop. Big on a defensive lockdown. This is what they needed to do to save their debut, really. If you lose your first official, you're out of the gates again. Not the start that you were hoping for. Especially if it was going to be dominant like it could have been for Bleed, but all of a sudden, you have so much more to rely on here. This A side has been on a lock and key from Tapson and Process. This dynamic duo every once in a while. Searson steps into the mix. Looking to do it again, but this time he's down early. Cypher gets away with it.
Finally, Cypher doing what he's meant to do on this map.
Oh, Crimbo.
But there's still more elements at play. Searson from side hall. And it's messy out towards ramp. 5 players grouped together. Searson, he wants to swing though, and outside of the scope, he had no way to hit that shot. Vladin was too far gone. It's Prosis and JDC to try and hold it together. And Prosis just gonna try and push forward. He'll get the 1, but not gonna escape the smoke spam. JDC here. I mean, he just has to jump up, right? Look for the kills, but nothing gives. Bleed. Finally, their 13th round might come to save him here in overtime. We'll have to see. JDC falls. And finally, Cole, the deadlock has to be broken.
Absolutely. They've freed themselves from this losing streak. Not just yet here. I guess Crimbo, a little bit of an opportunity now lined up there. Favin and Cirque to complete the mission. Bleed have finally broken the dry streak. It's like the lead taken by Big was their wake-up call. Finally, they're able to show us something. Cypher, it takes a little bit of efficiency out of his rifle work. That A-side aggression that we know he can get after. He gets away with it. We'll see if it's enough, though, at this point, right? CT side was amazing for Bleed as well. So Big are right back into a bit of a challenge here now that they've given over 1 round. But I think now they can lean more on the confidence and the individuals playing very well to help crack things open.
But obviously, Big are a team that can adapt. Like, JEC, Bleed had his number in that very first half, but maybe things can change. Remember, it was a 9-3 half. The way it went. Leeds still with an opportunity. Oh, but still with some breathing space. Courtesy of that final round. And not feeling like they want to give Searson any fights. At least just yet. That can change. Cypher gets up to his antics.
Oh, jump spot. Spot's at 1 there. A little bit of info there on where Prosis lies in. Slow play though here. Cirque just posted up towards mid. Might get a slow contact play from Crimbo. No. Oh, he's behind ladder. Still playing a safe game, avoiding the scope for now. The smoke. There's a curtain here on this A side here. Flash play for Favin. This time is leading out here for Big. Not much space creation being taken. They're going to have to get very explosive quick.
Seems like up the ramp is the move right here. Prosis looking to take first contact as the wall of smoke start to be assembled. But Big haven't really checked all the boxes on this one just yet. They haven't cleared out side hall.
I was also going B.
It's going to the B site. This is not the actual play. As Prosis falls, it's Vladin back of the site here. JDC will hand his back to him, though. And with no time to clear these angles, I mean, all Vladin needs to do is stay alive. Principled counter-strike here. And this round's over. Bleed are going to establish themselves and tie up the game.
Oh my god, there. Vlad just giving him nothing to work with until the flashes come through. And like you said, the discipline reigns supreme there for Bleed. And the clock runs dry for Big. They do run into some of the similar problems there in regulation, where you can see the map control just not really formulating, but the clock just continues to wind down right there. Vladin, again, great work on this B site. Delivers in the second half, rather in overtime, what he delivered in the first half here. They keep it up here. HE's Austin, JDC getting a little bit aggressive. Maybe wanting more map control a little bit quicker than they did last time. And they're going to take it.
Vladen tasked with a lot here on the B site, but does actually have some backup in the form of Hampus. Some annoying utility sets coming through from Big at the moment. And annoyingly so, they're not challenging Cirque in middle at the moment.
Been a much of a fight. Crimbo's been avoiding that op scope for the longest time. I think he throws utility from this position for Big's execute. So far, not drawing much rotations here. 40 seconds. And it looks like a very similar play. It looks like they're going to run it back. They must have saw something in that round there. But no, the bomb is actually joining them in A side.
Here we go, but Cirque has arrived on the scene. It's going to try and get a flash. Looking for the angle. Rattles off a shot instead, and the flashes are excellent. Pro's first bullets, Falvin. There's the 2-for-1 that they need. And Cirque, his angles are just so awkward right now. Walking up on the site, potentially out towards the side hall position. Hampus will go one, and he'll be finished off there. Cirque looking for this shot, though. Smoke blooms, but does not rattle off the shot in time. 2 versus 3 retake here for Bleed. Try and hold on to that lead, and Vladen will hand his back over to Tabson. Cirque in an impossible clutch, you'd have to think. Tabson looking for the knife kill, but that's not happening today. 1 versus 2 now for Cirque. He's looking to drop down onto the site, but doesn't know where the bomb is. And it'll be Big Cole with map point.
They're going to give themselves one shot to close it out. Bleed have had so many in the palm of their hands, but Big have given themselves one. Right here. My God, pulling it back. Having to roll through a very similar style to that first round, second half of OT. This time they bring the bomb with them towards that A side, and they get the job done here. Vladen can't see anything behind the molly, but somehow still tracks it.
Wow. Tough spray to hit, but Vladen is the man to deliver. An opening pick. Yeah, JDC had a tough time over to the B site, and it's looking like that continues here in overtime. And so Bleed giving themselves the chance to run it back. Give themselves another chance to, dare I say, Cole, avoid embarrassment. We'll see here. Vladen's going to be tested now as the move-up danger.
It's such a nasty off angle right now as well. Doesn't feel much pressure turning that corner, so no need to over-rotate or anything like that. You just got the proper positions already. Grimbo with an op lurk out mid.
Double op?
And up the execute. This is going to be the play.
It is, but you see that Vladen with this forward angle, he doesn't hear anything. He hears nothing moving at the moment. Now 30 seconds. Tabson's just going to be tossing a bunch of nades right now, but Big don't feel super committed. They're split 2 and 2 at the moment. And with the cross covered, and Vladen with the opening kill, this execute will never get off the ground. You'd have to think Vladen just holding rock solid out towards the B stairs, and we're going to have a run back here in overtime.
We are doing it again. Let's run it back. As Big, they miss out on their one chance here, but at least they get to hang on still in this map and in this series. Vladen on this B site. Anchoring has been sharp. He's able to close out a big round. I mean, both defensive rounds, Vladen has done such excellent work in on that B side that they were able to claim. So still questions unanswered for Big.
Yeah, Vladen's just been a beast on that B side of the map. It's you talked about it earlier, Cole, but he's just a really good piece. Honestly, a player that really just came out of nowhere.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like casting so much of the tier 2 scene in Europe over the last like 2 years. I got to watch him play, and when I first saw his like opportunity with them, so I was pretty excited because the guy is been really sharp when I watched him on iNation. Now he's able to I think maybe even shine even brighter with this bleed squad.
I always wondered, how Ents even like found this guy or how this even came to be. I'm sure it's out there somewhere.
Yeah.
Someone had some sort of connection, 1 and a 2. Oh, this guy is ready to fly out on a moment's notice, but it could have been any other player, some established free agent, right?
That's the one reason I really like this call from Bleed is like, if Vince scout him, it's probably a good pickup, right? At the end of the day.
Got to be. They've been cooking for years.
Yeah.
They've been taking people from out of nowhere and making them tier 1 players.
Yeah. It's definitely a good idea, right? And again, I mean, on these B-side defenses, he has just been so pretty.
We do have a little bit of a pause in the action here as we're moving in from single to double overtime. Yeah, I mean, that Ents team, how do they keep doing it? How do they keep finding...
They can't keep getting away with it.
They just...
Yeah, I mean, think about how cool it was for that roster to kind of get, plucked apart and then be able to pick up a Polish lineup just to make it to playoffs in the Spodek. Like,
and
insanity.
even better, Cole, that team made the major, all right? Like, that was like damage control. Like, code red alert. You just lost your whole lineup, got bought out, torn to shreds. Yeah. I mean, I remember listening to an interview with Natu, and it's just like,
yeah.
It's the war room assembled there for that team to be able to bring it together for the major and still qualify.
It's a really cool podcast on team building. And obviously, I guess there's 2 lines of thought. You can go the bleed route, which is probably more necessary for newer orcs, without the like pool of established names or like partner spots.
Of course.
Or you can go in the Ents direction and go for cores, and I feel like what Bleed are doing is incredibly challenging, but obviously it requires the one biggest factor here, and that's time.
Let's see it.
This already past the smoke. Cypher gets surprised.
Hold on. So we're back into the swing of things. A re-aggression needed here from Bleed, but Crimbo absolutely prepared for this. He's had enough. Hampus and his antics from that first half have been read into. And it's an instant 3 versus 5. And look at this. Like, Cirque has had nothing to swing at every single one of these rounds. And Crimbo will eventually fall. But the damage has already been done. That ops position revealed. And this A site open.
It can definitely take it. Still being careful about it here. But Cirque has a lot of utility to buy time right now. There's a Molotov. And that's going to get him off. 32 seconds. He's going to go for a different route on the stick. HE's going to track him as well as the spam. And we're equals now.
And that's the bomb, Cole. That's the bomb on the ground in the middle of the open with no smokes. One was sort of just deployed, but who's going to make the call to run out in the middle of the site? Cirque. Starting to run out of ammo on that AWP, but gets one last crack at it. Moving on through. JDC will make the play. Walking on the line, though. JDC nails the headshot to get him back in it. But Searson falls on the top rope, and Vladin with some discipline. JDC makes the cross. Was he spotted is the question. Makes his way out. Eats the dink by hands a headshot. It's a 1 versus 2 for Favin, but his opponents are so darn low. Smoke on the bomb. Fake on the defuse. Will that bait out any sort of spam? Thinking about it. Running inside of the smoke, but Process will hand his life over to the cause. Another fake defuse tossed into play.
Oh, he shot.
But he's fired off, and that smoke, it's running out of bloom time. But Favin's on it! Oh. Favin's on it! He's gonna stick the whole thing and win the clutch! What is this?
That's a pullback right there from the 5v3 and Favin. He's been left in a lot of clutches here in this map. And he gets away with a big one right there. Bleed will take it back from a 5v3. It's so incredibly difficult, but finally Cirque able to operate more with that AWP and the bomb denial, which was the biggest factor right there. Not letting the plant go through when they wanted it. But you're going to have to shake off that round to start off this second overtime.
Oh, that's going to be a hands-on-head moment for Big. Let's see how they can handle it. A new lineup and a lot of stress. At least a decent start into this round. Cypher down to 24 HP. Flashes, though. Look, everyone is blind at the moment, including Favin. And he falls. Got a kill, and oh, Cypher's toast. Molly there. He's going to force it to swing. He gets a kill at least. More than he was worth.
Yeah, so that's something. Something to work off of right there. A little life. The gamble stack now called out. JDC, instead of lurking towards B, is lurking out middle. Immediately dealt with Vladin. Once again, has this guy's number. In that head-to-head. We're back to equals again. And again, you have to figure out a way to plant that bomb.
Oh, and Hampus also deals with the short side. Bomb's still down bottom of ramp. And look at that. Angle held by Cirque. Absolutely prepared. And Crimbo put into another clutch. He's gotten close before. To tie the game back up. And he's going to start it off with a kill and a Cirque. We're off to the races. Crimbo fake on the plant. And Bleed, they're not going to budge. Crimbo up top. And Hampus will handle him. 2-round lead here for Bleed. Looking to salvage and redeem themselves.
And they're coming in with new life off the back of the second overtime. Looking like a team revived, especially when you talk about the clutch that you kick it all off with as well. The delivery from Favin. There's no rest here for Big. They got to keep it up. They got to keep the ball moving. On the back of a couple of tough losses. Gonna try for a faster approach here. Show Bleed a little bit of a new speed right now. Towards the B side of the map. Seriously, taking some damage.
Wow. Hold on, though. Crimbo ready to hand an uppercut. And, oh, the Hampus didn't adjust in time. Searson also picks off Ladin. And this B site is very much open for business. And there's nothing to really stop the cross. Full control established. Maybe even some more as Grim is holding flanks here. Now, Favin will take him out. But there are a lot more trials and tribulations here for this retake. Prosis on the off angle. And a couple backs turned. Searson will take down one. And tough times ahead in the 2 versus 3. But Searson actually gets to be burned forward, and Favin will get him. But JDC also collects a kill. And this becomes an impossibility as Tavin with the wide swing. It'll be at least a T-side round for Big. And it's just a formula that worked for Bleed. We still certainly have a game.
Yes, that we do. As long as these things keep split up 2-1, I don't know who's going to be taking it right now. Bleed reclaiming a lead, but we've seen how that T side is gone. Maybe a little bit of discovery here from Bleed on the individual front. Cypher has been able to find some holes in this A hold early. And that's what you're looking for. That's what you need, but you need a whole lot more than just that. 2 T rounds when they were so elusive. We'll see if they can find themselves a couple more map points. That's the big question. Or if Big will get themselves another chance.
Cirque's up to no good. And with the molly. Oh, but
my
Cypher,
God!
Massive kill to open this one up directly through the smoke. It's just pre-fire.
That is insane right there. That's what we're talking about. Cypher on that A side, so comfortable.
And there's
And
another
one from Favin. He's able to crack it open towards middle. Things coming down to pieces, and they know Crimbo, now that you've taken care of JDC, is alone on B.
It's crashing down right now. Crimbo, I think he just showed his shoulder, and Vladin's got his number. We're looking at more series points here for Bleed.
2 more shots here. 2 more chances, very likely here, depending on what they can do in this retake, if they even go for it. I mean, I feel like you almost have to. But they think otherwise.
It's an impossibility, Cole.
Yeah, I mean, that's just it.
It's the 0%. There's just no winning this.
Exactly right. I mean, you've got the money to work with here to just throw your life down the line, but what's the point in that? You know what the result is going to be. It's just going to be a death.
I mean, an unbelievable opening pick from Cypher. And the blueprint goes in the shredder for Big as Bleed break over every part of the map.
Yo. 2
This
more
gets weird.
opportunities given to themselves right there. It's that way that they crack this round open. Success on all 3 fronts. This replay, a real sign. Middle, a kill there. A kill. B, a kill. And Bleed have found themselves again at the finish line here. Can they cross with 2 more shots?
At one point in this game, they lost 9 T-side rounds in a row. Just to amend it, they need to win 2 in at least of the next. So let's see if they can get it. At least 1.
Again, he's put on notice here early. Look at this, Searson on an AWP.
Off angle.
Alvin.
He's looking strong, but he's not going to continue pressing that issue.
There it is.
Now.
Jump peek. Oh, Cirque. So close again. Neely's had it a couple of times on the Tabson. Tabson not scared of a shot rattling off. No, not fear in this world. But he's got to be careful because the AK is close behind him.
Perfect flash as well from Favin. What a setup. Tabson caught. Hold on, but the
misses
wide
the shot.
from JDC are getting interesting right now. You know, it's online Counter-Strike. You can get away with that.
Kidding. Speed side is completely empty right now, vacant, until Crimbo able to reinforce it here with a full belt of utility as well to work with in 35 seconds on the clock. They're going to even bring in extra help now. And Crimbo no longer alone.
Where's the jump up? Execute utility. Coming through, raining in. Great nade, down deep. Good chunk damage onto everyone involved. Time ticking as well. Crimbo, he's going to throw himself into the mix. He's going to try and stop this bomb plant. He might be able to do it. But it's chaos on the site. Cypher holding the line for his team at the moment. Pros is now only down onto 11 HP as well. Surely he can't go for this, and that's going to be the series Bleed. It takes some trial and error, blood, sweat, and tears, but a 2-0 at the end of it. They get it done in overtime.
Every bit of heart right there put into Big in that comeback, but Bleed still heartless. Just deny that attempt right there, and what a finish coming through from them. Absolutely beautiful in that second overtime in the second half, just finding those T rounds, finding the openings that they've been hunting for in those 9 rounds that they found themselves on a drought in regulation to finally figure out the magic formula there. That late into overtime is incredible.
Yeah, that right there is honestly a bit of a testament to the team to be able to put it together right in that moment. But what really put it together there, Cole, I think what really put the comeback into motion, almost like the comeback to stop the choke right there for Bleed, that 1 versus 2 from Favin.
Yeah, it lifted it all off right there. It was a start to their campaign and kind of fighting things back. And again, you've had some great rounds from Vladden on that CT side. This is a great look here first for Bleed. Again, if you're on Big, I feel like the kind of problem solving is very clear, right? I think this T sides, if you're able to kind of figure those out a lot quicker, you have a whole lot more potential. But the defense looks phenomenal and for the most part in these rounds, and so that's still exciting for a new look team that's still looking to develop some of the protocols.
Yeah, I mean, over there for for the side of Big. There are some silver linings and some takeaways, of course, especially from that first map, but it mostly arose from those CT sides. They just could not get anything going on the attack. I guess that could be said for both teams in that respect, but it was Bleed who put it together in the end.
Yeah, absolutely. Able to close it out, give us a 2-0. Definitely an entertaining one. There's no question about it. Even Inferno delivered. But Vertigo, man, what an absolute blast that was. And as expected here, the opening matches that we said we're going to deliver already are delivering.
Yeah, and we're getting ready for our second one as well. Bet Boom and Alternate Attacks are prepping themselves up. Bet Boom, a team who are looking to, again, continue to prove themselves in this space. They had an excellent start to CS2, but it's been a bumpy road ever since. Let's see if they can stabilize there over in Group B. For now, we'll toss this one off to a bit of an extended break as they're getting ready. Bet Boom versus Alternate Attacks up next.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just made his favourite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
Welcome back to RAS Europe. Our first match, our very first one, was an absolute banger. If you missed it, well,
coming through here for alternate attack, seeing how they fare up against BetBoom. A roster I feel like is coming into this one hungry to prove themselves here. This roster started off CS2 kind of peaking, and obviously it's been still some points of success here or there. They haven't been able to field that same ground that they did really at the beginning of CS2 at IEM Sydney, and kind of getting back to that point here. I want to see this roster be able to show us something special. But is it going to be here up against this pretty exciting alternate attacks roster?
yeah, I mean, all things said, it was a bit of a slide in the RMR. Again, they were up 2-0, or at least, 2-1 in their BO1 stage. And then they proceeded to lose 3 BO3s in a row, got knocked out of the last chance qualifier, and their major hopes were dashed. On the other side for alternate attacks, this is a completely new lineup debuting. So complete opposites of what we're looking at between these two teams. We'll start off with this alternate attacks lineup. We're used to seeing Freeze and Ozek, but 3 completely new names to this attacks team. They're familiar if you paid attention to the German scene for a little bit, but still a fresh off of a new core.
Yeah. I mean, it does feel like we're going through a lot of these like big academy players coming into the scene and getting their opportunities with alternate attacks, which is pretty exciting for a lot of these prospects here. Is we'll get to kind of take a look at what they're bringing to the table here. Again, I feel like this initial matchup is actually like also it's not easy, that's for sure here. This roster, even though it has shown some signs of struggle, still has so many just incredible names, so many exciting pieces to it. But it'll be a good test to see if they can put up a fight up against this BetBoom squad.
Yeah, I think BetBoom, though, as a team, yes, they've been struggling, but these players are just another caliber in terms of the firepower that every single one of these guys brings to the table. I can't really tell you that there's necessarily a weak point on this team, and especially against a team like Alternate Attacks, you'd have to think that this has to be dominant and one-sided. If it's anything but that, I would start to show some concern for this BetBoom team.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, it feels like it's only a matter of time before they muster up some of that success that they did out of the gates. But the question is, what's going to really start to re-inspire them here as well, right? They've got to kind of come through and deliver a little bit more of the success, a little bit more ground here. And we really haven't seen that over the last, I would say, couple months for this BetBoom squad. So the real question is, again, is it going to continue here up into this kind of online environment, or are they going to be able to bounce back?
Yeah, I mean, that's some hard truth there, Cole, but you're 100% correct. Like, this BetBoom team hasn't necessarily delivered to the caliber that we expect, at least that's what we saw. Again, quarterfinals over there at Sydney and a bunch of various upsets that this team was able to bring together. Nafany joining up the lineup as well, and silencing all the doubters. But those days are gone, and now we're back down into the trenches for this team, back onto the grind for these players, and see if they can rise back up and maybe start qualifying and getting invites for these big events. We'll have to see. But this is the very first step in this road here in the RES Regional Series Europe. Starting off our map pool, though, Anubis picked out by Alternate Attacks, Overpass by BetBoom, and Decider of Ancient. I again, this should be Bet Boom's, despite the evident weakness on a couple of these maps.
Yeah. I mean, I'm with you here. I still think that the name value should be strong enough to take care of this kind of newness in nature of roster. But like you said, I mean, talking about the maps, I feel like Anubis really fits this Bet Boom squad. Obviously, they've had a little bit of a stunt in the confidence coming through with a lot of tough losses on it, but it is up against some really tough competition. In their most recent matchup is versus Na'Vi, and that was a win. So you got to give some credit here to Bet Boom that obviously I think more so than anything, it's going to be the side of alternate attacks starting off this veto play into their confidence.
Yeah, I think so. I think so as well. It's playing to confidence, but again, Bet Boom, I think they're just solid on every part of their game. Now, there is one thing that has actually changed. Like, this tournament is so full of just different debuts, to be honest. Like, look, we got Bleed kind of showing up with, again, there's fresh lineup, Big showing up with 2 new changes, a new core for alternate attacks. And here for Bet Boom, they're bringing in a new coach. It's going to be Railway in that position. Innershine was quickly benched after the RMR failure. And Innershine, a great coach overall, like, don't get me wrong, but, when things go wrong, I think that the saying is that, insanity is doing the same thing over and over again. So something needs to change, and the coach was deemed the cuttable piece there. So Railway will be stepping in. Maybe we see some new things from Bet Boom. Maybe it's a little bit uncomfortable in the server. We'll actually have to see. This is, again, completely new Counter-Strike potentially from both teams.
Yeah, and it's definitely exciting, right? I feel like that department, like I said, it maybe is kind of like a motivation factor here, right? Dealing with a new coach, having someone new to stand behind you, it could be that motivating member of the squad that can level up these players. Because I mean, you mentioned it here. There's a lot of individuals on this side of Bet Boom, but they haven't been firing in their tip-top shape like they once were. That's the big difference maker for me. Is are we going to be able to see the individuals get back to the form that we've seen them in, really for the most part?
Yeah, I mean, you just have to remember a player like Chiron. I think that player just made an absolute impact on myself at just being, like, what an incredible individual, mechanically skilled player. And he's sitting at a 0.98 rating over the last 3 months. I mean, of course, a couple of painful losses over there across the board. But, like, if you see what these guys were able to do at international lands and see where they are now, yeah, they've fallen pretty darn far if you haven't checked it on this team. But, well, now they're trying to get themselves back in action, reassembled, and get themselves back on the grind. Because I think that's kind of, a team like this, they thrive in this situation. They've been on the grind for so darn long. This is their element, Cole. And I think this is the kind of tournament that we should see the team thrive in.
Yeah, they're no stranger to hard work here for all these individuals. So I think that's going to really benefit this squad and get them back into that shape. Because like you said, I mean, hearing that from Chiron is a bit of a shock because it's a lot of competition. They haven't been playing only a couple of officials as of recent. They've really been playing through the ringer here. And again, a lot of those fights have been up against a lot better competition than maybe some of these tier 2 teams are used to. They're kind of operating in that high octane space of kind of borderline tier 1 for some of the events that they've been attending. But now that they're back into this kind of tier 2 space with a lot of these rosters, maybe they can start to get a little bit more behind it.
All right, so let's get it. Anubis taking off here, and so is Chiron with a little bit of run boost out middle. It's going to be a speedy play. Hyped is going to need to drop that smoke and quickly because 15 seconds into the round, we're already splitting into CT spawn, basically. A one-way street here for Bet Boom as they're flying through, and even a Gush comes out here from Zorte. He spots both defenders in towards here, and Chiron will clear him out quickly. Bet Boom wasting no time on this pistol. Bombs planted.
Yeah, they're planning for CT as well. So Hype right now has to develop a bit of a flank right now. They've got so many good post plants right now all over the map. They've covered the flanker here and Freeze as well. So they're kind of encapsulated right now and getting chased. They can't even start this retake.
The molly into DT spawn. Like, are you kidding me? They're not even going to go for this goal. They're just looking for exits. Those dual Berettas are going to try and be held on to the next round. Danis, yeah, he's going to walk into one set of dualies, but freeze falls, and the armor is looking to be held on to more than anything. And that it will be for Arrow and Hyped. So this alternate attacks team, or will it? Oh, he hands this back to Siren. Anyways, with that calamity aside, alternate attacks are coming into this season completely retooled. First of all, cool run boost. But new core. I mean, what do you think about these players, Cole?
I mean, I'm excited to see alternate attacks kind of change things up. I don't know if there was like a massive need, but they did experience a lot of success with Slacks, if you remember.
Of course.
I think they even reached top 30, which was pretty cool to see. And so I think they're investing in, you know, younger individuals, getting some of those like big academy players that are a little bit proven, but also, you know, didn't quite make it when they got their move up, like players like Hype in particular.
Yeah.
And it's like, it's a good idea, right? I think going this direction is always better, but they're going to have some growing pains, I think, out of the gates.
Yeah, we'll talk about that in a little bit. Right now, the force buy from attacks is going to get handled here by Bet Boom. And so that bomb's going to get planted, no problem. Okay, so yeah, so, I mean, kind of this whole roster shuffle from alternate attacks comes off the back of Spitty announcing his retirement. Obviously, there was Slacks getting picked up by N80.
Let's go, big move.
Yeah, that was a big move.
Big move for an A.
Yeah. NA, quote unquote, as it's two North Americans, a Guatemalan, a Dane, and Slacks. So, but big news for NA. But you know, the wheels kind of came off there. They picked up Panics. He wasn't good enough for the lineup. He got benched. And more recently, they've been experimenting with a fifth. And Perks also got benched as well. So really, like,
Yeah.
going through the revolving door here for alternate attacks.
The couple of those moves are a little bit more surprising. Panics, I kind of liked watching him. I can't lie. I was a bit of a fan there when I kind of saw that he picked up the helm there. I knew it was going to be tough jobs, right? Trying to fill the shoes of Slacks, but I didn't hate it. But yeah, like you said, didn't really last too long before they went towards a more younger direction, maybe?
Yeah.
I think was the real goal.
Like, I think the difference maker here is that Hyped is a lot more of a support opper rather than a massive playmaker like I would say Panics is. Yeah,
but I also think that was almost his limitation on the time in big, because I've seen this guy get absolutely crazy in some counseling. But I think Tabson reined him in a lot, and that changed his style completely. But maybe you can get more flash out of him nowadays.
Yeah, we're gonna see this eco get mopped up. It's like the I remember there's an issue with Acor and how he was able, you know, kind of stuck in the support opera role.
Right.
I mean, kind of is. It's just like, I remember hearing in an interview that he was just like, you're just kind of stuck in that mindset where you needed to be a support opera rather than anything. Anthony gonna clean up these kills. Pepin will clean up that anti-eco.
He proved himself when he got that opportunity on Gamer Legion to say, hey, this is what happens when
I'm not throwing flashbangs the entire game, right?
Exactly. Yeah, a lot more input.
But I think Hype falls a little bit more into that category than anything, really. Not necessarily an opper. You know, too poised. And likes to kind of sit back a little bit and work with the pack. So here he is, holding things down on the B site. Siren, however, is cooking a little bit. But he's just gonna put on the pressure. Bet Boom, I've liked this mid position. It worked for them on the pistol. So here we go again. Ozek just playing some jiggle peeks here, but he could get punished instead. Chiron closing the gap quickly, and Ozek gets deleted.
Hunted. And now they're going to split towards this B side here. Oh, Sky. A tough fight ahead and immediately dealt with here. Good luck with that. AWP, a missed shot is not going to go a long way. And the repeaks offer up even worse results here as Freeze and Arrow now left. I mean, in a certain save.
How those entries from Chiron were brutal. Like, I want to get it from Hype's perspective, because he's holding some sort of off angle. He doesn't hit the immediate headshot, and he just gets deleted instantly. It's almost like in passing there for Chiron. I mean, it's just they just got diffed on the entry there, Cole. I don't know what else to say. Ozek couldn't hold on, and like Hyped just misses the shot and gets deleted.
Oh my god.
See ya later.
Still cleared. They won't get a single killer, will they? Now if he does go down, at least there's something. Alternate attacks, but yeah, I mean, this is the pace right here. Chiron diving into the fray, the quickness on Sky, he didn't stand a chance, and then Best his counterpart there, and the reward is that he gets an op to play with here that he didn't even have to buy.
We're already going to be seeing a tactical here from alternate attacks, but Bet Boom are flying in with the death ball right now, and that is the scariest part of this team. If you get caught up, there's no way you frag your way out of the situation, because Bet Boom are pretty good at clicking on you first.
They are. Sharp as can be. To start this one off, already scary.
Sorte already gets posted. Now, that's bold from Nafany, I will say. Freeze waiting on the opposite side of the smoke, but just a bit of a speed bump. He does actually keep going. Gets further inquisitive.
On notice right now. One Molotov to break them apart, but they do have some utility to counteract this. Smoke could do good work, or a dry peek. I'm not gonna give him that.
I was about to say, I wouldn't be surprised if he got both, but he comes awful close. Now Siren, though, next challenger here inside of E-Box, and Sky will pick up the off angle. Siren successful and no punish just yet. However, Freeze has begun a flank, and if that bomb plant could get denied, it could be massive hype, though, with no kill just yet. Alternate attacks, though, are looking good for it. Siren now into the 1 versus 2, and Freeze will drop in on the flank. And so alternate attacks actually pick up a bit of a half buy here.
Big time. Close that one out. A little bit of confidence, a little bit of flair. Alternate attacks looking to lift off here around earlier than they might have expected. Nafany ended up to some wild antics there, hoping that he could catch him off guard. Not the case. Still so much cash flow to go around here. Bet Boom, though.
Like the mobility there from Freeze, who activates on the flank and then drops in from canals. Just making sure that these clutch situations cannot be navigable for a player like Siren, who could certainly do it. So, Bet Boom been handed at least one back. And a fast play into E-Box. Just drive run right into Ozek and Sky. And you know, the death ball can be scary, but there's a setup awaiting them. And the entry kill just isn't there.
They were seeing some very aggressive setups here. Hype dry peeks into another Nafany dry peeks into Hype there. This time Hyped is good on the line. Bet Boom. They're starting this one out, and you could tell they're looking to scare some of these youngsters.
Yeah, a lot of
Alternate attacks
disrespect.
are punching back.
Hold on. I mean, walking through middle, arrow. Jiggle peeking with the smoke in hand. Got to get the gun out. Hyped also needs to just turn around and help out his teammates here. And he misses the shot. Oh, and he goes down. A 2 versus 5 could be likely here, Cole. Flanks developing, yes. But Zorte's, I mean, he starts to realize this is a possibility. He scopes up but misses the shot critically. Danis now for the clutch. And he couldn't hit the headshot. He's going to pick up the AWP and try and turn it back around. But another missed shot out of the AWP. And that'll be the second from alternate attacks.
Struggling on the op a little bit there, but able to recover. For alternate attacks. That's scary. Like you said, the pressure being applied, and just these are maybe some of the growing pains that I'm talking about here, where the coordination just not fully there, available for some of these members on alternate attacks, but they still get away with the retake pretty comfortably. So just scary when you put Zorte in a post plant situation. If it wasn't for Ozek's good positioning and movement, I think that could have gotten a little bit worse right there. All timeouts used here. I mean, 2 of them, rather. We are 7 rounds deep. They are checking through these timeouts.
I mean, it's stressful. A lot of these rounds are very stressful. That's what BetBoom are doing right now. And also the bomb plants. Keeping up the pressure. I mean, you just see, like, BetBoom go for all these dry fights, but you can see why as they're able to break open the B site on their own. If alternate attacks miss a shot, they're gonna get punished, and quick.
It's 100% it. The entry is looking pretty sharp. Positioning is looking very fierce. Got the good setups to back it up here. Op is going to lead the charge here for Zorte.
Post it up.
Sick. Should see the barrel at some point.
Chiron's going to swing forward. There's Zorte, though, who will clean up the double. Freeze drops in on the flank, and he can't finish what he started. There's Siren now to punish on that. Hype needs more. He needs double kills, and he's not going to find it, courtesy of Naphany. And then Siren has the headshot. Rounds that are ending so quick. Lights out for the attacks.
Still no respect given. My god. There's no way Zorte's just diving in. Looking for these duels right there, but you can see how fast he is with the zoom sensitivity. You can see how quick his scope moves. You get him in a battle op situation, he's gonna thrive in that sort of spot. See, quick flick right there to deal with the first. Tough fight for the second. Siren able to just kind of encapsulate the rest of this play.
And base is covered this time around for BetBoom. Smoke up towards middle. Where's he gonna keep? Don't keep jiggle peeking this one. Naphany walks forward. And again, just wants the dry swing, man. No respect being shown.
So long here. It would just be so good. See one flash thrown out.
So gets himself down to the canals and again is not gonna get punished. Instead, he comes away with the kill. And so BetBoom again, all these dry fights leave him in a 2 versus 5 early. Fast Counter-Strike, but punishing Counter-Strike, and here comes Freeze. Nate's out. This round's over. BetBoom trying to just crowbar their way through their opponents, but alternate attacks turn out to be a worthy foe.
Yeah, forcing a little bit of respect on their name right now. Again, you're not getting away with these plays. I wonder how long BetBoom is going to keep this up. Keep up this hyper aggression that's coming through. This no respect Counter-Strike. It's got some room when you land the entries, but and when alternate attacks start to fight back, you might have to just call it, say, all right, credit where it's due. You have to use some of this utility to take space. See if they learn their lesson.
Are we going to keep dry fighting our opponents here? Finally a util setup in play, but a boost up top. I'm wondering if this could even work. Well, I mean, the anticipation of it is very real. And some good chip damage here. Anthony again going for dry swings, but no one's there to punish. This time. This time around, he's calling for backup. Danitz is going to be here to trade, if necessary. Trying to kick off a bit of an A-site play. In the meantime, Siren, of course, just wins his head-to-head fight. But there's Hyped with the double, who puts it together. Danitz, though, starting to activate. Big flank. Freeze dead. Hyped now in some trouble. And now it's about to be met with a molly as well. Gonna force him out into an awkward angle, but doesn't matter. Hyped is starting to nail these shots. There is a 4K. And alternate attacks are revving up.
Can't deal with the op presence right there. Hyped getting away with so much work. Finally able to show his stuff. Right there. I mean, I know he started out this one a little bit clunky with some missed opportunities, but big time. That A-site defense holding off all angles and keeping alternate attacks in a good stead. As they finally forced Betboom onto a little bit of an eco here. They're going to have to call it. Use this time to knock things over here. A little bit of a breather. Peek the ecos. Oh yeah, give it a repeat, Sky.
Oh,
yeah.
boy.
I was hungry.
There is the first piece. And look at this. The AK from Nafany even gets out of E-Box, but I think that's all there is to be said. Trying to run down. Norte will get the AK, but at what cost? His life. 5 all right now. From alternate attacks. I mean, you can see the game plan from Betboom is to sacrifice a few players to get some better map control, but yeah, I think at this stage of the game it calls for a bit of attack pause.
Get that new coach involved there. Get him maybe trying to loosen things up, or maybe the opposite. Start to still some of that discipline here. That's going to be maybe required. Maybe not expected from Betboom, but getting forced to show a little bit more respect right now. So alternate attacks close that distance out to a tied scoreline. And this is on the CT side, which is pretty good. I feel like Anubis isn't as T-sided as it once was. But still be building up as much of a foundation.
We're just kind of seeing Betboom's game plan or so blow up in their face a little bit. This time around, though, you can see Nafany is gonna give himself some support as he walks on through and is gonna uppercut this Opper. Hyped goes down immediately. Arrow swings forward with the help of a flashbang and dances around the molly, but Nafany has more in middle. There's a double kill, and Arrow is now put into a world of hurt. He's about to just get backstabbed as these players fly through the A main smoke and completely disrespect. But there is a kill back from Ozek, and Sky is in position. Alternate attacks in with a chance.
Up here, they're gonna try and lurk out towards camera. Not giving the fights just yet, so already still hiding behind his smoke. They're just gonna wait this out.
Still set deployed, but it's a bit awkward. And there goes Dennis. Around the edge of the smoke, Sky can't see his opponents. And Betboom playing like little rats on that A-site. Nafany helping out, of course.
And Nafany, this is a big impact player right there. Doing so much work towards middle. He finally gets away with some of his antics. Looked a little bit silly when he dives through those smokes and walks into the... He's waiting with open arms, but... This time around, he gets away with it. Not fully anticipated there by Hyped. Some great entry work being done. Cool little utility set here to take some control towards water, and it's mission accomplished.
This time around, though, Bet Boom respecting the control a little bit, but Freeze going for the wide swings here. However, Siren with one, maybe even two back. It could be devastating, but Freeze is still tearing up middle at the moment, and Sky's gotten himself into rugs. This is going to be so unexpected, as Siren's just going to get bopped out on the steps. Sky in the back lines. He's gonna try and get hunted. Surely they're going to be able to claim this kill. Sky walking forward, instantly headshotted, and so a minute on the clock to think about this one for Bet Boom.
You have time to work with this. Iron. A tussle with this here. Freeze. Oh, it's just not good enough.
And so that leaves Arrow. 1 versus 2. Blinded up by the flash, but I don't think they're prepared for this. Danis falls. Surely Chiron has that one locked in, though. Now it's a 1 versus 1. Oh, but he's going to play with his opponent.
I feel like Hype should hear this if he runs. There it is. There's the info.
But Hype can't really do anything about it, is the problem. Or can he? Arriving into CT spawn. Safe plant for Chiron. And he's crossing in the open, but he does escape the op.
He just put himself in a great spot, though. There's a smoke, but no kit for Hype. He doesn't have a kit.
That's devastating. And he has no idea where his opponent's gone. I don't think he can realize the timing for B main. Realistically there, he might think it's E-Box or something of the sort, but as he goes to clear out, you know, Dread starts to set in. Nade to the smoke's all Chiron needs. And Hyped with now any time. Surely he just goes down to the bomb at this rate. And he might be able to flee.
Last round.
But it is the last round of the half, of course. 7-5 there for Bet Boom at the very end. Alternate attack started putting up the wall. Bet Boom are able to break it back down.
It is a nice little clutch to remind them of who they're up against there. Closing things out strong. Side of alternate attacks. That's good news, or rather Bet Boom. It's good news for them. They are able to punch forward. Again, alternate attacks throughout the half, they get a little bit of respect on their name. Giving us a good first half there, and 1xBet odds agree.
But you know what? There were, again, a lot of silver linings there from alternate attacks. If they work together, they can beat the death ball from Bet Boom. And then a couple of those rounds were, dare I say, handed over to alternate attacks. Again, the game plan from Nafany and company is to, you know, contact, walk up. We can trust in the individuals maybe to win their head-to-head and, you know, react on every other part of the map. You know, push all the buttons. But sometimes alternate attacks are able to actually push back individually there. So some risk-taking on the T side. But I think the CT end of things is where things can get a lot more deadly. Here for Bet Boom. I don't feel like charging into a site with a guy who has the capability to headshot all 5 of my teammates.
It's tough to build that sort of confidence. But yeah, I 100% agree here. This is where Bet Boom want to do some of their best work. I mean, again, talking about their like campaign over there with the RMRs, I felt like pretty exciting. To take this map off on Na'Vi, which was impressive. It still lost the series, but this was the map that they plucked off of them. So I thought confidence was going to be broken into this, but they do have that little silver lining to head into this one. If they're able to do it up against some of these individuals here, in attacks, you really have to be confident to take into this map.
See if the T side can beat, well, Chiron, really. Chiron, Siren. When Zorte gets an up, it'll be a problem. All these players on Bet Boom are so capable. So let's see it. It's going to be the walk-up. Siren feeling pretty isolated. The Jiggle Peak has to be good, and it hasn't been spotted. Arrow gets up close, and Siren's going to think about the fallback, and instead he'll hit him with the swing. First bullet headshot for Arrow, and a perfect pop flash in between. But the kills are not quite coming through. Zorte at long range will connect, but Hype just got one back. It's getting awkward on the site. Back's turn for everyone, but Hyped eventually ran down as players arrive on the scene. It's just freeze.
He did such a good job of drawing that attention away, but they weren't able to capitalize on that in time, and now he has a 1v3 clutch at hand with no armor. And without bomb as well. This job near impossible right now. They're all watching A-Main, Chiron taking that contact there, and it draws everyone's attention.
Yeah, Zorte to take first contact and deletes him on the first bullet. 8-5 there for Bet Boom. I like the callback. You just see all the reinforcements arrive. You gotta think it's good comms there.
Yeah, very quick comms. I mean, imagine you're fighting a guy mid and you just say, well, screw it. Let's give up on this guy and go and take down the two players that are on site that we know we can kind of overwhelm. Like you said, it's just really quick communication coming through here. Instant reaction comes through from Zorti and Estat, and it ends up getting the job done.
Walk forward again. This is literally the same strat. That HE could strike true. Zorte on first contact. It gets a little weird. As Siren not quite able to escape cleanly here, but Full Blind will still deal with Ozek, and the MP9s at range will cap off a man advantage, and it's just pistols that remain here, Cole. Like, that Gambit not paying off for attacks.
Freeze, though. Hey, just nailed the timing. What's going on here? Yeah, he certainly has. Sold this one hook, line, and sinker.
Turns back to middle, though. And, can't deal with
gets him.
Danis. That's so sad. But Sky might get a plant off the back of this.
Certainly will. At least a bomb plant. And a winnable clutch. And this being so low. I mean, this is certainly doable. He's going to tuck in, though. I imagine that they're just going to send the low HP bar in as a sacrifice.
Yeah, just to find that information, and Canary in the coal mine, and instant headshot right back for Chiron. And we'll deal with the clutch. But, you know, I respect alternate attacks. They make it complicated. And they could actually reconsider if they want to go for the Force in this next round.
Absolutely. I would definitely make that decision. Try and keep the force buys rolling. Try and keep the aggression going. The slow crawls up A, I've nearly worked out a couple of times. That's exactly what they do. Instant reinvestment here. Bet Boom never able to stabilize their economy. Still be lacking that utility, but they're getting away with a lot of these contact plays already. So utility hasn't been a key part of their map control.
Arrow. Oh, no. Finally dealt with on these slow walk-ups forward. Bet Boom have had enough of the shenanigans here. They're just wide-swinging everyone and hitting all the headshots.
It's a frustrating part right there where you are playing for the careful, cautious play of the CTs, the jump peak, but instead you get the wide swing here, and mid-re-aggression could be good, though. Hype. That's an easy claim right there. There's a lot more on that corner.
Oh my, and Phrase also picks up a kill. This triple mid setup, surely Sirens will not be cleared here, especially with the whiffed molly. Oh, and great spam. Like, Siren hears the shots connecting. Knows. Chiron knows. More players in the middle. Deliberately making some sound cues to lure them forward. Again, Freeze is going to activate. And Chiron will win the fight. And Siren. Oh, this is
Finally?
just a given. This is just a given.
Wow.
Hype even clears the corner, believe it or not. But the bomb down on the ground in middle. Ozek's position is null.
3 seconds. He's got to make some noise soon. Get loud about it. And have a lot of time to slow clear these angles. And back turned. Easy does it. It's so relieving to see Siren's just patience paying off after long last. So long waiting in that corner. His teammates distracting, flapping their hands. Finally, he gets his chance to strike.
I just saw Nova get purchased for a moment. We did see attack boss come through from BetBoom. And I think it's just the call to say, hey, we can lock in this map right here. We just best them in a clean round. Of course. And also, you wonder if Zorte wants to save up for an AWP. You could just go in for like an MP9 armor or some sort of light purchase. But that Gambit doesn't pay off for alternate attack is a worthy one to go for the rifle purchase in that third round, especially with your opponent's money being so low with only one player surviving. And now your luck might have just run out. We'll have to see. This kind of round is needed for alternate attacks to kickstart their engines back in the game. Let's see it.
They jump start. A little bit of a lifeline here. Smoke action to scale. Which is an interesting concept. Themselves some room to work through. So utility tossing towards mid. Very set piece. Execute style play coming through here from alternate attacks. They got a clear game plan on this half by.
And the game plan's not going to really work out here because these individuals from BetBoom are just so resilient. Siren with 2, looking for the 3rd, and he'll get it as Arrow can't connect the shots. And they get the space. But do they get the kills? Sky caught switching weapons. That's 11-5 for BetBoom on their opponent's map pick.
And it is. Boom able to close to that finish line. And as we said earlier, it's that CT side where you really got to dig deep here up against the squad. And, you know, that's a classic case of, well, we got a really cool set piece. Let's try it out here. Let's see if this half-buy strat that we, you know, have dry run a couple of times in our scrims is going to work. And we haven't been able to dry run it up against a team of Boom's caliber, but they shut that down with ease.
Yeah, I mean, BetBoom just play off-the-wall Counter-Strike, and that almost gets punished there from Nafany. You know, I think the one thing to take away from this head-to-head so far is that at least it's reps here for alternate attacks against solid teams and officials. I mean, that's the whole point of playing in these events, especially when your lineup is 5 days old. So even to put up the fight that they have already is admirable.
Absolutely. They take it here. They will take mid control. 50 seconds left, and they get hype posted up on camera. Bomb is still dropped in a really interesting spot, though. Still a little bit further back than you might like. Sky for some spam here. The timer is ticking against him here. A aggression's rolling through. Arrow, is he going to be fully prepared for the double up this late to the round?
Siren's had his number. Oh, and even as he lobs flashes forward, yeah, Nafany's... So that's the dinner bell ringing right there. Look at this from Zorte. He's going to wait inside the smoke, or at least fade inside of it with 15 seconds remaining,
Okay.
but Ozek has found him out.
They missed their molly.
And all the kills come through. Sky catches Dennis looking the wrong way. And this round's over.
They just mollied themselves off E-Box, but Sky just runs through the utility, the smoke right there, and it all comes collapsing within an instant. My God. I thought that was going to be over right there, considering that position, considering the smoke that just had been recycled towards B main, but they shake that off quickly. I mean, that's kind of a classic scenario. That's, I feel like one of the reasons, one of the biggest reasons why this map is so T-sided, or it was, is that crossfires are so easy to break apart here. Sky will cover the AWP, Siren will give him a peek, and oh, no one survives.
Okay.
No one falls, everyone hits the deck.
This is a comeback moment for alternate attacks with their opponent's money basically bottomed out. I mean, that kill from Ozek is necessary. If Zorte fades inside of that smoke with 10 seconds left, if that bomb gets dropped, it would just be, you know, chaos. So that boom gonna be put up against the ropes. They're certainly gonna get tested. As alternate attacks have been tossed a rope. Maybe they could reel themselves in. We'll see.
Surprising bit of discipline here with the economy. That Molly doesn't fully claim NAF, and he's still unable to win the duel, though. Breeze gets his gun out in time. And the execution into an empty bomb site is going to probably net them another round here, just straight up. Fighting Ghost right now.
Breeze just have to be wary about his positioning. Spots a player go up the stairs. He is very prepared. And on 15 HP. No dinner bells are ringing. And so is Ozek's AK. Sleeves Zorte. And unable to connect the headshot. Hype will fire off, and 4 rounds the difference, Cole. You know, Cole, it's possible. It is possible here for alternate attacks to kickstart something.
Absolutely. Again, a little bit more challenging when Beppu is displaying a little bit of that economic discipline there. They could have easily been caught in that trap of a force by a couple players had the money to do it. They just go for the full eco, and now they have an excellent purchase this round. AWP included in the mix there, Zorte. Not able to fully unleash this yet, but you'd imagine he will soon.
Alternate attacks playing this one with the maximum amount of patience at the moment. The definition of a slow creeping default. Boost up over the smoke. Oh, shoulder. Was it seen? They sneak underneath them. They're about to walk on through while a boost is in action. And somehow it's almost a triple, but it's a 2 for 2.
After he's past the smoke, he's gonna walk right into the op. Oh, but a missed shot, and he gets away. Gets out, but the B side is claimed. Do you want to go B though? Worth the shot here. Yeah, sure, why not? Go and make the rotate. Hum is gonna make the way towards B, so it's just hype that's left. A nice shot. He's gonna cut off one of those players before the bomb even gets planted. How they know? They know it's on this B side here. Chiron gonna keep them entertained for now, but that molly should encourage them elsewhere.
But Zorte is going to poke and prod just a little bit. But he's going to have to spend too much time clearing these angles that I think he wants to call it off.
Flank.
In the meantime, though, Hyped is trying to box him in. But not today, he says. No kits either. So no chance at a ninja defuse or anything funny like that. Instead, the kills will come through for these saving Bet Boom players. It's 8 rounds for attacks.
Right. Piece by piece, they're clawing their way back into this one. Excellent little read right there. Crawling underneath the smoke. Get away with so much. Sky sees the top of that totem pole, knocks it right down. Hype's got some fast flicks for us as well. Alternate attacks. Keep on cooking in this comeback. We have the double op picked up though. The CT side could be fun. Jiggle spotted in Nafany. He finally gets punished. Hype has been going for that play over and over again.
Oh, Zorte wants to get on this angle. He's gonna need to do so quickly, though, because alternate attacks are working. Too many parts of this map at the moment. E-Box could be potentially under threat. Chiron, as we say, needs to lock in and weather this storm.
See if
He's
the
in for a
locked-in
rough time.
factory knows him. He's the CEO of it. First shot pops off.
Right.
He is locked in. Second as well
What?
is beautiful.
No way! 3 kills from Chiron. Are you kidding
Oh.
me? Dropping off there from Hype, though. We'll be able to add to the tally, but the bomb, it needs to cross somehow.
Good
Flash
flash.
to the sky to try and get it in. It's going to be lobbed across, and Hype is going to keep rattling off shots. It puts Zorte up into the clutch, surely. Like, after that sequence from Chiron, surely. You got to do something within any will. Swings forward. 1 versus 1. He can play with the angles here. Round the sight. Hype is going to get no-scoped. Oh, my goodness. 5 op kills for Bethboom.
Oh my god. Zorte finishes it with a no-scope right there, but the absolute work done from Chiron. The locked-in factory has heard of him. That is for sure. Gets away with so much right there. Hype tries to save it. He tries to deliver in the clutch. He shows a little bit of confidence here with the swing like that off the flashbang. But Zorte with a no-scope, the presence of mind playing around those pillars. They will finally claim their 12th.
Holy. That is something else from the ops. And on the full eco, no less. The rest of the team was saving. So now, injected with cash. Bet Boom, 4 opportunities to lock in their opponent's map pick. You know, I would say that T-side was a lot about figuring out what our opponents are like. What are they actually up to? What are they trying to do? This team, 5 days old, mostly, for alternate attacks. Okay, this is what they're up to. Alright, then let's play some Counter-Strike, I suppose.
They've shown us a lot here from such a new squad, such young players. Need 4 in a row here to pull off a massive comeback.
Now, this is a tough shot to hit. But he's going to nail it as they walk into his crosshair. Great entry from Arrow, though, and a missed shot from Zorte is going to cost them just a little freeze, wide swing, and Nafany dealt with. Alternate attacks are going to reestablish themselves.
Wow. That aggression coming through there, freeze, diving in, even peeking with the bomb. Doesn't care. So much confidence put on display. And Zordy. He could only a single kill. These trades and the, I would just say the full team effort right there. Just everyone willing to commit. It's gonna lead them to a save. 2 rifles held onto, and I would say like $8 grand for Zordy. Yeah. Could toss the squad some guns. You could get a little half buy or a hero op if you want to. Still be able to afford plenty. Bet boom. Letting this one close out even further. Drops a rifle and an op.
Oh boy. Bet boom are being pushed against the wall here. Now it could end at any moment's notice. Someone finds a multi-kill. Boom. Map's done. But so far, alternate attacks have been passing a lot of the tests that Bet Boom are throwing at them. But another setup awaits. Flash through, and Sky's blind. He reveals his position as well. Drops down and just gonna get uppercutted or Goomba stomped by Chiron there, and surely that baits them back into the B play where another double setup awaits, but Zorte knocked off the angle for just a little bit, rattles off the first, and hyped. He's burning. He's trapped in a corner right now, hemmed in. Oh, but Zorte doesn't fire off, and so we're in a bit of a weird one.
Scope malfunctioned. Freeze is forward as well. Nafty looking to turn that corner. He's getting closed out upon multiple different positions. Still 1 HP, and Freeze strikes again.
1 HP? Are you serious? Freeze just holds on. And hyped. Back of the site. Misses the shot though, and that gives them entryways. Freeze gets a back turned. Hyped on 16. There's no way that attacks are going to come back into this round. Up on top of the site. Round he goes. Got to get that defuse going, but Chiron doesn't have time. There's a kid in front of him, though. There's a kid in front of him, but no time on the clock there for Chiron. He has to back away.
Everyone sacrifices their life, but Freeze, what a step up from him. I mean, just makes the unthinkable happen right there. The timing on 1 HP, 1 bullet away from death. He manages to find so much impact. And Bet Boom. That was their chance to close right there. Had it in the bag. They've just missed their chance. Their easiest opportunity. They still have to fight now. Zorte with this op. I mean, a couple of just frustrating slips. You could only imagine. The on scope right there. That's got to be a bit of a death slammer for him.
I mean, that was the map right there. Nails the shot. Boom. 1 versus, what, 4? And position known of the player. But instead, it's access into the site, and then Freeze survives on 1 HP. Alright. Fortune favors alternate attacks. Freeze, though, clearing corners. Oh, and the 5-7 from Siren. It's gonna hurt. 3 versus 5, though. It's not done yet. Into the site they go. Ozek able to clean up on an Aphany, and there's Hyped at long range. And right back into it.
They're saving. I believe. Maybe just trying to reposition. But there's just no post plants. Positioning to get back into this one. I mean, they've got everything in the palm of their hands right now.
Siren's going to be lured forward. Get underneath the scope here. Hyped, but not today. Hyped prepared. They're going to throw themselves at the wall. Give it a whirl. Perhaps. And, oh, Danis can't hit the shot. Chiron, as individually skilled as he is.
Gotta save this op, otherwise they don't have it.
Yeah, and Arrow's going to deny him that. Oh boy, last round of regulation here on Anubis Skull. Let's run it back.
So RG could go full glass cannon. That's the only option, but he elects against it. So there we go. Rifles to try and close things out. Bet Boom. While adding this brand new young core here, scrap their way all the way back to the distance. All the rounds, and hey, why not even more?
Oh boy. There's so many saving factors here for alternate attacks on this 6-round comeback. All Sorte needed to do was click. But now we're here. And alternate attacks are showing their strength. Again, passing the tests that BetBoom toss at them. Well, this is going to be a hell of a run back if attacks can do it. Honestly, I was expecting the 2-0 steamroll for a team that is less than a week old. But here we are.
Imagine some of this mental factor is kind of phasing in as well for BetBoom. We've obviously gone through the ringer these last couple of months here. I mean, since they started off with such a high peak, has been struggle to keep that form.
Yeah, absolutely. The high highs. And then as the year turns 2024, everything takes a nosedive. But they still got one more round to at least put together to dodge overtime here, and really a feeling that this game has gone on longer than it should have. BetBoom want to end that. It looks like we're hitting the gas. Hot shot taken, but no connection. And definitely don't want to retry that, but Ozek certainly does. It's walking forward, and the angle taken from Siren. It's awkward. Got to get that smoke out quick, or just go for the fight, and he goes down instantly.
Height swinging into 2 right there. What an opening gambit there for Ozek. Showing no fear in the final round of regulation like that. BetBoom, I have some lessons to learn here. You gotta show this team respect no matter what the case is. They will show up. Getting ready to execute into B.
For this exec. However, there is one defining factor. It's Nafany in middle. Oh, he's watching. Freeze has got his number. 40 seconds on the clock to pivot. They can go anywhere.
And they decide to. So much experience shown out here from this squad, covering the flank, finding that kill and rerouting. And now look who's all alone on an island here. It's Zorti versus all 5. He needs help. He needs somebody to come through, but it's not going to come through in time. It's not going to matter.
Freeze is going to push forward, though. Go down first. Sky with the trade. Hyped with the coverage. And it looked like we're going to get an overtime out of this one, Cole. There might be more pain for BetBoom further, as we're going to need extra rounds here on Anubis.
Let it slip all the way back here. No, maybe not even an exit there for Danis. He does find it eventually, but down to 5 HP to really draw this one in. His days are numbered, as is BetBoom's in regulation here. They couldn't quite close it. Another kill comes through. Maybe a little twinkle in your eye for that clutch, but nothing. Given hyped with the up, cutting off rotations, finding more impact in the closing stage. And alternate attacks, they will take it the distance here.
Oh boy. Well, they just won 7 of the last 8 rounds to pull this game back. Down 11-5. Saw a similar comeback to the previous match we just had. And perhaps an even bigger upset on the cards here for alternate attacks. To be able to steal a map from BetBoom so early into this roster could be massive. We'll have to see.
See if overtime starts to give a little bit of relief here. Zorte looking to activate with the AWP. And he just sets the tone. Frustration released as he finally is able to deliver an opening duel right there with the AWP.
Anthony. On the angle, though. Wild Blind still comes away with the kill.
It's huge. Still a 1-for-1 even. Fully blinded up. You would have thought he was done for here. Chiron takes that advantage. He knows there are people flashing mid. Pressuring, so he's going to flank all the way towards B, and this is great info gathered.
And so as the camera smoke fades, alternate attacks. Gonna be forced on into a site. Freeze being patient, but Hyped has a flashbang. Ready to escort them in. Zorte blinded up. Freeze past the line, but Siren delivers on just the one. However, Zorte now put into an awkward situation, and Sky's gonna make it so. 2 versus 2, and Sky's also playing the off angle. Hype, though, misses his shot. It's almost a double. 1 versus 1, and Sky's gonna delete Chiron. Alternate attacks take the lead.
Oh my god, nothing can stop this team right now. Alternate attacks. Absolutely crazy with these rounds. What on earth is that from Sky? Clotheslining Chiron of all players as he swings forward. And if BetBoom weren't frustrated heading into this overtime, which you know they were, that round right there to really seal it just compounds the misery.
Oh my goodness. And such a huge advantage. It just goes wrong. Obviously, there's another chance. It's just a single round, but we could say that for every single time attacks have gotten around on this comeback. Down 11-5. Not done yet. Now swinging wide, Ozek. He could have a freebie here on a Siren, and he does. Swing wide as well there from Chiron. At least frag one back, but quick trades from Sky as he comes through with another double. However, this is the bomb. This is the bomb over towards Ruggs at the moment. And Hyped, he's made so much noise about this one. Nafany's gonna go on the chase, but look at this.
There's no teammates.
He's out of teammates, though. And look at this. This is unbelievable. Nafany can just wait. He can wait forever. Hello there, Hyped. He throws down the bomb right to Nafany. A huge opportunity, a lifeline given over. Nade to the smoke, though. He delivers on another kill. The flank starts to activate as well, but Freeze has got the headshot. Nafany almost pulls it together, but it's a 2-round lead for attacks.
How do you hold your composure like that when you watch the bomb fly over your head? I would have been so nervous about the flank, but Nafany gives it a try. It just isn't enough. He had no teammates at that point. It was over. No matter how hard he fights, alternate attacks will not relent. Look at that. It's just right over his head. He just continues to play it. Near perfection. It's too hard to stop some of these individuals right now. BetBoom feeling the freight train of this new squad.
So here it is. Last round. The CT side, BetBoom. Looking for a bit of stability. But instead it's Freeze. Locked in. And is gonna get the spot on Anaphany through the smoke as it blooms.
Oh my
And he
god.
even takes the right path into CT spawn. Freeze
Like,
is
no matter
up to
what, this
no
round
good.
is just gonna be miserable here for that boom. That's gonna help. Siren. We'll offer up some relief here. Do you expect Freeze all the way in this sort of flank? I don't think you could.
It doesn't matter though, because the bomb
Oh,
unhyped.
you're right. Again.
Canists.
There
Get
it is.
flanked. It doesn't matter what
It's
happens
around.
here because that's the bomb. Well, I mean, even if that's the case though, Cole, I don't even think Hype was making it to the site with the amount of time that was remaining on the clock. All these players are just gonna go down instantly, and Bet Boom, yeah, they kind of got given that one, but they can't hope for that much longer. They've got to get more.
Oh my god. Yeah, I mean that's again a gift right there. But considering the position, the fact that you're actually staring down the barrel of losing this map is probably such a shock here. These angles. Angles are clean. Bird's eye view. Bit of a breakdown for BetBoom. At least they get themselves one to relieve alternate attacks of any sort of opportunity. Close out only one round. Right back to the drawing board here. The T-side was solid, but it also showed a lot of like disrespect, and at this point alternate attacks are way past the point of earning. They've earned their respect right now, right? So what do you do at this point?
Play normal Counter-Strike? We'll have to see. This is where Bet Boom, I think their style got the better of them on the T side. Naphany gonna get up to the same tricks again. Hype will certainly be there to punish.
Daphne felt the result of one good flash ping a couple of times in that mid-fight. Imagine if he had it right now. There's no flashes on Ennis, though. And timing is going to be huge, and he lets him walk right into him. Naphany doesn't need utility if they peek into him here. Confidence shown from alternate attacks, but it gets punished. And Arrow's leaving A.
Yeah, he's left A because he mid needs attending to, and as a result, Bomb's going to be able to make it on through pretty cleanly. And this is just going to be a CT side save as Bet Boom will strike first on the T side.
Equalizing. First time here, it feels like we got a little bit of flair on middle, a little bit of aggression. We didn't see much of it. More so it was Canals with Ozek peeking forward for the most part. Like, they came up with some good ideas for that, but not a lot of mid pressure there. And Naphany was posted up and waiting for that exact play.
So here comes the save. So it's 14-all. Striking first there for Bet Boom. Or so just a 2-for-1 in middle. And into the transition. It works. I think a couple of these rounds have been more so handed to them by alternate attacks. If, you know, you get antsy when you're in the lead, you could cough up this game and this comeback could go down the drain. This round decides who gets map point first. And guarantees themselves another OT.
Huge. Massive round right now here. Again, they got the utility, but it's avoided by Freeze. No trouble dodging out in that flash. Anthony this time sends himself into the wolves. He's got
Freeze?
once more.
Just gonna walk through the smoke.
Oh,
That's
wow.
the easiest refrags. Orte's. Alrighty then.
You said it. I mean, if you're overeager to complete the mission on this comeback, some of those small mistakes coming through. An equalizer donated. Zorty.
Yeah, a lot of question marks in that play. I'm not gonna lie, Cole. 4-on-4. Jiggle peeks from
be a-
Sky. Good flashbang to get them in. They're already gonna overrun. This site is finished. Bet boom, lightning fast on the take. Bomb to get planted. And even the flank coming through, but Siren, it's awkward. They can't really
Lots of
afford to
both, though.
face.
It's down pretty quick here. I mean, that is both individuals spotted. And
Yeah,
wow.
that Mall 8 GG. I mean, you just stand there, knife out. That's all you can do. And then there's a smoke, plus a nade. Running through here. Chiron, hey, there's another HE. And a great flick. And then a finisher from Chiron. And all the guns gone here for alternate attacks. It's Bet Boom who get map point first.
They do it. They give themselves another chance. This time to close out on the T side, which is a little bit different. You know? Maybe a little bit more of a relief here for this Bet Boom squad. But it feels like everyone on alternate attacks wants to be a hero in some of these plays. Free is definitely that. Wants to be the hero. Wants to be the one to secure. Instead does quite the opposite.
And so, we're back in it. Bet Boom, map point. Zorte creeping forward. He's fast on the draw typically. And then there's a collateral as well. He goes down to 11, but that's not enough to finish him. Huge advantage to start.
Wow. So much damage to kick things off. Hyped. Just gonna fill the void. Just going right back into it.
Anthony?
Wait, what?
Oh,
Oh,
my
wow.
goodness. Freeze, no idea what just hit him. And then the second, mid broken open. The whole map broken open. It's a 2 versus 5. They could go anywhere they'd like. Arrow. First kill's good. Second
no.
is there as well. Oh boy, this gets weird. Arrow, he needs the ace. He needs it now. And there's a chance. Down to 11 HP. But anything is possible now.
Bomb is down, but it's retrievable. Zorty grabs it and he runs away. It's a race to the B site now.
Or is it? Arrow's gonna make a lot of footsteps going back, but he
Oh.
thinks it's a fake,
Both
but
sides
he
are
needed.
faked.
The hesitation's gonna cost him here, Cole.
Bomb safely planted. 11 HP and a dream to keep his team alive. What a heroic comeback effort here. It would be a heroic round, but it's all on the back of Arrow.
So they begin to post up. Arrow has a molly and a flash. No smoke. You know the secret to success in these clutches. This is going to be difficult, and Dennis will lock it in. Bet Boom. It took a while to get it across the line, but that'll do it. 16-14 in overtime, and finally Anubis goes their way.
Alternate attacks give us something to believe in there, but I feel like we do see a little bit of the inexperience showing when they play out the overtime affairs. You could tell so many like insane plays coming through that we didn't see at all in regulation, and it does cost them in the bitter end. But honestly, again, you know, credit where it's due here for such a young team to fight back against a roster like Bet Boom like this and make it possible was pretty impressive.
Yeah, I mean, for the guys over at Alternate Attacks, however, it is a big win for them, I guess, just to start off this roster's journey to take a team like Bet Boom and push them to their limits. But, well, now that's their map pick down the drain. And coming up next, it gets even worse for this team. The map pool for Bet Boom expands even further. Map number 2 on the way. We'll be back in just a bit.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favourite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
One chance. One dream. One match. One energy. One fight. One aim. One action. One hope. One expert.
So, map number 1 gets a lot more complicated than I think it ever should have been. It's like, what, an 11-5 comeback dragged out into overtime, and it ends 16-14. But at the end of the day, Cole, it's bad news for alternate attacks as it settles in towards Bet Boom. They're up a map in the series, and as heavy underdogs and a roster that formed 5 days ago, how are you feeling about this one?
I felt like they very well could have had that one in the bag there. Again, it just felt like they wanted to get a little bit heroic there, get a little bit crazy, and some of those late plays, and it cost them so dearly in the late stages of that game in overtime, obviously. And again, that's where that inexperience is really going to shine. You won't, you don't keep up the consistency of what had been winning you so many rounds, which was really letting the side of Bet Boom kind of disrespect you and get away with it. Or punish that. It got crazy towards the tail end, and it's good to see. But you definitely saw the holes in obviously the newness and nature of the squad.
Yeah, and for Bet Boom, I think a bit of fortune went the way of alternate attacks. I think some very unfortunate moments, such as Zorte just couldn't click, and there you go. A 2 versus 4 turns into a round victory, which could have just been map over. Like, that was their punt, the way they punched their ticket out. I think it was like at 12-7 or something along those lines. Some tough scenes there for Bet Boom, and I think a team that is certainly prone to these like emotionally distraught moments for such a young team as well, who are in a bit of a slump mentally for sure, but able to at least toe the line there, and at least they're hoping for a clean closure of this series.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like now that they're on their own map pick and that they didn't really get caught in that trap of frustration that I think just compounded, it just looked like they were frustrated in the server there when they were losing some of those rounds. It felt like the clutches were constantly being won out by the set of alternate attacks. It was pretty incredible what they were getting away with. Now that we do hop into that new playing field here, the mentals have been reset and maybe even refreshed for Bet Boom. Is it going to be smooth sailing? Or are they going to show some hiccups? Because it's not like this is like a big punish pick for Bet Boom. No, this is still a pretty strong map from the little results that we have from alternate attacks. They've already played this once, and so the fact that they have got those reps already is pretty impressive.
Yeah, it's still the fact that they do have reps, but against one of the better overpass teams in the world, it's going to be pretty darn difficult. But if anything is to be said, there are players that can certainly show up. Hyped had a pretty solid map overall. Like, whenever he's holding an angle, he was hitting the shot proper. But Bet Boom, I think the same can be said about their AWPs in the server as well. And as we move on to overpass, it's pretty cliche to say that'll be pretty important. So let's go ahead and check out this pistol round. Bet Boom versus alternate attacks. Bet Boom up a map in the series and on their map pick, trying to compound the issues against some underdogs that just formed their core just a couple days ago.
See if they can do it. Again, some big hiccups. They close it out. I like that position from Sky. You can hear players dropping connector. Pretty cool spot. I saw Nine actually back in the day, but Ozek, he's got the dualies. And he's going to level out 1, but that's all he gets. Can't find the multi-kill, unfortunately, for him.
He's looking good for it. And, well, Hyped will be able to dismiss one of those dualies. Good flashes back and forth to slow down the inbound. So, Hyped, though, gets destroyed by Sorte, who's looking for extras. Freeze has no armor. One body shot will do, and there are a whole host of Bet Boom players chasing him. But he still comes away with the kill. That bomb, though, it's heading to the B site. It's going down right underneath them. And Zorte has got them beat. Siren's going to think about chilling out in heaven. But instead, just make his way to the balcony instead. And try to play off the back of this one. However, only one drop might have been heard. Doesn't matter. Siren with the wide swing, but Sky's got him locked in. We've got an odd situation for Zorte where the bomb is not really planted for him, but he got the headshots anyways. 1 versus 1 now. Zorte popping some shots off here, and Sky knows he needs to go for the kill. All Zorte needs to do is be hard to hit, and he should know that his opponent just simply doesn't have a kit, right? Gonna walk forward, fly into the site. Sky gets off of it, but no time. What a round from Zorte.
Wow. I mean, the only way that they win that is if Zorte hits those sort of shots. You could see the crossfire that alternate attacks were dealing with had so many members ready to go on that A side defense. And the only way that Zorte is able to break through that is with shots as quick as he was able to deliver. And they get the job done successfully. Most brutal double swing right there. It's when they crouch close and then uncrouch is impossible to deal with. It's already a timeout used. Already.
Huh. I mean, it's always the comms when you have a new team in the mix, trying to straighten things out, because again, very hectic situations that Boom are putting themselves into. And I should mention that their coach for alternate attacks, Zen, has been with the team for quite a bit at this rate. Like, he is an experienced coach who does have a lot of reps underneath his belt. And to be fair, has been with the alternate attacks organization for almost 3 years at this point. So he probably knows a thing or two about, you know, what good communication should look like.
Absolutely. Keep them in good stead here. They call the old MP9 jump strat. Might be one of the most used plays that I don't think I've ever seen work when I cast it.
You never see it work?
I've never seen it kill somebody. I've seen it distract. I've seen like players swing off short because of it. That's like the big move. And I think maybe alternate attacks had that plan, but I've never seen it actually land a kill.
Yeah, Cole, I see it just laser beam the first person it sees. I don't know what you're talking about. At least that's when Rops does it. I don't know how.
Well, yeah, I don't know. There's a difference. Every time I cast, it's like I've seen it work before, but never when I'm casting it. You know, it's like whenever I see teams do it, it's like, why are they doing that? And then you watch like Rops do it, and he gets away with it. And you're like, okay, I see the vision. But that definitely is like the, unless you like push short, like if you actually have a coordinated attack and like the player is just distracting, I think that's like the best route.
I see. Yeah, I think it has to do with like having a major trophy. It also, you know, increases your jumping accuracy by an extra 10%.
That little like trophy in the that you can display. That's what does it.
You get like a class buff. Like you're the jump shotter. Like the heavy as reduced spray spread, for example, or the sniper has, you know, the marksman or whatever. And then there should be one called the spy. And then get this one. I have a really cool
I feel like there's a couple players that have been double dipping in some of those classes.
Mayhaps, Cole. Mayhaps.
Like Rops is, he kind of got that spy, but also scout in him. You know what I mean? Like pick a lane, man.
I get you. I think there should be like an engineer that drops turrets as well. Just a suggestion.
deadly in the post plant.
Yeah, really strong in the post plant, but doesn't really have any other mobility options, so kind of get exposed quickly. All right, we're going to see a late retake come through from alternate attacks. 5 players flying through. And Bet Boom are going to maintain composure here. And all these guns will be lost, whether by the bullets or by the bomb. And Zorte, I'm going to say you got a blast, because you're going to go down to the bomb. But so will Sky. He doesn't escape. 3-0 for Bet Boom.
Bad idea there. It's good exit damage, and they don't bring any AKs at least, but Boom had the good reads right there. Just slow crawling the way up A. They're contacting right back at it again. They got the snake approach on that A side, which is pretty fun to watch, to be honest. I like when teams throw that into the mix every once in a while. But now we got the real deal gun rounds here. And we got an op, so you don't want to contact as much here. Gotta be forcing some discomfort and hyped.
Right now, he's not at... He hasn't even been knocked off the angle just yet. Oh, Bet Boom do love their contact walks, and gonna get another one, but Chiron just slinks into the threat angle. And that's just a bit of a mistake, straight up. Ooh. And there's another one. His hyped rattles off a second. This feels exactly like Anubis, where we're just dry fighting.
Yeah, any duels possible. Hyped is gonna love that if you keep playing like that. He's gonna eat that up. He didn't spot Ozek, but I think Ozek would have seen something. He definitely spots Snaffany now.
No trade? Not yet. Until Hyped arrives. Gets deleted. Ozek gonna get singed into a corner, but doesn't matter. And Siren's about to walk up right into Arrow, who fires off one shot, but that's all he'll get. Siren's main goal is just to take some of these guns away. Instead, he's going to go ahead and back off to spawn. And hey, that's just Hyped nailing every shot that's asked of him, and that's a triple.
Yeah, he's going to have a great time on the CT side of Overpass if they keep that up. I understand, I mean, again, they try and run it back again. I feel like maybe just trying to stack the resources of alternate.
We'll have to see. Trying to mess around with attacks. Or Bet Boom, but, you know, they get bit. So Hyped. Back around, roving, and there's Danis getting caught out. Hyped is now just, he's feeling it. He's just going for aggressive maneuvers and getting rewarded right now. But the reaction up long is fast, and Ozek did have his back to a smoke, but now he's gonna catch Snaffany just trying to walk on through it, Cole, and you know, the same thing keeps happening.
Yeah, it's like they aren't learning much lessons here. Jump speed comes through from Freeze. Here's your information. Have they not called it over? What is that? How?
What a shot.
Absolutely broken right there. Ozek. What was that? Unbelievable. But for Bet Boom, it's more of the same. I'm actually perplexed right now. Keep on attempting these A crawls here. It feels like they're trying to scrim where they just do the same thing over and over again, test how it works. Test what they can get away with, test the feeling. It's absolutely bizarre.
And I mean, it's just simple punishes, right? We're trying to like, okay, I spotted one player on this side of the map. There's an empty end on another side of the map. It's just, you know, when you see it out of context of the communications, it just looks silly. And alternate attacks more so just get handed another round where players, I mean, that's the nature of Bet Boom at the moment. It's just so many of these contact logs, and then Ozek turns around at the perfect moment for the headshot. All right, we're gonna see a speed up here. The death ball arriving from Bet Boom as Molly here onto Arrow, but just enough space to survive until he gets burned out in the open, but not punished for the fallback. And so missed opportunities here from Bet Boom. At least there's a trade back from Siren.
Something to work with here. Op recovered in Chiron's hands. He can do it. Let's see what he can get away with, though, right now is the big question. Nothing given. Not for free, at least. Gonna continue to crawl their way out A. B, rather, it feels like. Might be their best line of approach.
Yeah, Chiron has kind of got his opponents pinned. In we go. Sky will be traded out eventually. The Siren's got to do the majority of the work here. It's going to go for that plant. And just off the mark. Oh, it's half a second away from getting the digits in. And then Hype comes through with the backstab for 3 in a row from attacks.
Deal with the B rush right there pretty easily. It felt like one Molly did the trick. Separated one from the other. You said death ball. It was more like a little fist there that tried to run out swinging, but didn't have much behind it. Again, it's all separate. It's all very isolated from Bet Boom. Gotta figure out how to get on the same page here. Right the ship. Sometimes these T-side rounds, they can be hard to come by.
Yes. Oh, go down early. Every player from Bet Boom is just trying to find an isolated fight. And yeah, they're getting them, and alternate attacks are just winning these simple engagements. There goes another. And you lose increasingly more and more resources. Ozek steps forward. And Nafany does hit a Deagle headshot. And Chiron's B250 is sure something to behold. That's all there is. 4-3.
Not too much pressure. Your money's stacking up pretty high. Some of these rounds have been very light. Side of Bet Boom. This CT side becomes fierce right now. I think that alternate attacks have already proved what they're capable of. Here once before. Just in that last map. Showing how far they can take it. Got freeze on just a Deagle?
Just a USP.
It's just a USP.
I think he just dropped his gun or forgot to buy, and he's not going to get back to the buy zone in time.
Got a flashbang to pick up, though.
Oh my goodness. Freeze is going to start this round with just the USP.
A little bit of an oopsie there. But it might not be a big deal if Hype can do another one of those big plays. Make it easy for him here. Got a dry swing for him, Nafany? A matter of time. Feels like. It's jump spot. There's flashbang. Something, but oh, still flamed there. Nice trade though from Zorti. Gets him on the retreat.
Ozek will at least scoop up the AWP though, and I've seen some good things from this player before, and he's gonna put it to work. Zorte drops. Ozek, though, will get caught off by Chiron. And Freeze now blinded up. He has been armed. Flash to the sky, toss himself into the site. He's thinking about it. He's waiting. How impatient will he be? The bomb is making its way out towards long right now. Arrow. He hears Siren moving forward, and he's going to drop the bomb with 15 seconds, and a Calamity hits Bet Boom again. This round's done as well.
Oh my god, nobody able to bring him into this site right there. It's to collapse. And Chiron, there's so little time left. They could hunt him after it. They're just going to prioritize keeping their lives because they're happy that they were able to sneak that round away. That was a round where they have full control of the site. Free started out with a USP. He does get a gun in time, but he's never even needed. Bet Boom, another collapse on this T side here. As they go for a force play to reply. This is looking really rough though. I thought maybe the frustration would be a little bit redeemed, but it just feels like the same problems flaring up once again.
Here we go again. And it's going to be a lot of gas out towards short. Angle into the site, and see you later to your offer. Dennis with some fury in that peak. And a re-aggression.
At least here. Zorti has to be prepared though.
And he's going to nail the shot, and Nafany even at long range as well. And the aggressive gambit from attacks will not pay off. As Freeze will just go for one. Ozek probably has this kill locked in on the Chiron. Well, timing doesn't favor him. This streak of rounds will end because Bet Boom just will it into existence.
Finally, a little bit of relief here. Bet Boom. Entries are found. Exits might be too. Free headshot there. He'll close it out. Finish what he started. Money's still good here for the CT side, but that CT side economy can quickly fold over if you're not able to win rounds consecutively.
And it could happen here. I mean, that peak onto Hyped was just... I felt like pure frustration. I mean, it's why Bet Boom, play as they do. Because, if they get that kind of kill on the dry fight, the map gets broken wide open. It looks good when it works, but it looks bad when it doesn't. And, oh, Chiron, the fire somehow not completely extinguished. Oh, Hyped, you dare do this again? Will you get punished? Yeah, he's gonna get not traded out, somehow still stays alive, but Nafany's got that one locked in. Hyped with nowhere to run. That got awkward, and it stays that way. Freeze and Sky, and then Ozek as well, and the full collapse is in from alternate attacks. Zorte left to run through smokes here, and he will catch off Freeze. Making it happen here, giving his teammate a chance. But Sky running and gunning will find Zorte through the smoke for the 6th.
You found 2 entries. There's 2 more, and there's a flank connector. It read you like a book right there. And the whole squad waiting for you. Boom. Again. It feels like they did so much right there. Find the entries once more. Find some good trades, even if they're not as clean as you like. It should do the trick, right? But still, alternate attack so fast on the reaction. Whole squad waiting for him. Hey, what a leg shot right there. Wow.
Look at this. Look at this. He's just running him down. Hyped the USP out. Dennis is down. Now, the thing is, for Hyped, is he doesn't have anywhere to run, but Sky has got his backup. Nafany trying to swing out for the double, but there's just too many players everywhere you look. Zorte's just going to walk through a smoke, and there's no way he's getting out of that one. Alternate attacks are just all over Bet Boom right now.
Just dominating in the server. This just looks like such a better squad right now for a team that's only been together for 5 days. It just looks like they've got everything nailed down to a T. Look at this collapse here. All attention turned there. Completely flashed up. Nafany out Monster's the only one that's able to strike with anything.
Cole, start to worry a bit for this Bet Boom team. It's a lot. I just see a lot of impulsiveness. Maybe not in that particular round, because, like, Danis was almost doomed from the start. That's a nice flash and a double swing. Takedown height, but... Now, the individuals are running wild and running too wild, I'd say. Sky now as well, taking extra space with the great setup on alternate attacks, and there's just no refrag in sight. As well as all this playground control from Ozek.
Want it clear, you gotta be careful here, Dennis. Sky's something to look at. Sides are turned there. Nafany is able to find a big kill. Looking for more, but Arrow just keeps them nullified.
What?
Dennis can't
No
trade.
way! He gets the second kill and then gets out. This is just unreal. Zorte's gonna get shot in the back, and alternate attacks are ripping these rounds apart.
That just doesn't look pretty there from Bepum either. They're going to be feeling that half entirely. You know, they got outplayed. That was a single gun round manufactured. Every other one felt like there wasn't even trouble. Outside of maybe that one where they lost to time. Because they dropped the bomb in long. That was the only time it came close outside of that single gun round that they picked up here. That T side is completely nullified there outside of the pistol. Following conversion, it is pretty bleak. Alternate attacks, though, they have much on their T side. It feels like they got a great game plan. With what they've already shown us in the defense here, I imagine they've got something cooked up for us for the second half. Oh my god.
My goodness, and the news keeps getting worse and worse, Cole. It comes down to the fighter jet peak. Siren has a flashbang, but Sky immediately trades him out, and then there's a double. Zorte's got to do everything with the USP, and he is with a double, and it puts it down to Chiron. It gives him a chance. The bomb is also down inside of the pit. I should mention that. Chiron toying with the angles, but Arrow's got him beat. Alternate attacks with the pistol. This could just be a walk in the park.
Their opponent's map pick on Betboom's map pick and thinking about what could have been there if they were able to close out on Anubis. Betboom's woes. Even if, you know, they were able to pull this back, it feels like they're continuing where they still look like they're all just individuals, right? They're all just playing solo. Other than any sort of grouping, any sort of coordination. Well,
I mean,
at
this
least we
doesn't
have
really feel like a team.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This is bizarre.
And I mean, cool little party stack. I mean, don't swing with the bomb. That's the only thing you need to do to make sure this round doesn't go awry. And so the bomb's off to the B site, and we're probably going to call this one a day. Right? Get
Yeah.
the gun out, and all's going to be
Nicely done.
well.
Good molly right there, really secures the bag. I want to lose this AK if you're hyped. Iron. Doesn't. Mac 10 doesn't matter. Good off angle.
Well, well, well. And I say, Cole, I thought this was going to be a 2 single-digit map, 2-0 stomp from Betboom. Can you blame me for thinking that? But here we are, and alternate attacks are stomping Betboom on their own map pick. They might only get like a single gun round out of this map.
It feels like the squad might be holding on to some of that magic that once was. All your individuals are playing incredibly well. Right? Because they're still relying so much on individual players, but no one on this team has been really good over the past 3 months, right? It's been a pretty steep drop-off for a lot of these players. So still holding on to that style, it feels like a bit of a liability.
They're all getting handled right now. And now the 1-4 defense. This is like the real test of a round, but I think Chiron has just missed the timing. There's a backup on the way in the form of Danis, but like this angle to deal with Long is, oh, just gets destroyed. Danis tap firing with that FAMAS, not good enough. Here's a third challenger that Hyped is gonna sideline. Bomb's gonna get planted, round's over.
Oh, over. Call it. Boom off to save. Alternate attacks are coasting to the finish line right now. My God. I've just been playing so well, both with the op with the rifle. You said it earlier, but also he's been given so many good situations, right? It's a little combination of both. He's capitalizing so much on exactly how BetBoom has been playing over these last couple maps. Oh, 2 people died to bomb.
Far from the biggest of deals, though.
It's true.
3 in a row. And BetBoom, may I say, Cole, look a little boomed right now. See if that can change whatsoever. But all things said, even if they like come back into this map somehow, because again, it's not over. It is still worrying signs. No matter. Nafany gonna flash himself in front of the smoke. Just take a committed fight here. It's like it's just putting it on the line.
With that, oh, that crosser placement looked good. The jump spot right there. The great counter utility coming through. They're already past it though, and still the entry starts to flow. Arrow gives us one big one, but that might be all.
Still in it though. Still in it. And with the bomb plant,
Oh
there's
my
a chance. Ozek deletes Siren and freeze. I mean, he has nowhere to run. That's the problem. And Chiron just walks up to him and headshots him. And so Ozek now in the 1 versus 2. Swing is there. Reveals the position and now puts it to a 1 versus 1. Fake defuse. But Ozek is calling the bluff. Are you kidding me? Chiron's just going to have to run back on it and stick the defuse. Ozek only has 7 bullets to do it is the problem. And he's hoping his opponent didn't have a kit. But he does. And so BetBoom able to clutch up a 1v1.
That gives it a good try right there. Lovely attempt. It goes down swinging. It will go down. BetBoom will hang in there for a little while longer. They need something miraculous. And if you're even going to make it that far into a round, if you're going to get that consistently from alternate attacks, I feel like eventually BetBoom are going to fumble or falter. But see what sort of confidence that can re-inspire.
They get double kill out of Siren and maybe a small mistake out of Freeze. But alternate attacks still showing that they are a dangerous foe. And most importantly for BetBoom, there is still no AWP on this CT end. Probably won't even get the chance. Things continue the way they are. It's a contact walk monster is the call. Flashbang through. Trying to jump scare onto the site, but Zorte back pillar finds a double. And alternate attacks have been stifled.
It was flying towards Zorti as maybe a bit of a reward for his hard work. Great preparedness. He was the only one playing anti-flash. The rest of his squad was blinded up here, but Hype, he's going to look to put him back into this one. Any mistakes given? Overextension. Anyone want to give him a peek? We'll look-see into the round.
Sorte's thinking about it.
Or make it out.
One's gonna swing him. At least just yet. It's like, when? When is the answer? Start to get impatient. Now walking through the smoke though, Freeze tries to nail the timing, but it's the only way they can realistically win this kind of round. And with that not giving, an arrow just slaughtered through the smoke. Knife is off to save, and that's 6 rounds for Bet Boom. Dare I say, Cole, we're not done yet.
We're not. A dang CT side of overpass. Give you so much. So trying to figure out a way to close here, still a tough task. Again, I even like the idea though. Flash play out towards that B bomb site. Unfortunately, they met the worst end of Zorti, and he's able to put that one down. Tough to recover.
Where have I seen this 11-5 scoreline before? Oh wait, maybe it was from map number 1. That got dragged into overtime. There is a slim chance. But it's not impossible. You know, alternate attacks still have to put effort to win these rounds. I thought that Bet Boom might be prepared to roll over and take the L, but not yet.
It's in the same boat. I'll hang in there for a little while longer. Mental in a good spot's going to be key, though, so continuing to flow with these rounds. So of the utmost importance, and Hype's going to look to make that difficult here. He's trying to lead the pack with this AWP, and you like that. Facilitate the rest of the pistols into this round in some form or fashion. Get them involved.
So wide swing. Oh no. It's supposed to be just pistols. It's supposed to be an easy conversion. They're getting a lot of ground right now. But that is all they're getting. Ground and not quite the kills because Siren is still very much in the server. Suddenly a 4-round deficit does not seem that far, Cole.
No, it doesn't. Not on the CT side of overpass, that's for sure. Again, alternate attacks have given us so many good looks on gun rounds where I still have faith that they should be able to figure out a way to win 2 rounds, but last thing you want is a little bit of momentum here for Bat Boom to give him that confidence that I said was clearly lacking in that first half.
Siren is also showing himself to be very much alive and kicking. Those shots. You know, Bet Boom is a team that the wheels can come off easy, but also at the same time lock in quickly. A very emotional team. And hey, if it's some good vibes, honestly, this game can go anywhere. Zorte sees parties clear. And Meantime, we have some jump peeking here from Nafany. This could get weird as he needs to drop down, get his gun out, and he does, but just for the one. Then Danis follows up, however, and the dry run does not work for attacks.
And now we're talking about just a save?
Has to
The
be.
A-Lurks, they don't get much rolling for them. Just a duo on that B side. It felt like a really good call. You have distractions coming through. Oh, okay. No harm, no foul.
Okay. Yep.
Sure.
You know what? Sure. You can live. That's fine. But
Give you
to your point, yeah, I agree. It was a good call from alternate attacks. And if Nafany, didn't get his gun out in time, then that's a site that just broken open. Danis couldn't hold on for more than 2 there.
Yeah, and you think maybe you want an extra player there to help out the trading, but also, if you had that extra player, would you have had the same threat on that A side is the other question here. Boom. Continue their fight there. Danis helping out big time with the multi-kill. Alternate attacks still have one more timeout left, but have just chewed through another.
And so, time is burning here for alternate attacks. Right now, 4 rounds in a row from Bet Boom. The irony that could beset us all as it could be Bet Boom who makes the run back. Dare it go into overtime as well. And alternate attacks are, to be honest, Cole, at a bit of a crossroads when it comes to what they want to do. Because Hype has no cash, Freeze is holding on to a Galil armor and a smoke. Believe it or not, Cole, Freeze would have rather went down because the equipment he holds is less than the loss bonus he's making. So, alternate attacks are they are losing ground quickly, and I think no matter what happens at the end of this as well, it's Bet Boom who have at least some foundation underneath their feet, even though they were running into awkward scenes at the start of this game as they were down 10-4.
They got put through a tough comeback in the first map, but might be able to complete one in the second as well. Obviously still a little bit of concern here for the consistency in which they can get away with these runs, but again, things start to flow. I feel like that's where this can get out of control just a little bit. It dies on the confidence here of these individuals, these players. They close the distance to 3 rounds now.
It's a full force back. Look at this. It's just Galils and a total of 3 grenades across the entire team. Yeah, this is grim scenes, and unfortunate for alternate attacks, they're able to pass the first test. Hyped. Siren's down.
Big pick right there, but Sorte wants to even out the odds. I get a chance
Searching.
to. Oh, just a leg shot.
That wasn't even a leg shot, Cole. It went through the edge of the playground. I mean, it's unfortunate that favors alternate attacks here, that they hold on to their advantage and their AWPer. How could this be? We're going to see a run boost out long. Zorte could be in some serious trouble. make some noise, moving up as well. Hype is holding it, or was he not ready for the swing there from Zorte? Closing in the gap, however, the smoke saves him for a little bit, but he misses the flick.
And advantage doesn't linger. The equalizer, rather.
30 seconds.
They've got to make a move here. A is still vulnerable, though. It is the right option right now.
But just guns. No utility on the play. It's a contact walk. Starting to sprint up. Danis needs to help out Chiron here. A perfect flashbang, but it's not enough. Needs the kills here, and they're not coming through. Ozek somehow survives. Bomb getting planted with a second to spare. And we're looking at map point for alternate attacks with 3 grenades.
After he has to save it, he's going to give it a try. Wait a second. Back's turned. That's a big pick. Easy one. Not the second, though. Arrow. We'll put that to rest quickly, and they finally get it done. They find themselves 12. My God, just so little tools right there, but the entries, enough. Ozek delivers there off of Hype's start. They find themselves map point to take it to a third.
Like, how is the question that how do they do it? They just bought up Galil's. They had 3 grenades across the entire team. Chiron missed the opportunity to double kill. And somehow Ozek is the player with the multi instead. Alternate attacks just heaving themselves through these rounds. And BetBoom, they have no more breathing space. It's overtime. Or we need a decider, and it's looking like the latter as Hype opens up onto Zorte. That op drops. Flashbang into short. Instead, it's just a team flash. And nothing to be seen here. In fact, Hype's just going to walk through the smoke, though, and... well, not going to be anticipating that boost.
Opportunity here opened up here. Naffinate just catches a little glimpse, but it's not enough to land the shot. Flashbang will force him off. He's going back, though, double dipping.
As he should. He sees a shadow as well fall back. And maybe that can call in some extra support. Chiron to hold the off angle. And clearing out from Bath, but he fires off instead of committing to the kill. Worried about giving up the fight, and instead has to drop all the way back. And hold out from the corner. Smoke it towards front long. It seems like this position's fairly known. Doesn't matter. Chiron has better pre-fire. Or does he? Freeze! Comes through with a double kill. It's a 1 versus 1 right now. How has it fallen into this? It's a 2 versus 4. And potentially a map win here. Sky, new pickup here. Been on this roster for 5 days. Walking up. Does Naffinee see it? Naffinee doesn't see his barrel. Walking up on top of the site. Hello there. There's the map. 13-8 here for alternate attacks. We need a third.
You kidding me right there. So much depth shown out here from alternate attacks. Back-to-back opening picks coming through from Hyped. Late into this one as well. And they will get the job done. It takes them a little bit of a fight, but it's all completed.
Yeah, what an unbelievable set of circumstances that we find ourselves in. Again, I talk about it coming into this game. I think it's going to be 2 single-digit maps. We're done to 0. Early day out. Alternate attacks drag BetBoom into the mud, though, here with the win on Overpass, as dominant as it was. The individuals, of course, their alternate attacks are stepping up, where BetBoom falter. You know, the punishes are there every single time, and I think that's why they deserve this map.
Yeah, absolutely. It's an incredible result here. They nearly did it on Anubis, but they give themselves that second chance. They give themselves that opportunity to close out this series in a 3-map affair. And credit where it's due for a team that's so new. They look like they're well drilled.
Yeah, well, we have a third map coming up, Ancient, and somehow BetBoom have to pick themselves back up. A very emotional team. They could be down in the doldrums. We'll have to see after a short one.
1xBet and Eva Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva. Very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move. One push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
And so, shock to the series here as alternate attacks are able to drag us to a third map of Ancient Goal. How did we get here?
I mean, as we were mentioning, I feel like we've been kind of harping a little bit on BetBoom and the kind of individualistic way that they've been playing. But on the other end of things here, you got to give so much credit. I feel like the complete opposite is true here for alternate attacks. We've seen a lot of coordinated efforts. That CT side of Overpass was an absolute clinic coming through from them. They showed no signs of worry. They had great collapses and didn't lose too many gun rounds. And so, I feel like we're seeing a story of two separate teams with two very separate ideas. And I feel like over the grand scheme of the series, we've seen alternate attacks kind of prevail.
Yeah, I think they certainly have as well. I think a lot of their macro game has also just been solid. They've found these 2-for-1 fights at every turn, and BetBoom's individualistic style has actually worked against them in a lot of it. We saw a lot of moments where someone's just going for an individual swing, they meet a setup, and that's it.
Yeah, 100% agree with you. Either that or they meet some sort of coordinated aggression. And if you're BetBoom, it doesn't matter how good the individuals are. We've seen it work out for you every once in a while. But do we care when, over the grand scheme of the series, it has been a little bit shaky and the game plan hasn't worked and we haven't seen the adjustments, right? I think that's the big key here is little flashes of success here for BetBoom, but over the grand scheme of things, alternate attacks have been working way better. And, yeah, I mean, again, we'll see if anything changes on Ancient, but I don't think it's going to, really.
Yeah, I mean, massive credit to the Greek freak in Ozek over there for alternate attacks. I think he is one of the only Greek Counter-Strike players, playing at a high level at the current moment, and he's doing it. But BetBoom will go ahead and pick up that.
Quite some time as well. He's been playing with this roster for a little while. Because I remember the first time I casted him on this squad.
Yeah.
I was out of the gates really impressed with what I would say is just a player that takes a lot of initiative in general.
Yeah, right. I mean, he's been on alternate attacks, coming up on 3 years now. Just into his third year with the team. And now he's, Arrow in his first few days is going to try and put in some work. Azorte, there's a team kill in the mix, but he's going to make up for it with a total of 4 kills on the round, if you want to put it that way. Sky suddenly in a 1v2, but in a very winnable one at that. But Danis has gotten him beat in towards Temple. So if he thinks about planting that bomb a tad too early, there could be problems. Danis will drop out. However, move on into the site and then swing Sky with a headshot. BetBoom with the pistol.
It's a done right there. BetBoom start things off. Orti on the pins. That's one of his classic strong suits here. Is that he can do so much with just the USPs. He's strong enough to take his teammate down there, but still save the round in a big way.
Yep. I mean, BetBoom and pistol rounds, with the team as individually strong as they are, they have got to be winning these. Away they go. So just Glocks here for attacks. That actually makes me want to check in on the pistol round win rate for BetBoom, because just in theory, a team like them should have an exceptionally high pistol round win rate. Because I'll tell you what, Cole, their win percentage after getting the first kill is awful low. Comparatively
felt
speaking, of course.
Yeah. I mean, so far, they have had a lot of that pistol success. This series hasn't really translated. This time, though, they should have an easier one.
Uh-oh.
It's not a bad trade. Did it pretty quick there from Arrow. Not too much damage done either, so. Already a cheeky little 1-for-1. Ollie?
See at the moment as things still get awkward, but able to finally pass the test there. Not that big of a problem. So there you have it. Betboom able to get the pistol plus the conversion. But now we're looking at towards alternate attacks. I want to see what style they bring to the table. They've been more on the slow and methodical side. But honestly, when I think of Betboom, I think of a map like Ancient that they can really thrive off of.
Yeah, I mean, especially on the CT side, I think I guess it's. Oh, I'll hold that thought there. They're already up towards A. This is a crazy call coming through from alternate attacks to just barrel it towards that A side as soon as possible, and it might work for a bomb plant, but that's a tough ask here still. Numbers being punched in, spam not connected, so we'll start the post plant at least.
Is a post plant what they want? We'll have to find out. Nafany, the only player with the kit. Alternate attacks, though, in very awkward positions. The only piece of control they truly have is Temple. And it's hard to call that control. But Chiron about to be walking into, well, the Bermuda Triangle if he continues forward. But he's going to play off of his teammates instead. Hype back a triple, but that leaves Chiron for a double kill. Smoke on the bomb. Defuse starting up. Hype! Sky! Not going to be enough to stop that defuse. An excellent effort. But Betboom will scrape away with a retake.
Just about able to claim it right there. Dealing with it. And it's still a scary position. Alternate attacks all out on this A play here. It doesn't work out for them in the end, but they do a lot of damage. They put a real scare on them. Was nearly enough.
Sky almost puts it together, though. Look at that. Spray control's good, but just didn't have enough bullets in the chamber. Make it happen. Aggressive stance here from Betboom. Coordinated swing. Running down. Almost the double kill for Ozek, though. Finds a headshot through his opponent. I'm going to swing past the smoke. Bold plays here from alternate attacks. And Sky will be getting a bomb plant uncontested. But where is he going to fall back to is the question. Going to try and slink away towards A main. Instead, swing spawn. Nafany will sideline him. That leaves Freeze bottom middle. And very far away from the plays. Smoke defuse should just be in order. Taking their sweet time about this one. May I say, smoke onto the bomb, though, should be enough, and... Dan is... Guys, someone has got to defuse this. Somebody has got to defuse this! Time's running low here for Nafany. Hold on to your hats! He's gonna get it, but... 3 HP and almost hang over a 1 versus 3 is a little too much for me to handle, Cole.
What is the breakdown there? Why is no one sticking the bomb? He's stuck in donut. I guess the player didn't want to... Whoever didn't have the kit didn't want to do the 10-second stick, but it's so bizarre. It's so winnable right there for alternate attacks. Couldn't close it out, though, but... Again, it is so incredibly close. It was so winnable. Going fast A again.
Yep, here we go. Blasting off. Siren, drop a molly. Smoke is going to delay just a little bit. Turn the flashes. Hope and pray. And Arrow will actually get this entry kill. And now the off on the site just feels non sequitur right now. It should be a rifle there, but Dorte with the quick scope and Hype holding the angle with an op. And he nails another shot. Big bomb plant works out. And then Nafany just goes down with a bullet to the back of the head. Danis Just playing around the smoke. Ozek waiting for exactly this. And there should be nothing to be said, but he turns around. The timing is immaculate for Dennis. But he is surrounded on all sides. And there's just nowhere to run. Turns around and meets Freeze. That's the first round for alternate attacks.
To finally secure it. I mean, they did so much of that hard work. In so many of these rounds. Finally, it goes their way. And again, to just talk about a little bit of the difference between these two teams, it feels like... Look at the flashes that come through here to help out this play from Arrow. So much utility. No mistake in the covering for the post plant, for the bomb planter right there. Definitely can see a clear distinction here. That was a collateral? He wants the both.
And it's going to be the double kill. Hyped is on lock right now. And there's another. Just 3 kills. T-side opping versus a full force buy. Oh, yeah, make it a 4th. Hyped is on for the ace. He's even dropping the op behind him. He's going for it. And, I mean, Arrow's going to box in Sky here. Come on, go get your ace.
He's going to be that teammate that runs in backwards to try and find Siren.
He's coming in towards Donut. I mean, if he walks forward, he's walking into Hyped.
Come on, now.
Do it. Oh, there you go. Arrow's got the spot in. Escort in the play. No! Come on, man. No ace for Sky.
Gotta pay the alert tax.
You know, he does sit there and just stare into a wall for a minute around.
If you get a chance to give that guy some action, you got to. An alert can be a brutal job. A thankless job. In the meantime, though, Hyped. This is the sort of plays you love to see from him. Which is, honestly, some of the stuff, like, again, that's, like, more so the Academy version of Hype that I love. The Arrow. He feels the pressure, and then he doesn't harm the ecos instead. Just runs away.
You know, there are top 5, you know, worst jobs in the world. You know, like a Bering Sea crab fisherman, sewer inspector, and then a A-site ancient lurk. And also goes up there.
Did you see that one guy that jumped into it was like a fishing boat full of crabs. But it had like a little like water zip area inside the boat where the crabs would kind of chill so they'd stay fresh. And he jumped into it. And it, I mean, he jumped into it for a second and then they recorded it after he got out and all the crabs like floated to the surface to try and get him. It was crazy.
Holy cow. What? Why would you do that to yourself?
The joke was that the boss gave him all the money in his wallet. Which is a massive risk because you're on a boat. I imagine you've been out there for a little while. And I imagine you don't carry a lot of cash on you.
You did it for nothing. Or, you know, you could just be an A-side lurk. And, you know, get dropped down to 25 HP early on. Into this A-side execute. Poor old Arrow is just going to be sent to the wolves. And Chiron comes away with 2. Tons of damage on the inbound. And alternate attacks still have yet to find a way to get that bomb planted. Fake plant. It's going to come through. Siren, patient, but Sky does not care about that. Headshot deleted. Hyped. Scopes up and just can't miss right now. Zorte. This is looking like a winnable round. Beppoon were up 3v4 and they're all on the floor now. What happened?
This looks sickening coming through so many different exchanges. Hype so prepared. They never rushed to plant the bomb either, and like you said, it looked a little bit winnable there for Beppoon. There's just no work in this. Freeze is so effective on some of these lurks. Hype has been too strong with his AWP, and Sky delivers on some crucial trading. And those guns get out consistently. They finally break the crazy clutches that BetBoom have been barely winning. And once they do break that, they don't look back.
And this game just gets more and more interesting, Goal. So, Alternate Attacks answer back with 4 in a row. Players, their money is already up to 10K. And they're pulling back man advantage after man advantage. I mean, nice shot there from Sky. You can't blame that, but every aspect of Alternate Attacks is finding impact. We're blasting up the short side at the moment. Norte spotted. An arrow is just going to get underneath the barrel here. Off angle. And what a shot. Just deleted there. And the shadow spotted on the next. Kyron will still get the kill. But the damage has been done.
Out of it here. Nice. Volleyed out. Said a fighting forward falls back. Falls for a retreat here. More pressure put on this B side, but these 5-7s up close can be deadly.
Oh, and even Nafany getting wall bang down to 26. I mean, there's just nowhere to stand. Odzek smashes Danit, and now just Nafany back of the site. I mean, hoping and praying, but his barrel spotted, and 5 in a row here from Alternate Attacks. This game has just been non-stop streaks of rounds. There's never been any back and forth. It's one team who's winning 5 in a row, another team five back, and then suddenly it's Alternate Attacks with like 10 of the last like 11 to win the map or something like that.
Yeah, the back and forth is evident, but really, I mean, again, it felt like BetBoom were winning clutches by the skin of their teeth, and eventually it was going to be toppled. Alternate Attacks have done it. And it feels like they have just such a great formula for consistency as well. On a kind of anti-half buy, they're throwing pop flashes to exit out of cave and get that success onto the site. They're spamming so that they don't fall victim to these pistols up close. The coordination is still just present in the server for Alternate Attacks, and it's going to win them this game unless BetBoom can, again, level up their individual front. And that's just always a big question.
And here we go. And again, on the individual front, it might just be Alternate Attacks.
Oh my god. Oh. It might just be. What was that from Arrow?
The fury of an A-Lurk, Cole. Years upon years of hatred and agony just building up and boiling over right now. Alternate Attacks. Vicious shots being landed here. It's just Danis. Freeze just gonna walk through a smoke. Want him to be picked up, and this round was over in 30 seconds. And there's nowhere to run for Danis. There is nowhere to hide. Hype's gonna nail the flick to back it up as well. Oh boy. Oh my goodness. What has happened?
Unbelievable. What a sequence from Arrow. Like you said, just pure fury in the round. And it will be dominant. Hype's all being dominant. just having themselves a ball in the server right now.
Like,
Collapse comes through. This is coordinated here from BetBoom.
oh, what is happening?
Ready attack.
Look where Nafany is right now. He's gonna walk through this smoke, and I mean the chaos is enough, but it's not gonna guarantee win this round just yet. Arrow is gonna walk through the smoke. He's gonna try and collect. So now he returns back in, right into Nafany, and that's the round. 5-6.
That was the most coordinated we've seen BetBoom on this defense entirely. Maybe outside of the pistol. They had some unity in the pistol right there. But that was a team playing together to take map control. They all fight for that B side lane. They fight up cave, they fight down ramp, and it works. It works out. Imagine that. See if they can... Oh, there's more of that magic here for the last round of the half here. Okay. There you go. Everyone will win his duel. And more.
Iron's had enough. And so we're looking at 6-all. The way this one stays. And Hyped can't necessarily walk too far forward or else Zorte's got him. But, oh, Freeze had enough as well. Chiron caught pulling pins. He says, my turn to swing. But Hyped eventually does fall as Zorte gets on the angle. And Ozek, well, has just nailed an excellent timing. I mean, it goes back to back. But Dennis, he goes for the swing, which is just absolutely bold. And, well, Freeze will punish. He needs to nail this shot on Anafany, and he's surely just going to hand his back over to him, right? Not going to clear the corner. Planting out in the open. And that'll make 6-all, but I would say tentative stuff here from BetBoom.
They close out strong, at least. They are hopping into their T side, which I'm just not so certain about. It's been a struggle. Alternate attacks have gained the favorites here at 1xBet, which is good news for them. I think I understand why here. But again, we'll see what BetBoom can bring. Might have something especially here planned up for their T side. The Ancient to try and finish the job strong.
And so, BetBoom, just around success so far. The series has been with them. And flashing, hopping around to the site, taking deep back lanes control. And Nafany starts to handle the flanking players and even spamming the smoke. BetBoom knows what's up. Oh, but, you know, one thing to know, the next thing is to execute upon that. Chiron holding a very nice off angle will get a gush on the way in and then complete a couple of these kills. This round will settle in the favorite's favor. Some 6 shots from Chiron. We're going to need to see a lot more of that to avoid this upset.
Absolutely. Pistols have just been constant, ever present in this series for BetBoom. It's been their strong suit. Good news flowing in their direction.
How does he even hit that headshot? I don't really know, Cole.
Just be skilled.
Just... Thank you, Cole. I will take that advice and use that in my everyday.
Aim higher.
That is one of the hardest quotes in Counter-Strike history.
Sometimes I feel like that's all you can really say is just aim.
Okay, so we got 5 players here on the site. Like, there's a world. There's a small world. Very small world. But it's not going to happen here. Not in this dimension, but in certain other dimensions it did happen. You know what I mean. 8-6. Yeah.
What did it look like?
What do you think it looked like, Cole? They lost the round, but they didn't here.
Is it disaster?
Calamitous, perhaps? Yeah, Cole. I'm not gonna dive into my multi-dimensional theories here.
You were about the Doctor Strange. There's only one possibility that we win this.
1 in
1 million.
14 million or something like that. I don't know what the
Can't remember the number. Yeah.
the deal was.
This is 5 out of 6 pistols won for Bet Boom though. In this series overall. It's pretty impressive numbers right there. That sort of consistency.
Honestly, I
Translating to
think
the
it's
rifles.
I think it's more of a an impressive factor for alternate attacks that they've kept it this close.
Yeah. You're kidding. And hanging in there despite struggling in that department. Kept it very close here, but look at these positions. These are really strong for Bepboom, and waiting perfectly. Oh, but the counter utility just nullifies it so quickly, and Nafany's not in a position to trade, instead diving out into the fray.
What is this? Nafany's in the backlines, though. It might not matter, however. They need to get the kills. They need to plant the bomb. Nafany will get at least the frag and a hyped, but his teammate in Chiron is so far removed in middle, and he has to cede all of that space. That bomb needs to get planted somehow.
Czar here. At least they've separated the defense to split up 2-2. They're 1-1. Arrow's going for a big flank here. Meanwhile, Ozek has to cover so many bases right now.
15 seconds. 15 seconds. Someone's got to get their hands busy with the bomb and quick. And it's not going to be Nafany. Now 10 seconds remain here for Chiron to scramble, pick up the bomb, try to get it planted. Is Ozek just going to run him down? He will! And he gets the bomb planted, but at what cost? Alternate attacks continue these gun rounds.
Again, there's just more credit here to alternate attacks. That flashbang to start things off right there. As I said, the space was really good. They had some excellent map control. Nafany was in cave. But this is what it all kicks off with right there. And you're kind of expecting a trade to come through from Nafany, but he just wasn't able to arrive on the scene in time. Ozek puts that one to bed.
I mean, Ozek has by far been the sharpest player here for alternate attacks, hitting the most difficult shots so far. Stays high on impact, but you know, freeze and oh, Nafany.
Wow.
He's getting away with things that he shouldn't be. And that's where the wheels can come off here for alternate attacks. And look at this. Oh my goodness. Ships in the night. Freeze has just nailed the flank. But Chiron will get the kill in the middle as a result. And this trade will come through. Chiron did have a chance to fire. But Bet Boom are going to extend their lead and pick up where they left off. This upset is not set in stone yet.
This is a bit scary. Nafany's getting away with so many crazy antics here. Over and over again.
Yeah, I would say it's a bit of the experience as well, just playing within the setups. Kind of knows what he's able to get away with around the edges of these smokes.
Terrorists win.
Especially against maybe a more inexperienced unit like alternate attacks. Nafany thinks he can push a couple buttons, and he does so just simply walking through a smoke. Getting around the edge of that inside a cave. No one would ever do that. Until someone does.
Get away with some of these things here, but you're going to have to fight a little bit harder here. Boomar delivering on this T side. One round. 8 stack.
Ow.
Just one, actually. Yeah, make it a second. And that finishes Ozek. There goes your boost.
Perfect nades. You'd love to see that. You really do. Double nade for the boost. Understanding the wind conditions there. Oh, but it's not done yet. Freeze has just got a clean kill on a Chiron without taking hardly a single point of damage, and he comes away with a second. Now the USP does get sidelined, but like there's still more action to be had here. Nafany, though, holds the smoke. It is hyped, though, and he's AWP. That remain, and he puts it into a 1v1. What is going on here? Oh my gosh, and does Hype realize this? There's a smoke to be deployed. Nafany was going to escape. He's going to pick up the bomb. And Hype just hears the fallback. Is he going to chase him? Hyped knows.
She's going to
There's
post,
no
no
way.
shot.
He sees him. Back turn, and Hyped has the 1 versus 3. We are getting dragged right back into it.
Oh, man, they're back and forth. But what is most critical right there is the pure frustration of letting that round slip. What felt unlosable. But you cannot give Hype these duels, these freebies. Walking up like that. This is how the round starts out for him as well. Just taking 2 HEs and getting knocked off the perch. Freeze answers back. They dive through a smoke in the 1v3. Is absolutely shut down. As we said, this has been a real game of emotions, a real game of momentum. And that be off the back of a pause here. You know, something to pull things back.
I mean, how do you keep picking yourself back up from this kind of round loss, man? I mean, that's not just a man advantage. It's a man advantage versus pistols. Only threat was the... All you had to do. The mission was just...
Have the A play coming through here. See if they can avoid the op this time around. Utility already tossed in there. Counter flash comes through, but it's only 1 kill. Freeze has to fall back. Has to retreat, has to run away. Play this one a little bit more safe and sound. Now bomb being planted, and the spam just not connecting. So back and forth could continue here now in this 4v4.
So we'll have to see. 4 versus 4. Decide an upset. Flashbang is perfection, though, but not good enough to beat off Chiron. He gets taken down. Eventually, though, and then there's Danis up top. 2 versus 2. Danis now gets another kill in the mix, and BetBoom will finally hold on to a retake. It has taken a long time before we can say that they won a confident round, and we're going to go back and forth.
Yeah, but I mean, the CT side, we always know, can never keep up with that back and forth. They can never keep that consistency going. Their economy just simply will not allow it. So we're going to talk about a fully USP eco and BetBoom coasting to an 11th here, most likely. Unless we live in one of those unlikely worlds you were talking about.
It can happen. And here we go. The wide swing is handled. And this round's done. Finally, BetBoom gonna be able to extend. 11-8. And is the pain and suffering for this team over? Are they finally gonna close out this series as they should? Again, on paper, it should have been a dominant 2-0. But here we lie.
Attacks checking through these timeouts. Yeah, they know a lot of pressure on their shoulders here. But Boom are winning these T-side gun rounds. It's no longer overpass. They're no longer dry swinging into you. I've seen a lot more coordination coming through in the late stages of this game. Even if it's a bit off spawn calls. You know, 5 players running out A. It feels like it's so much more likely to win for Bet Boom than when they all default and go for these like crazy plays. But even those have been working there. Nafany diving through cave smokes, catching players off guard. It forces just so much confusion and alternate attacks.
As Bet Boom's style finally panned out for them. Alternate attacks have their own wrench to throw into the system. Siren. Between the different angles. And he's going to swing back in, but Freeze nails the timing. And as it stands, there we have a 4 versus 5. Sky, jiggle peeking. That smoke just a tad too late. He's going to have to drop more shallow. And even the wall banks nearly finish him off.
Panicking these rotations here. We even venture to call it an over rotation depending on where Bet Boom move and how quickly. The control's being reclaimed effectively, so maybe it's all for the best right now. Nafany can't hold the line. No, team kill comes through at least. A little bit of grace there.
Hyped. He gets on the angle, but did he hear the drop is the question. I don't think he did. Walks back, or I say that as he comes through to clear. 30 seconds on the clock and a 2 versus 4. All Hype needs to do is nail the shot, but he's let one go past. Turning the flash. Freeze, though, flying through. Zorte with knife in hand. And Arrow's gonna lock that one in. Alternate attacks are not done yet.
Not enough players to trade things out right there. Good idea from alternate attacks to just dive through that smoke. They're the ones showing a little bit of lack of respect here. And still holding that confidence. Such a close game. There's absolutely no telling who's going to close this one out right now. Between the back and forth, where we've seen those big swing of momentums, this second half has been anything but big swings. Now we got a fast ramp play there. They're rushing into B.
Flying through the site. Chiron. First kill's good on a Hype. 4 versus 5 and boost up top. But Sky does not see anything. Well, then he does. Siren leaps forward and jumps into his jaws. Dorte, does he have one back? Though he does. In the corner. Arrow walks in unsuspecting. I'll make it a 3 versus 3. Nafany gonna try and buy him some space, but he loses some health. Then comes Chiron, though, and it just leaves Freeze. 55 HP, but he's got the wall bangs, but there's no kit, and therefore no time. Bet Boom will have series point.
Oh, man. Freeze makes you believe for a split second right there as he fades away. Like you said, no kit, no time, no chance here. And this will go down to the bomb. But look at this round here. Bet Boom, their best chances to close right now. We got 2 FAMASas. And likely just a couple pistol upgrades here and there. But it is going to be lacking in the firepower department. And that's just to close. This is your big opportunity right now to maybe show some struggles here, but still finish the series.
But it's not. Again, it's never over, or maybe it is. That entry from Zorte is massive. That puts Freeze in such an awkward position. And he'll get the 1, but shoulder spotted by Siren. Nafany to walk up, but Sky is prepared for this. Like, he'll spin around just in time. There's a small chance. Can alternate attacks continue the dream? It's not looking likely now, as Bet Boom will avoid a catastrophe Still, a very shaky series here overall, Cole. But at the end of the day, it's a win in the column.
They do need a win. That is all that they need here. Again, there are a lot of things to nail down, and hopefully this can be taken, if you're Railway, and identify it as a great opportunity to start landing some adjustments and patching some of those holes. But it's a win to start off your campaign here in the RES Europe Series 1. And as for the side of alternate attacks, you got to be happy. This is 5 days in. BetBoom's a strong team with a lot of good individuals, and you showed that teamwork can really make things happen, and they delivered.
I mean, there's a lot to take away from, I guess, for both teams. For BetBoom, again, it is a worrying sign to see this team, fall as far as they do and play a style of Counter-Strike that's just got like every turn.
Yeah, absolutely. It kind of crumbled. It collapsed up against the coordination that alternate attacks brought to the table, especially on overpass when we looked at kind of just the T side, especially on your own map pick. You'd expect a little bit more oomph out of it, but there just wasn't a lot to that T side other than the contact plays, other than the isolated duels, and the same thing was true for Anubis really. But again, it'll do the trick. It just about is enough, and they'll start off with a win.
It just about will. Just so close there for alternate attacks, but just not enough at the very end. So, well, we're going to toss this one off to a bit of a break now as we're getting ready for our next set of series as we're closing down Groups A and Groups B's opening matches. Don't miss it. We'll be back in a bit.
One chance. One dream. One match. One energy. One fight. One aim. One action. One hope. One expert.
a very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Rest Regional European Series #1, continuing on with our opening day as we continue to roll on into our next two matches. I'm the Eternal J. I'm joined by Dwayne as per usual as we continue on with our third and fourth best of threes of the day, continuing to open up Group A and B as we roll on, mate. How are you feeling?
Yeah, very keen to just keep an eye on a lot of these teams, right? I think always the opening couple of games of the groups, it gives us a bit of a tell of exactly who's going to be threatening for the playoffs, maybe who's a bit of a surprise of dropping out early. And these games are just so pivotal to try and get off with a good, clean victory.
Yeah, and great to also see the GSL groups come back. Very big fan of the format as well, so I'm happy. I'm a very, very happy man overall. Of course, if you just missed out earlier today, we did see Bleed and BetBoom win out their opening couple of matches. So Big and Alternate Attacks now down in their respective lower brackets, again from Group A and B respectively. So as we roll on with our Group A and B opening matches, Amcal Young Ninjas and Parisian Fnatic must be a little bit, at least fearful in some capacity of their potential opponents for elimination.
I mean, I'm very surprised about Big. I mean, you look at the last CCT online final they played, they didn't even drop a map. And that shows what they were able to do at the end of last year on the online competition. They kind of come in up against Bleed, who struggled quite a bit in their last, I would say, month. Maybe 10 officials or so on HLTV, looking quite rough and getting 2-0'd in that game. So already quite a surprise in Group A. I think Big are very comfortable, though, to get into that lower bracket and go all the way to the end of the playoffs. There's no denying that, though.
Especially when you consider who could well be and most likely will be facing them. Again, our first match, or well, our first match of the second shift, our third match of the day will be Amcal, Entropic rather. No, Amcal for Sirius versus Young Ninjas, of course, is going to be our next match today. And look, I think it's definitely a case of David versus Goliath today. Amcal doing extremely well during the RMR, now heading off to the major. Young Ninjas, still fresh, still new, now with added pressure as well with other factors outside of the team. And there's a lot of things that could go wrong for the Swedish core.
Yeah, I think we definitely saw on Twitter after the RMR closed qualifier, a lot of people were getting excited about Amcal, and gotta be honest, I was very hesitant. I was kind of thinking, they played Sync, Koi, and Astralis, and that's it, right? Like, it's very difficult to base a lot of the results off of that, but once they get to the RMR, I think that's when they start actually putting themselves in a conversation of, okay, these guys can be a threat in Tier 2. I mean, to beat NIP in a best of one is never easy for a Tier 2 team. To have a close game against Fnatic and then bounce back in a best of 3 beating Falcons and then getting off of that of beating 9 Pandas who could also be fairly consistent on LAN. I think Amcal have surprised a lot of people and surpassed expectations this early into the life cycle of the team.
Yeah, I have to concur. I have to sort of join the hype train in that respect. These guys have been on fire as of late. And again, as I mentioned before, it's great to see sort of that Entropic core start to come back together to rejoin the one-win core and form this brand new project. There's a lot of excitement, I think, in that roster. I guess you could sort of say something about some of the elements on the Young Ninjas side. Obviously, very familiar with Maxter, who's been part of Young Ninjas for a while. Missed them, now part of the rebuild. But all in all, it's not quite the same sort of caliber. And another thing to mention as well, Jocab is not going to be playing in today's proceedings as far as I'm aware. It's going to be Rez instead who stands in because I think Jocab's ill at the moment. So not the best of situations to be just from the outset for the Ninjas camp.
I mean, for the Young Ninjas, this is obviously a brand new direction for the organization with the Academy team. We've seen this team previously, top 30, top 40-ish in periods on HLTV. Now they've gone Swedish core, but international lean. You bring in an Israeli talent of Blue Phoenix, who hasn't really played outside of the Israeli scene for all of his career, and then missed them as well. I mean, you can talk about Mr. Worldwide, growing up in South Africa in local competition, making that move out to North America, gaining experience there, then coming back into Europe and playing with brand new players on an international project. This is a great opportunity for Young Ninjas just to see more of them, just to get an idea of where they sit.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's a case of just building up your markers because it is so early in the team's life cycle. But they have got a hell of a task against the Amcal side, who I think are going into this one as quite key and heavy favourites. In terms of vetoes, Dwayne, is there any sort of linchpin that Young Ninjas can try and force out in the map pool to try and get at least a small advantage in the best of three?
Well, I think for Amcal, they're going to lean towards their Vertigo. They really like their Vertigo, and they hate their Anubis right now. I think Overpass is an opportunity here for Young Ninjas to try and get through as a map pick, but it's very difficult to judge the veto of the Young Ninjas just because they haven't played a massive amount on HLTV.
Yeah, more looking towards those weaknesses, but you mentioned Anubis can get taken out by Amcal. That's exactly what they banned in the first wave. Pick of Overpass from the Ninjas camp, and Vertigo will be taken in by Amcal. So yeah, pretty standard, pretty expected. Mirage the decider. It doesn't look like there's going to be any sort of significant opportunities, I think, for Ninjas, even on that Overpass, for instance, to try and force a way into the series here.
I mean, you even look at that final map decider in Mirage. We have not seen Young Ninjas play that on HLTV, and there's also good reason for it. They've played 3 best of 3s. That's it. That is probably, I mean, I actually want to say on the record, the smallest sample size of maps or matches of any team in this entire competition. To think that they've been together for, what, nearly 2 months now, and they've only played a single event on HLTV, this being their second, it shows that Young Ninjas just aren't getting invites, and it's probably off of the basis of them being about 100 on HLTV.
Well, look, they are going to start to get some opportunities in the very near future, and they are playing some tournaments as of right now, but this definitely is the most high profile of the lot. So, yeah, it's still going to be difficult to fight up against this one. I'm personally going 2-0 to Amcal here.
Yeah, I'm going to join you on that one. I think this should be a bit of a layup and an opportunity for the CIS squad to keep showing us more from after the RMR and on the lead up to the major.
Here we go, very quickly getting started into this one. Of course, Amcal will be on the CT side start, and IP's chosen map. And Forrester will be boosted up initially for contact of his pistol, seeing where Blue Phoenix is, but unable to get that first killing blow. They've shown themselves out towards connector and mid now, so plenty of potential, but not a lot being acted upon yet.
Yeah, we saw a good overpass from Amcal in that last series in the RMR against 9 Pandas, actually 9 Pandas as map pick, to come away with a 13-11 victory and send it to that final map decider, which in the end qualified them to the major.
Smoke sent. I see going for the engagement. Blue Phoenix comes up with the pick. Forrester can strike back with that USP. Double up with a headshot. Back of the other side of the site. Does get taken out by Krad's part. Maxter desperate to hold on to his lifeline at 4 HP. Does bring it back to a 3 versus 2 and 1. But Travis's Julies comes up spamming to take 2 kills. Where's Miston to his left-hand side? A quick flick to the head. A triple foul to the pistol round for Amcal.
Ooh, there was a lot cracking through in that round. First off, for Young Ninjas, very good entries. We can see immediate impact there from Blue Phoenix. Maxter recovering it on the bomb side. And then what is basically the last lifeline, the rotation up from B, Travis with the Julies ends up clutching through, getting that 1 versus 3. And that feels like such a kick in the teeth for Young Ninjas. After they had so much success getting onto the bomb side, they don't even get the bomb down. So they can't even offer up a force buy here in round 2.
Pushed so much map presence so early, and Amcal were forced to retreat so early as well. So the movement's got on the front foot, and now they're forced back into such a passive amount of map control here. Only pistols to play with. Not many upgrades in play. Of course, no Kevlar and utility across the entire T-side board, so this will continue to get worse from here. The second should be easy coming here for the CT side.
And you mentioned the whole Entropic core and One Win core. I think when Entropic finally came out of the surface after being dropped by Windstrike, that was for the first time in I want to say a couple of years, that it felt like a Tier 2 team could really contend with Tier 1 teams consistently, getting opportunities on LAN, upsetting online. And then you kind of think about the core of that lineup and it fading apart. Then you get to One Win. I mean, they had probably the most difficult draw of all time in the IEM Road to Rio RMR to make it to the major, and they got incredibly close. So you've kind of got 2 different directions of teams that found a huge amount of success that have now come together, and the success has pretty much been instant.
Yeah, plus additions from other areas of the CIS scene. I see, for instance, of course, coming in from Avangar most recently.
Yeah, I mean, there's been a couple of Kazakhstani teams I think we've seen over the last couple of years. You've got Avangar and really 100 Ping Gods. That's been about it, right? We haven't seen that many players come out of that region and sort of move on to the higher levels. The only one that comes to my mind straight away in the Tier 2 landscape is probably Lackey.
Maybe Icy could be that next player. 2K in this round, and of course, defensive held as effectively and as easy as you would hope for it to be. 2-0 start for Amcal. Young Ninjas now up to the guns. AKs cross the board here. Eco dealt with. No major money held in by the CTs.
I think another thing to add about Icy as well was, first off, he's the AWPer of the team. Very, very flashy, young AWPer. And when you compare just the ages, I mean, the second youngest player here on Amcal is Forrester at 24. Icy's 18. So there's a huge drop-off when it comes to experience and just youth, that they've gone that kind of direction for Amcal.
And plenty of breathing room and growth room for this individual. Can't get on the AWP just yet. Still rocking the Scout, the bonus weapon in this exchange. The M4 of Krad tries to take point with the higher firepower and does do decent damage on Rez. That could enable that Scout to get a kill later in the round, but they need to trade elsewhere, and that's what Travis provides.
A very good pick there from Travis out to the B site. Very good at pressing. Another tag coming through from Icy. It's just chipping away, and 3 on A. This looks very strong.
Couldn't deal with Max though. Rez instead gets the headshot forward. Nickelback going to get Molotov in the back lines at a site, and Forrester needs to hold. He's so wary of some sort of flash utility being sent over. His eyes tucked down to just at the starting position of that smoke. Burst fire as now the teams will slowly creep forward. The smoke will clear in silence. Adjust towards that man. AK good for the kill. Backstabber Travis continues to close in towards mid. Not being accounted for directly, although I think he just took a shot back on Mistem. Nickelback point blank blocking Maxter into the bomb site. Gets his kill in the end, but Mistem and Rez are there for the last 2 trades in the first round on the board of NIP.
A very decent round there from Nip. I think pack-heavy Counter-Strike is maybe something we'll see quite heavily over the course of the majority of the T side here from Overpass. They walk down on a contact out from the bottom of the party stairs. They get that first kill, and Rez is able to get a multi-frag. And I think for Rez today, it's just to try and help out the boys as much as they can to at least keep this series competitive. He's not going to be familiar with their style at all, especially playing with guys that he hasn't played with before. Okay, he's played with Maxstar in a couple of officials. Everybody else is pretty much brand new to the organization.
Boost up Molly send. That should send Icy and Krad away. Backed up for now. Missed them. I'll take point over on that B entry. Flashes right to his face, but he's not seen anything of the CT side just yet. That boost will not see anything either. You're ready at the passive angles in the CT side.
I think they want a contact from Travis before they get this boost up. Flash around the corner. Timing does actually get caught off guard, so they're going to have to reposition off of the back of it. And Forrester has actually missed him out into the open and straight into the hands of Krad.
Yeah, kill with the tunnel vision. Now Maxter looks to try and act out towards bathrooms. Icy stat with the M4, just waiting for backup to come to him. The bomb is on his way, though. A seems to be the end, although they have got rotation room. 60 seconds remain. Icy see nothing meanwhile, but he has seeing utility.
Oh, it's a good read. It's a very good read. This is going to be tough to break open for NIP.
Flash is held. Icy holds. Still jump facing. Still trying to spot them. Don't know if he saw Rez on that jump face past APC. Again, he will get blocked off by this smoke. On the center of the site, actually, hitting the APC rather than going back towards Bank. The cross is locked instead, so they can focus fire on Nickelback, edge of the smoke, not quite being seen. He's going to get caught by silence in the end. Icy may have to provide support. That's exactly what he does for Forrester, but both players go down. And once again, NIP cracking open this A bomb site. Plant should be secured. SMG from Ranger Travis has got to catch Blue Phoenix off guard, and that's not quite as viable. Rez catches Krad meanwhile, and Travis is left to do the whole clutch in the 1-on-3. Won't happen against even the first player as Nip connect too.
Young Ninjas have some pretty good utility usage there. I think they look fairly calm in taking the bomb site. You get your left-hand side smoke to the dice perspective. You kind of slow it in. There's a bit of a pre-fire as well out to that pizza corner. Obviously, they don't know that Nickelback is there, but just pre-firing it gives you that info that he is, and it swarms the CTs. It makes it quite uncomfortable. Icy's trying to play on the contact from the back of dice to peek in there with Nickelback and just doesn't quite make it work. And 2 very good rounds in a row for the T side. Amcal in awkward economy state, so it's a light eco.
2 to start. The Ninjas 3 to respond.
And something to note as well is that they are 3-0 on Overpass under the Young Ninjas banner. All 3 games that they played in the A1 Gaming League has had successful overpasses. The 13-11 against Exonotimo, the 13-10 against For the Win, and then another 13-11 against Alternate Attack. So some really close score lines.
Undefeated nonetheless. Still the toughest task for them and one of their more comfortable maps in the pool itself. For now, they should take control of this T side. Forrester has heard one of Blue Phoenix, can tap him in the side of the head and get that 1 frag. And a rifle to play with here. What can they do with it, if anything at all?
I think a gamble stack is definitely the correct call here. And we know that Young Ninjas have been leaning A the majority of late rounds. If they could just get the pistols to bait to set up the AK, could be in for some more damage.
Molly sent. Mactana silence gets caught off guard by Travis. Only that SMG to work with. The range will get dealt with by Max. Their advantage stays with the Young Ninjas. The USP of Crowd finally caught off guard, and Forrester can't protect himself from range. Had to hit those headshots, so not quite the damage they hoped for on the T-side line. As Ninjas will take the lead, Amcal will have the chance to buy back.
I think over the last couple of years, we're starting to see more of these sort of unknown Israeli players getting more opportunities on international teams. I mean, we're certainly seeing it a lot in the UK scene with Endpoint utilizing the Israeli players. Most recently, one Israeli player that was standing in for Endpoint just got signed by Verdant. We're now seeing, obviously, Blue Phoenix getting a chance to go elsewhere. We know that he played on NOM in many previous iterations across his career. Hasn't really had the chance of playing at a high level at Tier 2 and playing with non-Israeli players. So another great chance for him to kind of make a bit of a career out of himself.
International opportunities around. It's still very early doors for this Young Ninjas project to truly show what it's made of. Amcal, of course, suffering to them in the early portions of the matchup. And see how that affects the buy here. No kit, limited util. I've got the M4s across the board. Played them pretty perfectly against NIP, who are spreading out and trying to slow things down a little bit. They've been going very fast-paced into these T rounds, and maybe a little bit of response from Nickelback will force them to apply the brakes.
Yeah, it's definitely a greedy off angle here for Nickelback, and he's actually going to get Crad to set up a little bit of a bait and switch. So as soon as Nickelback takes contact, that's when Crad can go a little bit wider, overextending and straight towards the AWP. They still don't know about Nickelback, though.
They might not need to either. They are backing away, Silence. Flash is sent over, not catching the man, more focused on the mid control to allow Max to take map. They hard stack that B bomb site. It's going to have to be either a B commit or a connector rotation. It seems to be the B commit, but that bomb being seen. Rez still gets on Travis as Miston will go down in trade. Will that force NIP to change the plan?
This is a really good call here from Amcal to stack up B because of this info play. Now, of course, you mentioned the connector rotation. It is a possibility, but then Nickelback can at least start pressing even further on, and low HP Rez is going to drop that bomb out in the open. Nickelback gets caught off in the end, and actually one of the B players goes down to, I think, a HG there.
I see now all that remains, 1 on 3. Holding his position for the time being, but will not seem to be forced to fight in terms of the actual site take. Blue Phoenix might look for the kill after the fact. The plant has gone down. IC wants nothing to do with the retake, and you understand why. Now making noise, now takes the challenge, and now loses his life. 4 on the trot for the T side. Amcal did decent work, but you can't help but think that overextension at long may have cost him the round.
Yeah, I mean, it did, but it's tough, right? Because obviously we're looking at it from the POV of an AWP holding down the sight line. I actually think Amcal did a lot right in that round after losing the opening pick to put pressure out from Monster. I think right there for Nickelback, he's expecting a connector rotation to come up quickly, so reposition, get out towards Party. It doesn't help that Forrester gets HE'd in that angle. Now, this should potentially be a 5-2 start. A very good beginning for the Young Ninjas.
When Amcal won the pistol and everything, as you mentioned, just pistols in for round number 7. Max loss bonus will be in effect for the next round. Seeing what these Deagles, these P250s across the board can do. Again, it's unsupported by any Kevlar or utility. Well, there's not much Kevlar for Travis and Nickelback. They have the 2 pieces in play. The T's will just walk their way up and into the B-bomb site. Nickelback is the first player to receive. Seen the first contact. Forrester has also been spotted. Smokes down to protect themselves. A backstab could also be placed in by the short individuals. Actually, Travis just strikes directly. Forrester is picked up. Damage has been done to Rez in the meantime, and he'll get onto Crad down over at the underpass control, ready for Icy and all. AK sprays very awkward. A 3-on-3 has been found. Make it 2 now as Nickelback finally falls.
Travis just trying to see if he can get a kill above this smoke, get himself in, realizes that Icy's just going to save that AK, so get as much damage out of the pistol as you can. Amcal will be fairly happy with that round. Didn't have much investment, get away with a couple of kills, save an AK, of course, if it can, stay alive to the very end of the round. And I always like keeping an eye on the teams that qualify to the major in between the RMR and the major. Because I think there's two ways of looking at that sort of 2-week, 3-week period of you can play online events to sort of reinvent a little bit of the map pool, maybe work on some new qualities, or you come into these online events and look to just dominate teams and get a lot of I suppose, consistency, but also just the threat and confidence of the players. So I think you definitely get different teams and different organizations taking that few weeks of qualification in different pathways. And I think it's difficult to obviously tell this early on what we're going to get from AmCal, but I think over the course of an entire best of 3, over the course of an entire group stage, we'll get a little bit more of an idea of what AmCal are really going to look like.
We're going to take control of this map up for now. Again, the Ninjas are in the lead by a margin of 3 rounds, 5 in a row so far. AmCal back on their weapons here. I've saved that AK and passed it off to Krad, of course, as Icy can bring up the AWP once again. Hold the angle over at Pillar, watching for the players over at Graffiti. Will not see anybody for the time being. The flashbangs will just force them to fall back on the T side, playing a much more careful round here. But similar story for AmCal. Look at their line of engagement.
It definitely felt as if AmCal was expecting either a B pop or maybe a B walk early round in from Monster. Very unorthodox to bring the AWP out to B in the first 15-20 seconds of the rounds. They've rotated it back up to A. Forrester getting a 1-for-1, so good press in the opening sequence.
Wasn't ready for Blue Phoenix though, so no man advantage taken. AWP has seen the jump face from Silence. Is Icy going to go for it again? Go for the direct peek, and the flashbang lands the leg shot, but not quite the kill just yet. NIP forced to reconsider themselves, but have to think about the commitment. 45 seconds on the clock.
A good decision-making there from Icy. Get the jump spot the AWPer, look to flash over high. Timing is a bit awkward here from Krad, and while he gets a lot of damage down onto Silence, it's not enough to convert the kill entirely.
6 HP, though. Might not be too much more difficult from here on out. Icy's going to try and press on, ready to hold out both the entries of the bomb site itself. Flashbang keeping blinded, sees that shadow, takes the one man, not ready for the next 2 though. And with that, the A site has fallen. Nickelback is late to rotate, has been blocked off by the smoke. Try pass forward a bit anyway, ahead of that flashbang. Rez gets caught as well. Silence still low. Bomb on site, 10 seconds. Forced out in the open. He's going to go for the kill, and down there makes it a triple. Silence going to grab and plant the other side of Dice. I think he's just got it in time.
No, he doesn't.
No, he doesn't. Oh, AmCal win it by the basis of pressure. Silence will get away alive, but so will Travis, and the streak has been broken.
I think right there it's very difficult for Silence, because you want to get that bomb down straight away, but you also don't want to be planning reverse default where there's no cover. So you try and just get out towards default, and it doesn't go down in time. I look at that entire round and think AmCal are actually getting caught off guard with a couple of these timings. I think right there it was unfortunate for Krad that he loses that fight to the AWPer. I think give him an extra second and he gets back to safety, no worries. A very good recovery for Nickelback, because that round actually did look over.
Icy will draw out the first kill in this one. Follow up against Max, they're not quite as viable. But Rez has fallen first, and AmCal on a much earlier front foot in this round. Repositioned as well with the SMG. Try and attack the long position. There is no one there from NAP though.
Yeah, this is still okay, because they can play a retake A setup with this double long. It does allow a bit of space to be created, and it's actually a good timing right now for the Young Ninjas. It's just how much space can they get, because already this Krad MP9 has actually not seen contact, so Maxter can call that out, and now rotations and B have got to come up.
Backstab to be held by the AWPer. M4's on the way. Nickelback and Forrester joining themselves alongside the third individual, and Icy's still holding out for some sort of long flank, but it's all about that bathrooms, baby. Peek up, Forrester with that boost, but his spray goes all over the place. Mistem can take him down, tag up his booster as well, and with that kill, it seems like AmCal want to save their weapons. Lost bonus knocked back, no savings in the bank account. It makes a lot of sense here. Ninjas will get to minimum 6, and I mean, that was the perfect chance to swing momentum back. Unfortunately, it just didn't work.
Yeah, I think Young Ninjas are playing very well right now. They're reading the game. They're creating a lot of space. I mean, there's not that many B leads. It's just been A-take after A-take after A-take right here from the Young Ninjas side. And it's difficult for AmCal, because I think we can both just sit here and say, oh, well, why don't you stack up A? It doesn't work like that on Overpass. You got to work timings. You got to work the defaults. I think NIP are just getting a fairly good amount of space in from the bathrooms and just working the clock with a bit of pressure towards short water the majority of rounds. I'm liking what I'm seeing right now from the young boys.
Indeed. Starting to work out really well for them. Their own map pick and starting to see implications as to why they wanted to go here. How much further can they go, though? How much longer till Amcal put the hammer down and finally take some decent control? Blue Phoenix got the kill straight through the smoke. I assume also through that corner of the wood stack, the wood wall specifically, onto that CT ramp. Blue Phoenix swings on for another kill, looking for the triple on the spray. Taken to the skies like a phoenix and taking this round by force. Not even that much force. Straight walks is all you require for Amcal are out of there.
And it just feels as if a lot of things are going wrong from Amcal, which are just, I don't want to say luck-based, but it's the odd timing, or it's the odd spam that's actually hurting them a lot. Now, right there, what's that? A straight spam kill in through Monster, gets that first advantage. And then from that point onwards, man advantage, works the timing, Blue Phoenix just walks out of the Monster smoke, and you're not expecting an aggressive maneuver like that when it's been so slow from Young Ninjas. It's very frustrating, very annoying here from Amcal, and I probably want to say that this map is kind of over. I mean,
yeah.
when you're 7-3 up on the T side, when you've got the economy on the ropes, when Amcal have really struggled to be able to even keep this map competitive, moving into the second half, there's not going to be a massive amount of room at all. So Young Ninjas, they'll be looking to try and close this map in a fairly one-sided scoreline.
The thing as well, we walked into this saying 2-0 for Amcal. That certainly won't be plausible anymore. You see that first kill from Blue Phoenix, and just generally the confidence is on him just to walk straight out of the bomb site and get those picks. So just everything's coming up towards them. The team play, the confidence now. The rounds, of course, well and truly towards their favor. Amcal just don't even know how to respond to this. The economy is not going to conduce to full-on buys, but they will get a couple of bits and pieces here. The SMG on Forrester, the M4 for Travis. Crad taking a scout above Icy. Pushing himself towards long as the CTs just cling on for anything in this kind of a round. Travis, first port of call, Maxter right around that corner. And with this frag, if it goes the way of the T side, which it does, that's going to leave not a lot left in the tank for the CTs.
I think it shows round number 11. They're getting slightly desperate for Amcal. You try to put that M4 in a power position rather than hang it back and playing it deep on a bomb site. Look for an opening man advantage. Look to try and put damage on the board early. And while you're putting damage up, it's not a kill. It's Maxter only down to 42.
See if they can swing for any more. The pistol here on Nickelback, desperate to try and hold it. Flashes, or nades rather, sent ahead of that smoke as Nickelback will take some damage. It won't reveal any information. Again with his B stack, again only one on A, and again the Ninjas are going to hit it. 30 seconds and they're charging up long.
Yeah, Blue Phoenix is still waiting to see if there's going to be a lurk out there from the short water position, just to see if any of those B players get aggressive for a timing and just a bit of a contact. And now it's just drawing even more attention because contact's been made.
Yeah, plant will be secured. Number 8, because Amcal certainly are not going for this retake, or at least not force committing it. They might find Blue Phoenix and get that AK out for the next round. Last of the half. SMG looking for anything that could come down from this Constairs position. Blue Phoenix not quite revealed. Maxter has been, though. AK will cover it off, though, still from range. Forrester trying to get this frag, trying to get Nickel back in a position where he can grab that AK. Clinging on for anything here. Anything at all for Amcal. 5 to the good on the Young Ninjas camp. They don't quite recover that rifle. see what they can buy and see what they can get out of the last round of the half.
And for Amcal, we didn't see them play Overpass at all in the lead up to the RMR. All of the open qualifiers that they played, it just wasn't being played at all. When they got to the RMR, that's where we actually saw quite a lot of it. We saw, again, that series victory against the main NIP roster, which went double overtime, which they probably should have closed in regulation. They had that tight 11-13 loss against Fnatic, and then, of course, the win of 13-11 against 9 Pandas. So to see Overpass come through 3 times in just 5 series at the RMR and then kind of see this performance, it is surprising.
One of the most confident in maps, but still, level of competition we're looking at certainly should have seen a little bit more. The push forward towards Underpass and Connector has actually managed to isolate a number of players. 3 kills coming in on the CT side. Young Ninjas reduced to 2. Perhaps this is a bit more from the Amcal we wanted to see over the course of this matchup. Krad does get picked up as Icy delivers another trade back on Rez. A 4-for-1 overall to Amcal, and you kind of ask where this team has been throughout the course of the entire half here. AK now just left to try to see what he can gain out of the A bomb site. You'd imagine the Blue Phoenix probably isn't going to gain much overall, though. A 4th to consolidate the end of the half for the CT side.
Yeah, this new Young Ninjas project as well, I think there's going to be a lot of eyeballs in the first few months of this entire year just to see what it's going to be like. Because I think they have had some very good lineups in the past. They've obviously been able to move some of the Young Ninja players to either stand-in positions or give them time in the main roster for a few events or even a few months at periods. Maxter definitely feels as if he's been one of the strongest players under the organization for the last few iterations. Right here, if they can just cause a bit of a threat, if they can cause a bit of an upset, just like we had earlier on in the day with Bleed, that would kickstart this entire Rez European Series campaign off with a bang.
You got to remember as well the fact that obviously the main NIP roster was basically just completely shattered recently, and they were saying they're going to bring the core 3 of these players up if they need them for any main squad matches. And certainly Maxter is one of those players with the experience he's had standing in for the main Ninjas team in the past. That additional sort of like, not pressure per se, but that additional opportunity, I guess, ahead of them. So get your groundwork set in the Academy squad. As Amcal start making their way into that B-bomb site, Nickelback only good for the 1 frag. Blue Phoenix again stepping up, 14 kills deep for him, 2 in this round. And now Nickelback, all that remains. The Amcal squad is blocked out of the site, given nothing at all. Bomb dropped and everything. This round is a wash.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of impact from Blue Phoenix consistently across this first map. Maxter with the Julies up against the Glock. He's got res to peek as well, but it doesn't even need it. 9 up for the Young Ninjas. And for Amcal, they look at that, they actually were able to get pretty far into the bomb site. It's not as if a contact had occurred out to Monster or occurred to the short sandbag. They'd already made their way in, but just being trapped up, the P2K getting a multi, working behind that bottom of the toxic smoke too, was quite successful. Young Ninjas. Could this be their most one-sided performance on Overpass yet? How close can they be until we really say that they're going to close now? Is it the first few gun rounds? Is Amcal got a little bit of fight left in them? I mean, they're at least using this as a light eco to get the rifles in early.
Well, the only opportunity to get haven't really got much left in it for the Amcal camp. Young Ninjas being worn down here, or wearing down the Amcal squad, rather. 4 kills outside of that monster position, and Krad just left with the P250. Very far out position. Definitely has to go down and get the money bonus here. Need every penny into the next. And then from there, it will need to be a 6-round comeback to close the gap in terms of the lead.
I mean, another thing that I want to talk about is obviously Amcal created this lineup officially just before the end of last year. Now, one thing that they've made in terms of a change recently, and it was only a couple of months ago, just before the RMR, was adding their first head coach, which is Savat, who obviously played with a few of these guys previously. He was a pro player. This is his first coaching stint. I remember when he played on Forza and on Dream Eaters and on Hard Legion and AVE. So he's at least got that sort of tenure with playing with guys like Forrester and playing with guys like Krad very early on in their career. So I wonder how that's going to make an impact. Maybe not so much in the short term, but just having that extra voice. Because I think previously with these guys, they've had Hooch in the core of OneWin and in the core of Entropic. Now they've got someone that they're familiar with. Now they've got a head coach that's actually played with these guys before.
Maybe that's providing a little bit more in terms of their initial successes, but this map is anything but successful. Again, 6 in the lead for the young ninjas. Amcal have this rifle by to try and change that, but it is a very long way back, and they're still playing bonus weapons on the CT side.
And I think it shows individually they're struggling. The star players aren't showing up for Amcal. No one's up to double digits. No one's pulling their weight to get them out of trouble. Travis looking for that early entry out towards Connector. At least he's baited that MP9, but still loses the fight. Icy desperate to get that trade-off. He gets the first, but there's going to be a swing from Rez. Just misses that opportunity.
AK still watching it though. If Rez goes down to bottom con, then this could be a man advantage. Several players watching this crossfire. Icy does extend, but still gets his headshot in. And finally, Amcal takes some control on T. 3 players left on NIP, spread apart, still caught up, but a peeks up from Forrester. Blue Phoenix can at least strike back on one, but now he is all alone. Silenced. His silence out in the mid position. This SMG, no real major tags against any one of the T sides. Still finds Nickelback for it, but going back to that rifle for range, runs right into the firing squad that remains. Amcal can get there first to the T side, but again, it's 1 out of 6.
A very good composure there from Amcal on the 3v1, just to kind of reset and wait for that overswing to come in, wait for that weapon to get picked up from the short sandbag. I think all in all, that was a real danger pit out there to Connector. There was a lot of back and forth fighting. There was a lot of emphasis on NIP trying to kind of regain that position. They wanted to keep the trades up. They wanted Rez to make sure that pressure is still on to those Connector players. And then in the end, Forrester catches a really good timing just as the CTs are repositioning on the bomb side to allow Amcal to start off somewhat successfully in this second half.
And still they face more from the young ninjas. AWP now in for the CT side. Silence would have heard that incendiary. Molly's down as well towards Connector, going to reveal even more just information prodding and gathering above the CT individuals, trying to find their positions. I think Maxter might have been spotted there by Crowd. A smoke comes in, however, so no real action from the man. Those 2 CTs hold the crossfire.
Crowd is just waiting to see if there's going to be a boost up over the top of that smoke. Nickelback has got a teammate with him, Icy. If that flash comes in correctly, Rez could be very uncomfortable.
Silence back turn, but Rez still holds his nerve. Gets that kill in. Now the flashes are sent. The AWP forced to turn in. Nickelback does get that pick. Aware that there's still a FAMAS out there. Are they aware of the 3rd individual? He's backed up quite passive, but Maxter still holds the onus of the defense here on A. Molly sent this direction, should force him away. And now Amcal can continue to play.
This actually might be a misread. Now, that entire round, Forrester is playing short water, and he's seen nothing. So that gives them the tell that they're not making an info play and that they should lean out towards B. But this might work out in the end. Uncomfortable position there from Forrester. Blue Phoenix is just so trapped.
1 kill, 2 kills found. They're giving him the 1v1 fights, and it almost worked out for him. Max is still set up for this clutch, though. 1 on 2, both players are tagged, and he sees Forrester. He catches Icy, sees the man peeking out to the left-hand side, but can't finish off either of those kills. That got a little bit too dicey for a position that you said was super awkward for Blue Phoenix. He's dealing with it extremely well. 20 kills now in this map.
I think, unfortunately, though, they're getting outclassed in just the readability. I mean, I've always said, even from the days of Forrester being out on Windstrike of the Entropic roster, he is probably one of the most underrated riflers there is in the scene. In not only Tier 2, but in CIS. He's incredible. He has really good decision-making. He finds himself in really good positions. I mean, right there, I think the call is correct from Amcal, but it still gets a little bit awkward. It's a double lean in from Monster, and the team has been able to adapt really well off the back of it. Forrester gets the tell that they're actually pushing Monster. Yes, okay, there's a little bit of individual peeking, but it's enough to get the trades. It's enough to get that bomb into the bomb site directly. So 2 pretty good rounds back-to-back from Amcal. Now they've got to show that they can be consistent, that they can't drop around to maybe a half buy or drop around to an upgraded eco. They've got to be consistent in this second half if they really want to try and get a comeback going.
Yeah, certainly caught off guard in the first half and throughout the course of this matchup, allowing the Young Ninjas to gain control. And if they get caught off guard again, then you're probably right about that assessment. The Ninjas, given any opportunities, will just try and shut the whole thing down. And with the loss bonus being where it is for Amcal, with the scoreline being where it is for the Ninjas, that should spell lights out. At least it should just be a basic eco round without much in the way of extra firepower. There will be no force buys or half invests. Upgrades on the utility basis of Mistem and Maxter, but that seems to be about it.
And realistically, they have to close on this map. I mean, they're obviously in a good position being 10-4 up and now 10-6 up even still. But you don't want to be going into Vertigo a map down after having a good lead when Vertigo's not the strongest of maps. It hasn't had a lot of game time again. They've only played 3 best-of-3s on HLTV. But for Amcal, they love their Vertigo. They're picking Vertigo against some of the best teams in the world. It's their highest picked map in best-of-3s. So you don't want to go into Vertigo being a map down. You've just got to close here on your map pick.
Yeah, even with how good it's looked for the Ninjas, I still have my doubts. I mean, look, the scoreline was pretty significant, right? They were able to get that for a decent reason. And yes, Amcal were caught off guard.
Oh, you mean on Overpass, right?
Yeah, on Overpass, yeah.
Oh,
sorry.
I thought you meant the Vertigo. Yeah,
No. Sorry, I meant to say Overpass. So that despite how good it's looked on Overpass, I still can't see much of groundwork, even with that in mind, over on the second map. So Amcal at least losing one player towards that underpass push. Forrester and Crad still there to clean it all up. Only one casualty sustained, so not much here for the T-side line. Money's really built up so they can drop weapons, get the AWP back on Icy. No such presence for Silence, as the Young Ninjas will bring in their weapons as you would expect. The M4s across the board. An all-important set of circumstances now. 3 to the good, the gap has closed. Amcal need to continue running though.
Yeah, they're a very experienced team. I mean, you look at the core 4, Travis, Forrester, Nickelback, and Crad. They've pretty much all played at a high level of Tier 2 for the last 2 to 3 years of their career. Fairly consistently, too. Yeah, there might be some drop-offs in form for a couple of months here and there. But for the majority of the last couple of years, they've been on high-end Tier 2 teams. Aggressive push out here from the short sandbag. Forrester, how many's he going to get?
None as of yet. He's being careful about this, but we'll see Blue Phoenix. That spray's a little bit awkward to still come together. Look for Misstems, a little bit more stable, but still not enough to get the pick there. 18 HP for the man. Even man standing for the time being.
It feels like a lazy check there from the Young Ninjas, not even pre-aiming or checking that cubby corner position. And we only saw it a couple of rounds ago when they were shifting back into the B lane. Forrester was up onto the boost, up on the railing. Very good start from Amcal. And now a contact walk from the CTs to put pressure on the front side of the bathrooms.
That bomb up there and all 3 players to meet them. Rez has seen Nickelback, sprays a bit awkward. Now with Silence playing the off anchor. Still a kill comes in alongside Maxter. Crad gets 1 trade back, but down to 3 points of health with the bomb on his back now. Needs to pick it up, needs to get out of position. Needs Travis to try and break away through.
Travis needs to crack an entry into the site. He's got to be the difference maker because Crad is just so low on HP.
Silence sticking around as they do back away. 20 seconds. Bomb has got to commit. Flashes are sent. Travis sets up, but Silence shuts him down. Crad, 1 on 3. Worst case scenario for Amcal as 11 go on the board of NIP. They have money to reinvest. But again, you're at this awkward scenario where they have to win this round.
That was a very good pressure point there from Young Ninjas. They realized that they've lost quite a lot out towards B with the 1-for-1 and the low HP. So stack up heavy on A and press off at the back of it. Don't just sit back on the bomb site and give the respect. Get on the front side. Look to try and take some jewels. And I think right here for Nickelback, as soon as that first exchange comes down, the rest of Amcal just try and swing on the contact. They try and all peek together. And there's 3 players there from Young Ninjas. Very good setup on the CT line.
Very fast out from Crad, desperate to get that opening kill, but he's missed the timing on 2 individuals. 2 prime chances he had. Denied by lacking in the vision accounts. Young Ninjas back away. Look at Crad though on long. He could still find Maxter, and that's exactly what he does. Cleaning up the bathrooms, cleaning up long control for the most part. Now seeing Rez going to try and look for that engagement, but might not get too greedy. You have them out advantage here. And with those two fights not going as fantastic, he will start to hold back a little bit, wait for backup to regroup.
Well, Krad's played that insanely well. He's just jump spotting there. He's not committing to a fight. And once he spotted 2 players out to double long, that puts pressure now on Young Ninjas to try and find a little bit of a different angle. And it's actually setting up for a B stack off of the back of it. You've got 2 out towards Monster, Silence that's already rotated in, and then Rez who's up in heaven. So A side's going to be extremely weak.
45 seconds. Slow but sure press from the Amcal camp into the mid control. The smokes set and ready to make their way on with the execution. Only one directly on the bomb site itself. This should call for backup, or will it here? Doesn't seem to be the case. Rez backed up at the bank basement, so perhaps that makes a little bit more sense. He does fall away, and this should be a save.
And this is where, for Young Ninjas, it feels as if we're having some testing moments to close. The gap is just getting weaker and weaker. I mean, at least they've saved a lot. At least they can buy back the next round. Silence can drop over to Maxstar. He can even invest an AWP into himself and get that AK over to Maxstar. Amcal have shown quite a bit on T-side, and I think Overpass is always going to be one of those maps where individual kills are going to make a difference just off of the back of timings. And right there from Krad, that first pick out towards long, look what it created. It meant a gamble stack had to be formed there from Young Ninjas because they felt as if they didn't have any other option.
Well, 13-11 seems like a pretty common scoreline that Amcal have seen in their last handful of Overpass officials.
I mean, just think, if Young Ninjas didn't win Pistol, how different this scoreline could have looked.
Could well be Amcal in the lead right now. Momentum shift to the T side, and now the CIS squad are looking to try and drive this one back home. Young Ninjas did hold on to the majority of their rifles. They will be back out in force right here. Again, no AWPs in play for the CT side, but Amcal have that on Icy, ready for an aggressive play in from long, which won't be coming his way. That might be fine, though.
And very slow, very passive from Amcal coming into round 20. And pretty much having the entirety of the team out here towards the A side of the map. There was some early util, smoke off front side of Connector. There was a molly and a smoke out to the short pipe position as well from Amcal. But pack heavy.
They're quickly into long as they realize nobody's there, but Rez...
That's a good info play, because he can go both ways. If he goes out towards B and sees nothing, they can stack up A. If he goes out towards A, he can set up backstabs and set up kills.
And that seems to be the call here. Still got heavy presence on the A bomb site, so a lot of bases covered by the Young Ninjas. You've got to be wary of Forrester, whether or not he turns around at the right moment here. Keep your eyes on that minimap, because that could be a very interesting engagement. It goes the way of Rez, and they're still not turning around here. Someone's got to try and do so. Rez does back away in the end as the utility gets set in, and now they look to hit that A bomb site, or do they? Krad's just prodding here. The bomb's going to rotate back. They might consider that B play until Nickelback wins a fight, and Krad has been seen popping out of the long control. Rotations back of that B bomb site will be null and void as Blue Phoenix gives nothing until he wide phases into Krad. The headshot gained easy. Maxter caught by Travis next, and what was a very awkward and staggered push does come up good for Amcal in the end. Rez and Mistem have no choice but to save just when Rez thought he might have had the round-winning play.
Well, I think it shows the inexperience of the players there from Young Ninjas. That is just a pure collapse on the bomb site. So many overpeaks unnecessarily. I mean, right there from Amcal, they play that so well. They know as soon as Rez gets that pick, they can't focus on Rez. There's just no way. It takes too much time. It takes too many bodies' attention away from the A side. So just leave him. Just leave him completely and focus up on the bomb side. And I think for a moment of Young Ninjas, they're actually quite hesitant in, is it going to be a lean back down towards Connector? I mean, there's an info play in the bathrooms. Why there's an info play in the bathrooms, I don't know. I mean, man advantage and a huge backstab from Rez. You need to be sitting deep in the bomb site. You need to be setting up crossfires. They've given away an absolute freebie of a kill right there to Nickelback. And then for Blue Phoenix, individually giving a jiggle out there towards Dice. No one's there. Wide swing comes up. That's an easy kill from Krad. That's an easy kill from Travis. Young Ninjas, that should have been their round, and Amcal show the experience.
I think you said it best when you said complete collapse. It's exactly what it was. They had the man advantage. All they had to do was keep it. And that's, well, as you mentioned before, not what they did at all. On so many occasions, on so many circumstances. And Amcal take another step forward to close the gap even further to the Young Ninjas. 2 in the lead. Smoke's in the way as Icy trying flash crowd forward. They're not ready for the players to all be out here towards this monster position. Mistem gets 2. Icy forced back into a corner. Can't really face. He gets caught by Mistem's triple. Oh, you talk about collapse. It's just happened for Amcal.
What timing of that press, and now another press out towards short.
2 players, both on the boost now, both known to the CT forces. Molotovs will force them into fights. The Forest needs to try and win here against Blue Phoenix, and Mistem will drop the same 2v2, but they're so low on Amcal here.
Oh, this is very uncomfortable. Don't tell me they're going to troll this round. Don't tell me they're going to throw it away. I mean, for Silence, no armor, P250 on B. If it is a B lean, he's pretty much going to be a goner.
50 HP on both those players of Amcal, though. Rest that will come easy for Silence is still possible kills if they just catch them off guard. They don't check that right-hand side, and that's assuming they even go towards that position. They've got to grab the bomb first, and they're on their way through Monster.
Yeah, they're expecting one of those rotations from the A players to be up passive. Rez can come in quickly. He needs to rotate off of Conan and fight out from short pipe to try and set up a bit of a crossfire with Silence.
Make a ton of noise. Silence has grabbed an AK, meanwhile aware of both individuals. Mollies go down to Graffiti. Both players now forming up. Plant needs to be secured, but is it safe? Absolutely not. Nickelback forced to plant it. I think he's missed the timing on it, though. No, he's got it at the last tick, but now where's Res? He has no idea. The M4 leans in, Nickelback's back is turned, and whilst he started turning back, it was a hair too late. Finally, the Young Ninjas get to 12 off the back of what was mostly an eco. Mistem, the hero of the round and the hero of map point.
And I think it's another one of those gimmick rounds from Amcal where they're annoyed at themselves because that is just such a curveball of a setup for Young Ninjas. I mean, the smoke deep out from Monster, they just fade the smoke. I mean, 3 players there, a lot of distraction being pulled, a great sequence from the in-game leader of Mistem to get 3 kills. A decent recovery for Nickelback and Forrester just to recover the situation. But Mistem just making an individual play, and that's oftentimes what you need when you're up 10-4, 10-5, 10-6, whatever the scoreline is. When you're in those late stages of closing out a map, you just need a hero round, and I think right there was a prime example for Mistem.
The Young Ninjas allow this comeback to come in quite significantly, but they have made it to map point first, and now they've got 3 chances to close it down, take their pick in this series. And move on to Vertigo, where things are not going to get any easier in experience. As you mentioned, having some issues allowing the Amcal side to get back into this matchup for the most part. Might come back to give them a little bit more of a better position in their own map pick. Young Ninjas still got to get through theirs for the time being, though. Careful placement and a very passive line of the CT side. Backed up, hoping for blind sprays. So far, none are forthcoming.
And maxed up, holding aggressively behind the bathroom smoke. Now he's got Rez that can work on a contact with him. Silence, blind off the angle, gets one of those pop shots off. Does not drop to the spam of the T side.
Down to less than half, though, and he's sticking around here. Crowd going to lean forward right into the bathrooms. The AWP of Silence can strike on Icy as Rez comes up good out bathrooms position. Another shot from the AWP leaves it to a 2-on-3. Favor to NIP. Bomb's going to get picked up and everything, and they're leaning in here.
Now Forrester returning frag up against Rez. It's an easy one. The timing not working out, and unfortunately the 2 B players have gone aggressive. Crad might still drop the bomb if this backstab presents.
M4 sees the shoulder. Forrester's caught. Crad all alone. 1-on-2 to fight his way up to that A-bomb site. The backstab closing in on Mistem, who set them up for this map point. Could well be the man to take map win. He hasn't got the info, though. He hasn't seen Krad just yet. Ahead of this smoke, he's going to be seen as it fades. Big gap for the M4 to lock in. 13-9 for the Young Ninjas. What an effort it was for them. Maybe a bit lackluster in the second half overall, but it's still going to be a victory for them as they take this overpass.
Well, it's the deserved result. I think anytime you're up 10-4, you should be closing your map pick. There's just no other conversation there. For Amcal, they put in a good shift. They put in some very competitive rounds to at least keep that map as close as it can be. But I think it just showed there, Jay, the scoreline was too much, and all it took was that one triple frag on an eco round for Mistim. It set up the victory. Even Silence in that last round of the game. Fantastic double kill with the AWP at long.
Yeah, multi-frag potential out and rife, and certainly fantastic overall. Again, the victory going the way of the Young Ninjas. And if they got it in a one-sided fashion, if they converted that pistol in conversion over, it would have looked much more comfortable for them. Because as you mentioned before, that was still a stellar comeback over from the Amcal side. And it's nothing but positives on their side as well as we go into their map pick.
And for the Amcal side, I mean, this is now an opportunity to really focus in, get a good performance on Vertigo, look to get into Mirage, and make sure that you're not getting upset in this series. I think for the Young Ninjas, they'll be very happy with taking a map off of a top 30 team on HLTV. Every team they've played on HLTV with this new lineup before wasn't even in the top 50. So to do that against a top 25 team, that's a fantastic result to start off this series.
Well, will it carry on throughout the rest of the series? Again, it is Amcal's map pick, Vertigo, after this short break, so don't go anywhere, and we'll see whether the major qualifiers can bounce back in a short few.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
One chance. One dream. One match. One energy. One fight. One aim. One action. One hope. One expert.
Well, not the start that Amcal would have wanted in this series. We thought it could have been an easy 2-0 for them. Apparently, we thought wrong. In the end, the Young Ninjas do manage to take their own map pick of Overpass. It was struggling towards the end, like, again, probably not that encouraging for them as we head into Amcal's now home at territory. But at the end of the day, it's still a map win, so that provides the Ninjas a chance left in this series.
Yeah, I think for Amcal, they would have been disappointed in themselves that they showed more on T side than their CT line. They would have looked at that entire performance and thought we should have got more. We should have been able to get at least a more competitive game out of the back of that. I mean, being up 10-4, I think Young Ninjas can look at that and say we're very happy with that. Now we've got to go into Vertigo, where, again, we're not looking at a huge sample size. They've played it twice. They had an early loss against FTW. They got a pretty good win against Alternate Attacks. This could be tough, but for Young Ninjas, if they can come out of the gate and show us that they can put on good performances in the at least first half, at least like they did on map number 1, I think that we could have a close-ish kind of scoreline. But again, I think for Amcal, there's just too much pointing for them in the direction of map 2 and in map 3 to close this series down.
Yeah, I think I can't really disagree with that statement right there. I mean, there really isn't. Coming into this series, there wasn't really a lot for going the way of the Young Ninjas side. I mean, look, the fact that they've done what they've done on Overpass is still okay, great, congratulations, very well done, and a point towards your favour. But now going further than that is the key concern. And as you mentioned, just the basis isn't there for a map like Vertigo. It's not their pick. At least you can understand why they went towards a map like Overpass as being one of their key strengths. And even then, I do feel like if the start wasn't as slow for Amcal, it probably wouldn't have been a case of a victory for the Young Ninjas. If they hadn't won that second half pistol rather, then maybe it could have been Amcal taking the victory. I mean, I know you mentioned that over the course of that map as well. So, like, even though the 10-4 scoreline seems like a very one-sided initial first half, and in the end, like, it was closed out on the Ninjas side, I do feel like certain things going right for Amcal could have made it a very, very different affair. And as a result, I still look at this map seeing it should be a case of Amcal taking us the third map, and I still have faith for them to win the series.
Yeah, you're going to get a lot of maps like that, where just individual rounds aren't going your way when they probably should do. I mean, you could say the exact same thing for that missed him 3K with the AK. Just a little bit of X factor right on a round that you probably shouldn't be winning to get closer to closing out the game. I mean, one person I want to keep an eye out for is Blue Phoenix. I think that he did drop off a little bit, but again, the whole team struggled to close. He had a really good first half and a very good opening few rounds of the second half. So fairly consistent performance across the board. I want to see that if he can replicate that coming into map 2 now.
Yeah, 21 frags over the course of that map up, and you're right, he did slow down. I think he went the last like 3 or 4 rounds with only getting like 1 pick or so, but at the same time, he was the part of the reason why they got that early start, which ultimately was the pivotal reason as to why Young Ninjas were able to get that map in the first place. So yeah, I'm very encouraged about this guy, and for me personally, this is my first like match properly sitting down and watching him and seeing how well he does. So the fact that he's come out with such an explosive first impression for me, I'm encouraged. I'm very encouraged. I mean, I think you mentioned before, this is like his first key international project, his first key chance to go worldwide, and considering as well the fact that, as I mentioned earlier, NIP will be looking towards this academy team as promoting some of the guys up if they need to play some official matches. If I remember correctly as well, Blue Phoenix is in that mix. He's one of those guys that they're looking at to be the core 3 they bring out of the Young Ninjas into that main squad if they need be. So the fact he's posting up these kind of numbers and the fact he's posting up this impact, it is encouraging, the fact that he's got that groundwork there.
And I think, again, for Young Ninjas, this entire group stage run for them is going to be very unexpected for the team. They came in as a replacement invite for the Guild Eagles, so a last-minute substitution here. They probably thought, oh, we'll just keep running our ASEA intermediate season. Maybe we'll see what the playoffs of the A1 Gaming League is going to be like. I know that they're in the contender stage of the Alyssa Invitational, in which they got an official in a couple of days' time. But still, it's a team that this year, we really haven't seen a lot of. This is only their 4th HLTV official to their belt. They're not even coming into this series with their full 5. They've got Joe Cab sick. We know as well that I think Maxter as well isn't feeling that well at the moment. So I think just for Young Ninjas to come out here and to play some good teams, because again, you lose to Amcal, if you do, obviously, a top 30 team, you then have Big, who's even higher up into the rankings. This is a really tough group stage for the Young Ninjas side. So any surprise, any map victories, series victories is got to be looked at as a massive positive for them.
And it's just part of the whole building up your markers thing we talked about earlier. Like, that's all Young Ninjas are looking for here in Rest, because they are such a new project. It's just a case of getting those feelers out there and starting to understand how this team plays. And for us, especially watching out how far they're going to go in terms of dealing with competition and at least showing a level of decency they can build off of. So, look, it's a positive start for them. It's still going to be tough. Amcal now off to their map pick. T-side start as the pistol goes live. And the Young Ninjas sit pretty with those Julies on max. Travis used those well in the first round of the last map up. With the Ninjas side, see what they can do on the CT start.
It seems to be a B exec with a late lurk out from mid of Crowd. Now, Amcal's been able to get all the way out to the B stairs completely without contact. So this is going to be a very easy site take and just a retake setup coming from the Swedes.
Crowd and Reds go back and forth, so that mid lurk has been removed. 4-on-4 with the smokes down. However, the CTs are pushed out of the bomb site. They do catch Icy straight through the smoke. Blue Phoenix again showing up, and that might turn the tide of the pistol.
Now, Travis is going to try and slow down these rotations, though. There's going to be a crossfire aggressively just after this smoke blooms.
Taps to the P2K, CT side moving in. The utility sent as Travis can lock out 1 pick and the second, with Forrester also striking on Rez, leaving it all on silence. 1-on-3, doing tons of damage, getting 1 frag for it, but damage sent towards him as well. 17 points of health. Needs to win out these 2 kills. He knows that they're out there somewhere, but just doesn't know exactly where. And as Travis takes that fight, he will secure a 3K. Another 3K in the opening pistol for him. Amcal, all the beneficiaries.
A very good sequence there from Travis, and I actually thought that crossfire was going to be slightly different. I actually felt as if as soon as Travis got contact, there was going to be a wide swing from the generator players, but it was actually almost leaving the likes of Travis alone and just try to bring as much attention towards him as possible. I mean, when you're in that cubby corner, you're expecting maybe a 1-for-1 trade. The fact that he gets 3 kills and stays alive is actually kind of ridiculous.
Good to see where that shot came in from Blue Phoenix. Pistol did well in the previous. Now only pistols versus the automatics of the T side. Travis has already struck first. Seeing where Rez is as well, and will dish out quite a fair amount of damage. Mac 10's now moving in to try and get some money out of this round. Not a lot of cash being gained by the bonus SMGs. And do lose 1 on Forrester. That gun should still remain in for the T's though. 1 pick on Nickelback, double up, can be secured. Very nicely done. Yeah, they do get that Galil back in. So bonus weapons now for the first rifle round of the Young Ninjas.
Yeah, for Young Ninjas, this is obviously going to be an eye on them on how they're taking ramp. Are they taking it aggressively? Are they maybe giving respect forward? I mean, they're going to know that Amcal are on a bonus. So if you are Nickelback, you're probably thinking, let's get pace out of this one, because we're not going to have rifles for everyone. We're still rocking a Galil for a couple. We've still got a MAC-10. So expect some pace, maybe not immediately, but in the mid and late round of the situations, especially with that MAC-10.
And Travis, again, trying to take point over on the stairs over on B site. Nades to pop open the ramp smoke for Silence to look down, but see nothing at all of Amcal being careful around these defaults, aware that the Young Ninjas are going to start to get proactive, and it's that proactivity that gave them what they needed in the first half of that last map. Travis trailing back on Rez. Nickelback is the victim, but with him being low, Silence giving up another chance to get a kill. Forrester is a little bit late to catch them off, but he does get missed him as he sticks around for an extra couple of seconds, enough for it to be a 3-on-3, and Silence to be left alone. Backup is on the way, and Amcal apply the brakes.
And Max has actually got a flash, so he can flash aggressively for them to fire Crane.
Smoke close though, Crad. Molotov in the bomb site, more focused on the actual execution. That flashbang comes in from the CT side instead. Silence forced to fight. Icy gets 2 picks though, and Maxter is all alone. M4 versus 2, quick 180 swing, and the double up secured by the longest standing member of the Young Ninjas as they get there first.
That's very well played there from the Young Ninjas. I was waiting to see when that flash was going to be coming forward. Felt as if it may have come, or it should have come at least earlier than it did. I mean, there was no jiggle and there was no swing up from Crane, so it actually allowed the tuck for as long as possible. The flash comes forward, and you can just feel there for Young Ninjas. Be eager, keep that pressure on, and then right at the end, obviously Maxter wins out a very clean 1v2, makes it look easy.
Guns on both sides once again. Amcal trying to strike back off that round. Came down to one individual. And then we can get right back on that economy state and force Young Ninjas to start the forces and ecos. Those 2 SMGs in play for the CT side, and those will be the limiting factors for now.
Yeah, very good timing from Forrester in that last round to the top of Gap, up there in the tops. And you start wondering to yourself, how much impact are we going to see from him out to the ramp side? Silence making a solo mission. No teammate on a contact. Dry gets away with quite a bit of damage, but not a pick.
Advantage found in the end. Missed them to fall with one of those MP9s. Still got the 2 M4s and the AK left in play for the Young Ninjas. Amcal starting to form up the execution. 3 now ahead of the bridge. Trad's going to join them. Bomb on the back of Nickelback, and it'll be on Travis to try hold the lurk over on the B-bomb site. 35 seconds, and there's no one directly here to defend.
It feels like this round is almost over. When you start shifting the gamble towards B and mid, with the man advantage scenario, I don't even know if they're going to be keen for the retake. I mean, at least Rez can put an incendiary down towards default when he hears this bomb being tapped. Try and see if he can deny the bomb from going down.
Time it relatively well against Nickelback. That stalls for some time, but he just repositions to the other side of the site. Plant will be secure without much more concern. And yeah, you're right. The other 3 CTs wanting nothing to do with this position. Rez will eventually go ahead and fall back himself, and they'll keep these guns in.
So keen with this start on T side. Not only are you up 2-1, but the 1 round you gave to the Young Ninjas was a clutch. So you know that their economy is on the ropes. You know you've won your 3rd round and they've saved, so their economy is still on the ropes. You can still pressure that reset. You can still pressure the eco come the next. Amcal off to an absolute flyer.
You know, won the pistol in conversion in the last map, the first few rounds of it, but couldn't convert much more after the fact. Young Ninjas in the opposing position still have those 4 guns to work with something in what would otherwise be a full eco round, and Miss Dem will get a flashbang at most. Will not go ahead and force around to try and get some extra firepower. Makes no sense to do that. Have the guns out on the next. See what you can do here. If you can steal around, that'd be fantastic. And the early B stairs pushes are going to work out for 2-for-1s. Blue Phoenix taking down a tagged up Icy. Advantage maintained by the CTs, but for how much longer? HP Bards are in a bit of an awkward state. Blue Phoenix dipping in for more. Maxter still lines up 2, and Crad forced to hold on to the 1-on-3.
That's another one of these rounds where it's just pure chaos. Crad 41 points of health, double players up from mid. This is tough. This is really difficult for Crad to work.
Slow push. Smoke down for a bit of extra cover. Plant just a little bit behind default. Where does he go with this? Forward, onto Dawn, onto the M4. Missed them closing in the gap with the USP in hand here. Snitch pin element, the silent player moving forward. Rez finally gets his kill in and secures the round for the Ninjas.
And that's got to be quite frustrating there from Amcal, because again, we saw a couple of those rounds out on Overpass of rounds that just probably shouldn't be won there from NIP. It's not a huge amount of investment off the back of the saved in weapons. There's a lot of overfighting. I mean, you can see even there from Travis, he tries to get the molly to bounce off of outside of the B stairs to kind of push down and make Young Ninjas retreat. But what it does is it just makes them keep fighting. They just keep pressing on. They keep looking for a little bit more. Great lineup and a sequence there for the multi-frag. Young Ninjas winning a round they shouldn't do.
Amcal suffering for it once again. Rebuy will still be seen, but limited by Galil and a MAC-10. MAC-10 trying to play range as well down ramp. Silence about to take the range weapon of the AWP straight to him. Flick missing on the jump face. They are at least aware of that much here on Amcal. With that initial prod, they'll start to back away, continue playing at the default, give Forrester a chance to get a kill, and that's what he'll do on Rez.
A very good return there from Forrester. Within the first 30-odd seconds of the round, he strikes with an opener. Now, there is still some workability for him. He's working around this smoke. AWP gets caught. Another good kill from Forrester.
Silence caught napping up there at 51. Two-man advantage. Blue Phoenix dives away from mid as soon as Amcal start diving into it. Does turn around for Nickelback, but only that one pick. B site now completely opened up. Nothing that NIP can do to retake this, and they know it. Might still run into Forrester. He's still around here. These last 2 picks to leave him nothing in the next round. Only the savings and the loss bonus. And those AKs especially be mighty tasty. It just saw missed them through the gap in the tops. But Forrester can't quite get the kill.
It's just such an annoying round there from Forrester's point of view. If you are Young Ninjas, you lose that first pick, you try and have an advanced angle with that AWP to the front side of 51, and you're just losing another fight. And they're not even ending A, they're going out towards B. It's just a distraction. It's just more impact being provided by a single solo rifler. And what we're definitely noticing more and more in MR12 is one strong, impactful round can lean to so much more. And if you look at NIP, it's probably 2 rounds on the CT side, one of which came down to a 1vx, the other one a round they shouldn't do. So look at the economy again, because they haven't been clean rounds, because they haven't been able to provide a lot in the 2 CT rounds there is. Amcal still feel as if we can explode to maybe a 6-2, and if we get off to that kind of scoreline, there's just no chance. They just have no chance in the game.
We saw what that kind of scoreline or similar did in the last map.
100%. You're just going to close, or at least from the perspective of you leading, you feel like you should be closing.
Well, 2 to the good on Amcal's lead. NIP still having those 2 AKs in the previous round. A bolster to allow the AWP to come in. Oh, Rez gets caught off guard by Forrester, though, and he's still suspecting players will be out there over at ramp, seeing where Misdem's at, the AK of the CT side, or one of them at least, holding the defensive. Silences AWP, trying to look for his own way in, and Misdem sprayed through the metal wall. Forrester is caught dead to rights for it, and they still hold their nerve. A 3rd man joins the defense, and Amcal decide to back off.
Now, this is where I want to see a little info play from Young Ninjas. Just get on the front side, get an idea of what's going on, because it's very deep in the bomb site towards A. And with that being the case, it means that Blue Phoenix can't really cover B and mid. He has to kind of hold both. And playing up towards Guardian means that if there is going to be a B exec, there's not much that he's going to be able to do off of the back of it. He can put a smoke down for cover. He can put an incendiary to deny the bomb. But a minute on the clock, there is still so much time.
It continues to tick away as Silence holds his AWP. Swing forward, connecting onto Icy. That will give them reign of ramp, but they're going to have to convert it into a sight hit now, down by a man.
HE out there towards the sandbag. AWP up from the site, being blinded. Silence still holding the default line.
Smoke start coming in though, he's forced to fall back behind them. Flash is sent, he will get boosted. Crad, Incendiary off towards those orange positions, might force those players off, and Nickelback still does not catch the kill on Silence. The bomb plant can be secured just about. No blind shots connect from the AWP or the rifles here, but still 2 men up for the retake.
And they're playing this very aggressively. They're not falling back at all, Travis.
Spray through, goes completely awry as Blue Phoenix jumps around the corner, and Silence is able to connect 3 kills in this round to bring a 3rd round the way of the Young Ninjas.
And I think it's quite surprising to actually see 4 alive, retake successful, AWP and AKs getting recovered. When Forrester got the opening pick, he was up there at ramp, struck with the opening man advantage, but just couldn't hold on to it. And look at how back and forth this has been. Just have a look at that scoreboard at the top of your screen. Individual rounds, back and forth, back and forth. Both teams, I wouldn't even say both teams. I would say that Amcal felt as if they were in the good position. They had forced a very odd economical situation, very low. But with NIP keeping this many players alive, now it swings back in favor of the CTs.
Once again, Blue Phoenix being a thorn in their side, but now has Silence to back him up, the top fragger of the CT board. Tactical taken by Amcal. I've seen very few of those over the course of this matchup. Probably because they recognize now that the economy's run out on them. Bomb plant bonuses will only go so far without the backing of the economy state, the loss bonus specifically. Can only get these couple of rifles in for Travis and for Forrester. The Galil for Crad will be there for support. But you can just see how much better the rifle buy is for NIP. Amcal need to respond to get right back on them to deny any further potential on the CT side. Cover those 3 AKs if they can do as well. As it stands, though, very careful. Travis has found a 1-tap, though.
And they haven't even committed off of the back of it. They still want to boost up on the right and the left. Flash over. Forrester's going to look for no entry.
Maxter nades ahead of Wyatt. Incendiary did go down towards the main entrance. Travis is going to get caught dead to right. So 4-on-4. Another 1v1 that Maxter can fight onto. Push the smoke and everything. CT's side is starting to rotate to back him up here. He gets up close and personal to Nickelback, and finally Icy can shut him down. But so much damage has been done by Maxter. Crad pushing will provide some support for that bomb to get planted, but they haven't accounted for the backstab here. These 2 individuals being watched by Icy. Time will start to tick away as Crad looks for the head of Silence. He'll get it, but now Icy's in trouble. The bomb's in trouble. It just escapes. Now he's got to get away. Crad, so much blocked vision. Got to fight back with his own spray. Gets res to drop. And it's missed them alone. The captain of the Young Ninjas, known to the T side. That bomb will go down on A.
And Mistem is in such an uncomfortable scenario because you know that the bomb's going towards A. You know that there's a lurk somewhere, but where is the lurk? Is it in CT? Is it in mid? Has they just gone back to the bomb site together?
Crad holding his nerve, and Mistem had absolutely no idea where he was holding from. A 3K for him to bail out Amcal and just about secure that 5th.
Well, I think Maxter's full trolled that round, if I'm going to be honest. He gets 2 kills. Okay, it's a very good defensive to start that off. Why is he so aggressive? It's a double backstab in B stairs, and he leaves his teammate alone. Yes, he gets in that smoke and gets 1 more kill, but he leaves his teammate completely alone up there at Guardian. I don't know. I feel like that's such a risk. In such an important round, why you're making an aggressive play like that by yourself?
Not the first time we saw it as well. We saw it on that A collapse over on Overpass. Extending way too far out on the CT basis. Amcal now in the driver's seat once again. Nickelback straight through towards Blue Phoenix, who did find Travis to start things off over on B. It's a 1-for-1 trade, and still that weapon advantage sits with Amcal.
And this is what happens when you go back and forth for individual rounds, is one individual mistake could just cost you the game as soon as you break the other economy. Nickelback in a good position, strongly against Biston, but gets him in the end. Up there on the crossfire, Max that takes a lot of damage. Oh, he's almost killed himself. This is just so chaotic right now.
Forrester waiting for flashes to get sent over. Max that can't afford to push forward. And in the midst of all that action, the mid alert was taken out, so only these 3 players back at stairs for Amcal. Forrester stays forward, does get matched up, but Silence has lined them all up, and Amcal are silenced in this round.
I actually don't even know what's happening right now. These rounds are just so wild. I mean, right there, looks like there's almost a TK to yourself, and then, I don't know. I mean, as soon as that entry comes through from Forrester, it feels like the round's just done. 1 player on B, 3 players coming up from the stairs. Somehow Silence playing as much anti-flash as he can and then gets up and gets 3 kills.
That's where Amcal needs to work on their positioning, because this is like the 3rd, 4th time in this series that NIP have won a round due to a spray that has just lined up 2 or 3 individuals. And for Amcal, it's just this close to finally breaking this back and forth affair, and here you stand once again with only pistols and upgrades in the Young Ninjas on the key rifles. No major advantage allowed by this T-side line as Blue Phoenix continues to frag away and post up some money. The SMG pick onto Forrester, the $600 bonus. Was dipping in for a little bit more, will force the T's to back away.
I think both squads can look at these last few rounds, and for Amcal say we probably could go up 9-3. For Young Ninjas saying we could probably go up, I don't know, 8-4, like that sort of ballpark, just because of how harsh the resets could be to one another. It's finally come down to round 10 where the reset has been loomed. Maxter peeks in. There's still another player at the bottom of the stairs.
Let's get caught by Maxter this time. Won't fool us twice with that position. SMG missed him now at range, gets his money in, or at least gets one of those kills. Rest stole the other one. 5 apiece for the Young Ninjas, now equalizing to Amcal. The back of that pistol basis, though, there's money to play with when the teams would have loved the bomb plant bonus, but not to be. Instead, they will be seeing the AKs out for them. No AWP potential. Young Ninjas still in position. Now with the economical advantage. Savings available for them. Amcal. A scout has come in for Icy.
They're still very uncomfortable first half from both teams. Gun rounds, we've not seen many of them. Maxstar just working the edge of that pre-smoke at the bottom of the stairs to win out the opening duel.
Big gap there for Silence to work with. Kill found onto Icy. He's looking in for a little bit more. He knows that there's so many T-side players down there. Krad's so low. Swing forward. A Forrester only good for the 1 pick. His teammates not there to support him. He pushed up Tarps alone. 2 versus 4 with 16 HP on Krad. Things don't look all that comfortable right now.
And we like to call that the 75% smoke, which a lot of T-sides teams are throwing right now, where there's a gap on the right-hand side for the riflers to almost walk up on a contact and utilize the edge of that utility to fight towards the top of Crane and Sandbag. We saw Silence abusing that with the AWP in the other direction. Now a lurk smoke for Krad to work with. 16 points of health. It's going to be tough.
Nickelback's AWP's got to do so much here. The CTs are so well aware that this is most likely an A play. Smokes will come down from both teams. The shadow scene. Nickelback can connect 1. He's wary of Maxter. Is he wary of the player that is also out there? The Molotov forcing him out in the open. He still gets his kill. Nickelback from beyond the grave can trade it, but now it all rests on Krad. Those 16 points of health versus 2. Tapping the bomb unawares and accounting for Mistem. And he can get NIP up to minimum 6.
And I think even if we just don't look at the scoreline, if we just completely forget about where the scoreline is, and we just think about the way the rounds have been won, if you are Amcal, this is probably the last thing that you want in a series, is to just have the real chaotic rounds where it hasn't come down to very much, you're getting caught off guard, it's just pure chaos, and it's pure madness, just over and over and over again. And it honestly does make me think that Young Ninjas could seriously threaten the series, just with the way the rounds are being won.
Such a ridiculous set of circumstances on Vertigo. And forced back in with those upgrades for Amcal. No AKs available, but at least 3 automatics and a couple of upgrade pistols. Look at Nickelback. 25 points of health to the Molotov already. Forrester trying to lean, but caught off by Rez. Easy pickings for him.
Now fall back to the bomb site. Don't look to overextend again. Travis desperate for a trade with this dig.
Seeing the smoke, puts it down. Suppressing and once again tapping through that metal wall, which has been so impactful for the CT forces thus far. Missed them getting kills through it. Rez not seen above that smoke. Travis certainly was, though. Tagged to 41. Aware of how close they are on the bomb site, but only that one individual. The rest of Amcal start the rotation.
The issue is no one from Amcal's been able to work a pick to recover a rifle, so they're still just all down to pistols and that MAC-10. Young Ninjas. First time I think we've even seen the quad set up.
And Silence has caught Travis on the A-lurk. Meanwhile, Crad trying to get on top of the wood. Danger position. Blue Phoenix starting to move in to hold the crossfire alongside that quad individual. Flashdown away from kill. Foul. Max credited with it. Double up and a triple. Stolen away by Blue Phoenix. Not like it matters, though, for the Young Ninjas. They get themselves a half advantage on the CT side. 7-5 over Amcal.
It's a good performance from Young Ninjas. I think for Amcal, you're never going to say it's a good performance unless you're battering a team like Young Ninjas. It's as simple as that. You think about the idea that you've just qualified to the major, that your qualification run is beating high-end Tier 2 teams, high-end Tier 1 teams as well. You need to be slapping teams like Young Ninjas about and making it a fairly convincing victory. I mean, take a look at this entire competition. They're one of the highest or highest ranked HLTV teams. They're one of the strongest teams here. You've got Monty, BetBoom, Big. Other than those, I don't think anyone comes in close to the conversation of the form that we've seen from Amcal recently.
Now they go to the left CT side, pistol basis. Forrester good for that one pick to start things off. Got players as Crad starts to move in alongside Nickelback. They get those frags, so cut down all elements on the ramp, push in. Maxter left alone to try and fight back, and this is a complete contrast to what we've seen so far. Finally, some confidence from Amcal as they look to overwhelm the Ninjas. And now have to carry it forward from here on out. Pistol win to the CT side.
Well, it seemed like a fairly heavy A stack from Amcal. Strong crossfire. Crad comes up with 3. Young Ninjas probably just have to respect this second round. Weren't able to get a bomb plant. Weren't able to get many kills. So just look to Glock it out and try and get the early rifles in.
Overwhelming. As you mentioned, the Ninjas will look towards the higher firepower. Sack off this round and see what they can get. Try avoid the SMGs if possible, but that might be the only key thing they're focusing on. Doubtful of the bomb plant, doubtful of the kills. Obviously, you're not thinking of the round itself right here. Very slow approach as a result.
A gap flash, get them in quickly. Get very good flash to blind off the likes of Forrester and now try and get some acceleration onto Nickelback.
Good nade to do some damage, but the CTs are falling away, giving a lot of map control back. The T's now have an SMG to work with. 2 very low HP players that should come very easy to the CT forces, especially as Crad starts swinging in. Nickelback with support. Crad does double up. Icy also gets involved with his frag. Mistem does take one more with him on the way out of the round, but with Max dropping elsewhere, not going to be anything much left in the round itself. 3 remain alive for Amcal. It's 7 apiece on the board. The Ninjas now up to the rifles. The first time in the half.
And this is where I think when you look at some of the Vertigo players for Amcal in recent history, who we kind of look at as being more impressive to create impact, it's guys like Travis and Icy. I think Travis provides quite a lot in that mid-rotator position. We know as soon as Icy can go and get that big green out, there's an opportunity for him to flourish. Hasn't felt like he's had the AWP in his hands a massive amount across this series.
Just automatics in for Amcal. Similar story for NIP, you can say the same. Silence using that AWP, of course, a lot more during the first half of this map. One of the 2 players on double digits as a result. Rez doubles up when the kill counts right here. Forrester and Nickelback down to the very early pushes on ramp. Slowing it down. Amcal hoping they can find another frag as Icy sprots and prods in over at Ali. Missed them there to deal with him, and Travis and Crad just been smacked down in this round.
And it's another one of those rounds where it's just a question mark of how did we not trade Rez? We knew that he was low. I think Nickelback's done everything right there. You know that he's towards the bottom of the ramp sandbag, so just keep spraying with that MP9, and it just doesn't get the trade frag. And it puts Amcal in a really awkward position off of the back of that.
Finally, Travis will get one back as Crad also strikes in. He's got a double up, in fact. It's back to a 2v2, and Travis can strike on Blue Phoenix next. The bomb has been dropped out of nowhere. A quick position, a couple of good kills from one. And a follow-up there leaves Maxter now in the clutch.
Oh my goodness, that is terrible. That is really it's not even funny. Like, that's a 5v2 right there, and that's just poor composure to establish crossfires. I mean, that should never happen. That should absolutely never, ever, ever happen. That Amcal can return picks like that. I mean, a lot of individual fights being created, individual fight at Gap, individual fight at Crane. Poor, very poor.
Once again, that inexperience coming back to bite the Young Ninjas side. Amcal punishing it as effective. The advantage goes back with them, the Young Ninjas. On the pistols, and the pistols alone here.
I think it just shows the lack of discipline, and that's understandable. Again, these guys are very, very new to being a lineup, very new to this level of competition. But it's moments like that that's going to cost you maps and cost you series. I mean, that was such a great opportunity to put pressure back on your opposition, create a lead, and go from there. And now Amcal can just start running away with the scoreline.
And that's precisely what they're doing with this round, at least. It's easy pickings until Maxter finally strikes on the Forester, takes one of those rifles down. Nickelback will not allow any further casualties. Amcal can finally get up to a decent 2-round lead as the Young Ninjas get up to the guns for the second time in this half. AWP in for silence as well. You mentioned the lack of it over on Amcal's part. The AKs on the T side. They will drop that AWP over to Icy, so you'll have something to respond with on Amcal. Try and bolster up even further. Now they've got a chance to run away.
And I think just knowing that we haven't seen a single bomb plant from Young Ninjas in this second half could really affect the economy state consistently. Icy looking to go for an opening pick out there from Crane, catching off the first individual of Silence down at bottom ramp. So a fantastic start from the likes of the CIS squad within, what, the first 15 seconds?
Yeah, straight shot, shuts him down. Advantage gained. You can see exactly what went down here. It was an AWP v AWP battle that Silence could not quite beat into the punch with. I can imagine that it was just set up with a much more better spawn on the CT side. Good start for Icy, good start for Amcal. Young Ninjas taking it slow in the follow-up and the initial interim. Prod forward of the AKs. Hoping that there's an aggressive player, but there isn't.
It might just have to be a bit of a contact here from the stairs individual just to try and work a pick out on B. Icy nearly getting away with 2. Just distraction being pulled from Rez at bottom ramp right now.
Couldn't stabilize that shot on the AWP. Travis, similar story to his spray. Blue Phoenix again involved in a pick back here. Crowd up close against him. Does get that first in. Maxter can return fire as he doubles up on DeForest, and Nickelback's caught the lurk of Rez meanwhile, but it's still going to be a 2 versus 2, and Icy can't do much to deny the bomb plant. No, he can catch Maxter off aggressive instead. Did he see the header miss them? He may well have done so. 22 seconds as the IGL tries to secure himself in with another clutch.
A smoke down. Icy and Nickelback to come in from the same position. This is so tough to work. They're going to swing together. They're going to come out the open. And Mistem has got another round in which Young Ninjas should not be winning. Amcal realized, let's not slow it down. Let's not wait out the clock. Let's get in there. We'll fight together. And the one position in which they can line up again, out from the double stack, Mistem wins.
What's that? 5 lineups now. Amcal just mowed down by these sprays. Maxter did so much to set up the bomb site, and then his captain to close it again. Amcal pressured when they shouldn't be. And you can see what it does to the buy state for them. They committed into an AWP in that last round. Limited now by Travis, and SMG in for him, and everybody else will struggle to get the full sets of util and even some helmets out for them. Oh dear, that should not have been lost.
And I think from Mistim's point of view, it actually doesn't even look like he's sort of presenting that second fight. He gets that first kill onto Icy, and he actually tries to move away. He actually tries to reposition back out to the double stack, which means he's probably expecting a duel from the left-hand side of Generators. And what he doesn't realize is, as he's continued to spray and to move back out to the left, a couple of stray bullets have connected onto Nickelback.
Situation dire once again for the CT side, trying to abuse that gap on their own part. Of course, it was the Young Ninjas who punished that in the previous half, but Amcal can't return the favor here and now. Much slower to the default, much more careful from both teams.
Yeah, this is an important round, a massive round, really, for both sides. Try and reset the economy once again. AWP towards that top round position of Silence, catches off Nickelback.
One pick found, and he plays that position and that particular line of engagement to utter perfection. Advantage with the Young Ninjas. Amcal just don't know what to do with their lacking firepower. The T's will form up. It will be a B hit, and Travis is going to have to go pretty massive if he wants to hold it.
Yeah, this is just so uncomfortable. He might be able to get away with one, possibly two in this position. Icy is actually there for the crossfire as well. Gets nothing. Completely blinded from Blue Phoenix as well.
Doubles up on Icy in the back lines, who just does the damage. This is a run over once again. Young Ninjas up to evens, 9 apiece. Loss bonus lacking for Amcal.
I mean, isn't it crazy in that 5v2 that if Young Ninjas just close that and don't just troll the round, that they're probably even closer to closing in 2? They're probably even in touching distance of getting up to a serious point?
Well, in a similar vein, if Amcal, imagine if Amcal had their spacing in that 2v1 retake.
Yeah, it's very true.
It's literally exact same conversations we had from Overpass as well. Like, this has been a very, very messy match.
It has. It has not been a clean series from either team. I don't think we're actually seeing the best of Counter-Strike being played. And a lot of the time, it comes down to just the economy states. I mean, we actually haven't even seen that many strong gun rounds versus gun rounds. We've seen a lot of sort of MAC-10s and Galils in with AKs. We've seen quite a lot of MP9s and FAMASs with light utility. It's just, it hasn't been a streaky kind of game across both maps of this series. We haven't really seen a team win sort of 2-3 gun rounds back-to-back and get a round streak. It's been just resetting each other's economy quite consistently. Not many players are staying alive in the majority of these rounds either. 9-9. This should be Young Ninjas taking the lead.
Forrester and Crad will be the only 2 elements that can change that.
This is an important fight.
Don't think Crad was seen. I think Mistem was, though. Silence has got Forrester to start, and the M4 can engage against 2 players. Oh, God.
I mean, it's not over yet, because, again, it's only the single rifle, but it's a good position from Amcal on the eco.
You can just hear the disdain in your voice right now. Orp up close, Travis does get caught by it. Silence not going to let the USP get away with shenanigans, so 3-on-3. Any more from him, though? Slows it down once again for the Young Ninjas as they start to form up and go towards this mid-control. And it is Crad to hold on to that B-bomb site.
Tries to smoke the molly, but the molly actually doesn't go down. Now it's the double play out from ramp on the backstab, so they can set up Icy quickly.
Nickelback is jump facing to try spot for Rez. Now known about him, that HE should get the kill in. Crad can get the pick back, not double up against us. Silence. Icy has picked up the M4 elsewhere, so now it's on him to try and hold Amcal to hold on the lead against Ninjas. It's not going to happen. Blue Phoenix with his kill in the round. Silence with a triple, who's really stepped it up. And you just compare the pair of the AWPers between the 2 teams. Icy has not been given a chance to really get involved here. Even with that AWP earlier on, you mentioned it earlier, how lacking that weapon is giving him a hindrance. And for Amcal, it's another one of those key issues that we've seen over the course of this match. Even in rounds like this, where they had the M4s, Damage done, but no more against the Ninjas.
And I think realistically here for Amcal, lose this round, you lose the series. And it's a shame to see even in this round that they can't get the AWP out. Not even as a glass cannon for IC. It's such a lucky utility. Incendiaries are all gone. They've got a few smokes. They've got a single HE. For Young Ninjas, you want to slow this round down. You know that the economy is quite weak. Mistem's already getting a lot of territory to top ramp. Pretty much uncontested too.
Him and Rez watching and waiting. HEs all get sent from Crad that should do no damage at all. In fact, missed them. 2 easy frags. Nickelback, Icy, Forrester just decimated. And the Ninjas come out one of those confident rounds that should, by all accounts, just close it out here. Crad gets 1 pick back. No crossfire this time, though. Missed them to 4. Maxter to get Travis out to mid. And Crad's trying to challenge him, trying to bring something back, now known to the T side, who will just full send into B.
This is just where NIP need to play together, and right now I'm seeing a lot of separation. You've got 2 players at ramp, 1 out towards B. They're trying to over-fake in, they're trying to reposition Crad. I mean, as soon as he goes B and the bomb goes A, he can't even go for it. At least if he's on the bomb site that's being targeted, he can attempt the clutch. But realistically, I think you've got to save the AK here.
He's putting smokes down. He's running right into this. He's going to go hero. Ballsy play from a ballsy player, but I think that this might be the bad call to make. Gap in that smoke, trying to see if he can find Rez, but he's hidden behind the sandbags and silences AWP is trained not to miss. No rifle held by Amcal. No round held by Amcal. Young Ninjas, you said it earlier, if they win the round, it's probably the series done. And, well, that's what just happened.
And right there from Mistem, one thing that we saw from him at the tail end of Overpass, and now the tail end of Vertigo, is stepping up for a massive round. We saw that 3K with the AK out from Monster. We've now seen him get a double entry at top ramp. I'm really liking the impact that the in-game leader can bring in crucial rounds. Mistem has pretty much closed out this series. I mean, Crad's heroing to try and get as much out of this as possible. That's unfortunate there for Nickelback, just to try and hunt him down, and Max just to be able to hide out from that little generator and still get away with the kill.
Yeah, he's going to need a new desk, I think, after that. IC next up to task, seen by the AWP. The USP will fire away just to provide a little bit of cover, allow the AK to potentially lean up. Forrester also firing blind, dishing out some damage to those 2 players. Really rests on Icy to get anything out of this. And the missed AWP shot does enable a kill, not quite 2. Reyes gets back, the AWP stays in T-side hands.
Yeah, Amcal have got to set up Crad for as much as possible. Maybe keep a little bit of a gamble stack towards A. They're going to get him to fight from top crane. This AWP has just missed the timing of opportunity.
Go out to that weapon. Oh, Rez actually threw the weapon away. I think he was going for that AWP. He didn't realize that Maxter already gained it, but doesn't fall into the CT hands regardless. Maxter will cover off Travis. That kill will get found. Crad now starts leaning in at Guardian. Mistem could get cuts off, but only tag damage being done there at that burst. Forrester's caught Maxter, so 2 versus 2 situation. Now there's a rifle for both players to play with, but Crad has been removed. So Forrester, Deagle in hand, AWP on his back, 2 players to find. Needs those perfect headshots. Oh, hard on that smoke body block. He now knows he's got no further options. We'll just fire away, dive away, hold on to the AWP. Another boosting weapon into the next round, because the Ninjas are on a roll, 12-9. Map and series points to open up their group, their opening match in the group, with a result that we definitely didn't see coming.
That's a very good decision there from Forrester to back off and save. We know that the economy is in an awkward state because Crad went for the hero in the last round. Now they've been able to obviously get an AWP, so they can chuck that over to Icy. Forrester can stabilize the money float for as much as possible. Young Ninjas, though, this round streak has looked very flawless. They haven't been given that many opportunities to the opposition. Yes, there's been a couple of tight rounds, but they've closed them. And now they've got 3 rounds to close. The perfect opportunity for the Young Academy squad.
They did it in the last map. Can they do it here? Set and ready to their T-side defaults. Amcal trying to get that AWP in on Icy. Nades to open up a small gap above the smoke, but Flash Moves will keep him from seeing anything, and even then there wasn't much to see. Wraparound from NIP now set and ready to that B-bomb site.
It could just be a straight lean off of an opening contact, maybe get a boost up on the railing on the left-hand side, or a boost up towards danger. Resmoke comes down, and it gives them even more time to get set. They might just explode off the back of this.
Spam burst from Travis, caught off by the flashbang. May get caught in the back of the site itself. Missed him, extending very far out towards Quad. He might hold that outskirt of the site itself. Travis finally gets a kill in, desperate to get a second, but no. Blue Phoenix and missed him. Clap back. Crab's got to get involved here, and he's pressing onto the bomb site. Again, trying to get aggressive. Again, unknown to the T side. That smoke gets in his way, though. Bomb yet to get planted, but Missed him is hunting for more. Silence sees more at the edge of the site, holding out against any sort of flanks that can come through. One of those smokes will clear, and Nickelback will see his AWP target burst through, now revealing chances for Max to spray through. Icy known towards Guardian. All players, both players are tagged on the NIP side, and Icy needs to land a hell of a clutch. It's not going to happen. The Young Ninjas have 2-0 to Amcal out of the opening game of Group A.
That's a very good performance coming through from Young Ninjas, and I think what is obviously key, Jay, in this specific matchup of how they were able to cause the upset is that they make the rounds really competitive. You go and watch back the games that Amcal played at the RMR against the main NIP roster, against Fnatic, against Falcons. They're drilled teams. They're not going to create chaos. They're not going to create madness. And I think in this series, that was something that Young Ninjas were able to create, and that was a winning factor to how they were able to upset.
Yeah, I mean, that does speak to the truth, if I'm being honest. Like, that whole match was very, very scrappy. It came down to a lot of individual moments, and Amcal just looking like a very uncoordinated squad, like you say. Like, that really was, I think, the decisive factor there. And certainly for teams going forward, I know obviously Big will be in that lower bracket elimination match against Amcal. I mean, I don't know if their playstyle necessarily aids that per se, but if they wanted to make a change that could force Amcal on the back foot, that would be it.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Big's going to play very tactical, and I think for Amcal, they'll be a lot more comfortable with that game. And I think it just can be said, right, is that yes, you can be a top 30 team in the world. Yes, you can qualify to the major, but conflicting playstyles of your opposition can be tough to handle. And right here for Amcal, they struggled in this series. They were certainly on the back foot for quite a lot of times. Map 1, I think it's a stretch to say they could have won it. Map 2 definitely isn't a stretch. Map 2, there was a lot of key rounds that if get one, probably send us towards a third. So I think a much more comfortable showing there from the Young Ninjas on map 1, but a good showing for them in map 2 to get the result in the end.
Yeah, and just again, to make the point of exactly how far apart these two teams are, Amcal are currently number 25 in the world, and the Young Ninjas are barely within the top 100. Yep. So, like, the fact of the matter is that this is a massive upset, and I don't think Amcal will be happy with that. They've got a couple days before their elimination game, so I reckon take that time to get your heads back in the game, because you can't let stuff like that happen again.
No, it's very true. And I think for the Young Ninjas, I mean, again, a last-minute replacement team coming into this group stage, getting a 2-0 against a top 30 team, playing your 4th ever best of 3 on HLTV and with a stand-in. You can't have a better day than this. They'll be really happy with this result, and they'll be in a position where they could actually think to themselves, do you know what? We probably can cause an upset. I mean, you look at Bleed, I think they're a very inconsistent team, very hot, very cold. We don't know what to expect from them very often. That is a matchup from their perspective that they'll look at that and say, yeah, that's winnable. That's a game that legitimately is winnable for us to get into the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, I never thought I'd say it, but yeah, certainly the case right now. For Amcal, I mean, if they were in that position, I would have put them above the Bleed side. 100%. But you are right in terms of where they stand. This result has really thrown Group A completely out of whack. So I'm excited to see how far that will go down. But as it stands, we still have to move on to the last of the opening games from Group B. Fnatic and Preezy will be up in action to close out the day, Dwayne. And I am hoping for a bit more sensibility, I think, in our 4th game.
Yeah, you would definitely hope so. I mean, again, 2 upsets out of the 3 games that we've seen so far. I look at that final game saying there's probably not a huge amount in it. Both times were at the RMR. Both teams didn't make it to the major. I think Preezy are more consistent with their online results, but it's still going up against a team where your HLTV ranking's very tight. So Fnatic versus Preezy should be an absolute banger of a best of 3.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it, but we'll find out how that will go down after an extended break, and we'll come back to brief you on all that and more in the details department. So come back and join us here as we continue on with our final match of the day for the Rest European Series.
1xBet and EVA Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with Eva. very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move, one push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
Welcome back to the first European series. I almost said Eastern European Masters, Dwayne, because that's how used to I am to it. But no, the European Series #1, our first day is about to come to a conclusion as we look to conclude our first of the set of opening matches for Group B. Now we move to Fnatic and Preezy to close out the day. And a match that I, again, am hoping is a little bit more sensible than what we saw a moment ago.
Well, you would consider so. I think both of these teams are towards a higher end of Tier 2 right now. Both of these teams are looking for Tier 1 opportunities. Both of these teams are trying to see an offer that they can show the depth in these kind of officials and these kind of events. So it's all about getting that result up on the board and keep getting this year to be as successful as possible.
Betboom team lying in waiting in the wings for whoever is able to win out this matchup. And again, I am expecting this one to be quite the doozy. You mentioned before how Fnatic and Preezy are both in a very similar position in terms of their grand scale of Counter-Strike. Obviously, both teams had to have their crack at the RMRs in the major, and neither squad was able to make it. So complete contrast to the last match where you had like definitely one team that was rated much more highly above the other versus this one, which in terms of just that one jumping off point, seems like it's a little bit more of a closer affair in that respect.
It is true. I would say expectations were probably quite different, though, from both of these teams at the RMR. I think for Fnatic, you're building this roster to qualify to the major. I think for Preezy, you're sort of building this roster to press as far as you can in the Danish scene and as far as you can in the Tier 2 scene. Now, both teams have obviously got some Tier 1 players in the fold. Both teams would have been quite disappointed with their exits at the RMR, and I think this is now a prime opportunity going up against one another to kind of show, especially from Preezy's point of view, that they are one of the best teams in Tier 2 online. I mean, their online track record across the last few months is actually very impressive.
And the tail end of last year was looking really solid from them as well. I remember us doing the CCT Online Finals, for example, thinking, okay, how are they going to do with the new edition of Roy at the time? And how are they going to bed him in? And how are they going to do well in terms of their own position compared to all the rest of the talents and teams that we were going to see in that particular tournament? And they did really well. They won that whole thing. And they've been doing well in terms of the Tier 3 tournaments. The UPL, for example, has been particularly respectable for them. And now it's a case of trying to have that impact in something of a bit of a higher caliber. I'd say that Preezy haven't quite made it quite yet, but they are on their way to doing so. I think compositionally, though, the roster could use some improvements, Dweg.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult to say that when you've just made it to the RMR and you've you at least were in an opportunity to qualify to the major itself. I think the biggest loss had to be losing Nikodos, right? I mean, when you lose someone like him at the tail end of the year, you have to try and fill the shoes of the team instead of filling the shoes of the player. And I think bringing Dupree over offers a lot of experience to get ready for the RMR. But, I mean, even still, for the Preezy roster, there isn't an AWPer. Well, there is an AWPer for the Fnatic side. It's Afro. It's someone that's been there on previous iterations. It's someone that's played with the in-game leader of Body before. It's someone that we're very familiar with in the Tier 2 landscape. And some newer pieces that have also come in for them.
I think, however, a lot of people are out on this Fnatic squad, especially after the way that they went out. I mean, yeah, they did go deeper in terms of the RMR. They made it to the LCQ, but having not even held a candle against Gamer Legion is not a very encouraging situation for them to be in, considering that this is supposed to be a name that's supposed to be competing at the Tier 1 level, right? They have got EPL partnerships. They're going to be invited to Pro Tour events. They're already locked in for a couple seasons to Pro League this year. And so you need to see them performing above that level, above the level of a Gamer Legion, of a Preezy or otherwise. Right now, I don't think they are sort of in that position, right? I think that this match is going to be a bit of an affair for Fnatic.
Yeah, I don't know if I buy that, honestly. I mean, Fnatic aren't a tier 1 team. Yeah, the name value might be, but just have a look at who's on the roster. I mean, I don't think it's surprising to see that they didn't qualify to the major itself. I think they'll be disappointed in themselves that every single best of 3 at the RMR, even in the LCQ, they didn't even take a map. They had some competitive score lines. They went to an overtime against Koi. They went into an overtime against Gamer Legion. But 3 best of 3s back to back to get eliminated from the RMR to not make the major without taking a map, that's going to put a lot of toil emotionally on the team. And I think trying to bounce back is something that both of these teams are going to try and do, especially in this tournament today.
And I don't disagree with you on the Fnatic point, but my point is that they are going to be at those high-level events, so they need to do better than where they are at the moment. And whether they can do that or not, well, that's, of course, time to tell whether they can make those improvements. I am personally a little bit doubtful. Certainly against Preezy, though, it's a bit more of a manageable situation to be in. As you mentioned, their online track record is still very solid, so it's still going to be in a fair one. I don't really know who comes into this match as the favourites.
Yeah, I mean, there probably isn't a lot. I mean, I think I saw more from Preezy online, especially in the closed qualifier to make it to the RMR. I think they played some stronger teams. They got away with some better results. But across the board, I mean, both of these teams, especially in a veto process, they love Ancient. Preezy pick a lot of Ancient. Fnatic pick a lot of Ancient. So I'm expecting Ancient to come in. I think Vertigo as well has been very good for the Danes recently.
I mean, the idea that they've got that opportunity to float Ancient towards the tail end, it seems like it might end up being a case that you pick into that map because Vertigo has not been won by Fnatic at all in the last the last handful of issues. They go towards Inferno instead, and Overpass is picked as that map from the Fnatic side. Ancient does not get floated as the third, and it will be Vertigo instead. So you have that little bit of strong suit for the Preezy side, but not... honestly, I didn't think we considered Inferno.
No, I mean, Inferno's the third highest picked map in the pool. Ancient's number 1, Vertigo's number 2, and then Inferno's number 3. So it's not surprising that they've gone down towards Inferno. I think they'll be very happy with Vertigo as a decider. It's not a map that's successful for Fnatic whatsoever. This new rebuild with the new core, which is when Body got added, they're yet to win Vertigo on HLTV. They're currently 0-6 on the map. So if we do go to that final map decider, we are yet to see this new Fnatic roster win a map of Vertigo.
I don't think we've seen much of Inferno from them either, so that, of course, is another factor in the sense that that's one they've gone towards in picking in over on the part of Preezy. So they've got a couple of very strong maps in the front and back end of the veto, so in that respect, I think they have won out the veto advantage, and considering I'm walking into this match saying I don't know who's the favourite, that might just tip it in the Danes' favour for me.
Yeah, I think for Preezy, I just think their online record's slightly stronger, so I'm going to go 2-1 to them in this series.
Yeah, I'm going to join you on the 2-1 prediction. For me, it's all about Preezy as they get to start things off in our final match of the day here. Inferno, of course, to kick things off. Fnatic ready to receive on the CT pistol. Got a couple of Julies set in for QB and Body. Very careful and considerate on both lines of engagement.
Inferno's getting a bit of a winning streak as well from the Preezy side. 5 victories in a row for them. Beating some pretty valiant teams too. Refresh, TMB to work off of one another out there from the brackets. The late alert from Ultex can also come into the apartments.
3 defenders total. Doolies hold off against Ultex, but Ultex draws out first blood. Crims can get that trade very quickly off the back of the damage being done, and Afro holds down the long control, but only for 1 frag. Roy overwhelms, and Body now stands to attention, but unsure of where the T's will start attacking from. He'll check out that wine position, but not see anybody there. Refresh might feed himself also around that corner. It's a very slow approach. Julie's forced to fight. Does take down the bomb carrier. Roy very fast to trade.
And this is where Maddie's is now going to just pretty much get swarmed out on the bomb site. Dupree there from the half wall does lose the fight, and Roy's been seen with the bomb out from CT. Now he can double back. He can go back into the A site if he wants.
30 seconds. They slow things down. I try to play the information game against Fnatic. Has access to the bomb site. He's got a crossbite into Matty's crosshair, though. Be able to see that bomb part position. Not fully at the moment, but can extend. And at this point as well, you might imagine that as soon as he hears that bomb getting tapped, he'll start to swing on Roy. Now making noise, planting safer behind the fountain. You'll hear those footsteps, will just be seen. He'll secure that plant, so cash bonus available for Preezy, but the pistol is going to get won by Fnatic.
Yeah, one thing I'm very surprised he didn't mention, Jay, is what about Roy and Fnatic? Of course, that's where he went after Copenhagen Flames, right? Had that stint out on Fnatic. Him and Nikodos were the duo that went from the Danish team of Copenhagen Flames, made that international run, played with Crims for a very long time, a little bit with Afro too. I don't think it was the most successful time, and that's why in the end we saw both of them being dropped and in the end going over here to the Preezy side.
Now here to form a new path. And bomb plant bonus, of course, being gained by the T side. So we do have a little bit of investment. The AK and Galil will be the two key rifles alongside Mac 10s and Tech 9s. Trying to bring the Thunder back in the second round, steal it away from Fnatic. Careful placements with the CT trying to pod forward. Body caught, dead to rights in an instant.
A very good opening pit there from TMB. Didn't even need much teammate support either. Roy and Ultex with the two stronger rifles starting to walk contact out to the apartments. They can work in from Boiler too. While the rest of Preezy is selling more distraction out here to Banana.
Crossfire held at brackets between three individuals. Ultex pixels away from seeing Afro. We're seeing him now as his teammate looks to be engaged. QB reveals himself and Ultex can punish that. Try look for Afro next. Such low HP on the man. Eventually forced to back up and fall away, and that will cost him his life as Roy strikes on the site to Crims. Matty's not even aware that the Pre's moving in over at Banana. Kill found, easy pickings. All five alive for the T side. That didn't even feel like a challenge for Preezy.
No, it didn't at all. A very good distraction there from the bottom of Banana, in with that opening kill from TMB, and you can just feel the timing there. Works out nicely. Ultex takes a contact in from Boiler. Roy just walks out of the apartments to cut the rotation. Very easy second round being gained. And Ultex is another one of those guys where I think he was, without a doubt, one of the strongest anchor players out there on Astralis Talent. Looked like he was going to be involved in the next generation, had that opportunity of playing with the main roster, and now kind of brings that youth up with some experienced players on Preezy.
Fnatic set in with their upgrade pistols. Keep their wits about them in this stack and try and see if they can catch Preezy off guard, who are looking to commit in the early round. It's a case of whether they can actually go whole hog. They've got 4 players outside of Banana. Flash smoke sent in, indicating the best of a peak. TMB does cut Matty's down with his overextension, and they're going to continue along here. So best case scenario for these pistols, and Crims can strike! Almost get a triple. Roy forced to trade it back. Dupree is low, and Body is still involved here. He's 5-7 strikes of his own accord, and Roy is forced to trade it back again. All left on Afro here.
It feels like all of that hard work is just going to be nil and void, though. A fantastic sequence there from Crims to work that dig in for impact. But everybody else has kind of fallen around, and not enough multis to stay alive. Afro in with the backstab is being watched on a check every so often. This is such an uncomfortable 1v2 for the Deagle.
Considering his options, might allow that plant to come down for Preezy before he really acts. He's checking out the A-bomb side just in case, but the Molotovs and smokes being sent will reveal, of course, the information that, yes, they are committing to the B-bomb site. The plant will be secured soon. And Afro, no vision to strike and get an early pick from outside of the site.
He pretty much needs to go for this. I mean, there's no point saving and holding on to the eco in the next round. 1v2, it is winnable. It's just going to be tough. And look at the way that Preezy just aren't even overfacing. They're tucking on a contact. They can play off one another, and this just wastes time. If you're not peeking and you're not giving up a fight, it's just waste time off the clock.
I know what they're doing here. Afro making noise. Peek does come through from Ultex, and timed so well as Afro turned his head away. Preezy might have lost that pistol for Fnatic, but they gain it right back in with the force invest and the follow-ups, and there's not really much in this next round for Fnatic. Economy in the state, and so are they.
And I think the major concern that I have for Fnatic, just across the next few series from them is what are their map picks going to be like in best of threes? Reference back to the RMR and obviously the LCQ of the best of threes. Their map picks was 7 rounds versus Gamer Legion, 4 rounds versus Saw, and 7 rounds versus Koi. They got slapped. They got absolutely owned in their map picks to eliminate their chances of qualifying to the major. And it makes me wonder what we're going to expect from them come map 2.
We'll start a long way off before we get there. Early doors on map 1. Right now, Preezy are the ones in control. They will get that bomb down. Not really much resistance. The Fnatic can post up. The Gamble stacking over at brackets. The 4-man crossfire did catch body off guard, so they do lose AMAC 10. Again, it been the hands of Afro. TMB, the one to fall on the Preezy side. And the M4 of Oltex backed up by the rest of the AK. So the key weapons do stay in, or at least they should do. There's a bit of a hunt going down towards second mid, and I think Oltex is reading it. Low HP against Matty, still wins that fight pretty easy. It's a pretty similar story in against Afro, QB, and Crims. Nice triple, tidy triple, a quadra in the round itself, and a third on the board of Preezy.
And just to give a bit of the idea of the difference between these two teams when it comes to deeper runs, when it comes to grinding, when it comes to playing events under their belt, in the last 3 months on HLTV, this is Preezy's 24th best of 3. This is Fnatic's 8th. And that really shows that outside of the whole RMR circuit of the online qualifiers into the LAN event itself, they just haven't really played a massive amount. Where Preezy, on the other hand, they're accepting a lot of tournament invites, and the ones that we have seen from them online, there's been a couple of grand finals and a couple of wins.
How fast Body's going to press down here, though. It's like in playing time, might not affect his confidence level. He has pressed the issue. Afro's caught the jump face. QB can get a responsive back on Roy. Body does catch the pre whilst also mostly blinded. Advantage turning the way of the CT forces.
A very good opening pick up against the AWPer, but a returning couple from Fnatic. And now for Preezy, they are locked out of Banana. They have no map presence whatsoever, so smoke off long, look to try and jiggle out and get some info towards that porch side for TMB, but you're already seeing that rotation over. Matty's leaving B and leaving Body alone on B.
Slow walks, QB and Matty's. Do spot one player outside of apps. That's Oltex caught next. TMB trying to act alongside Refresh, but Matty's is having none of it. Triple sequence in the second round gained by him.
Yeah, Matty's, I think, in the last few months has had a lot of laughter about his mouse map, but there's no laughter about him as a player. He is an incredible find in a region that hasn't had a lot of success across the last few years of Counter-Strike. And you look at that progression and that move up from Enterprise into Sampi and just the recent 18 to 24 months that he's had as a person and just as a career pathway. Fnatic get their second round and able to save a couple of AKs off the back of it as well.
Quick forward of the AWPs. Afro trying to get that first pick onto Dupree. The HE sent down his direction. He still finds Matty's. The Molotov doesn't even catch him. 9 points of health. He's allowed to stay in play. And TMB will take mantle of the Banana position. Sprays back and forth between both individuals there at that top and bottom positions. QB does find Roy elsewhere as he presses in from brackets, hunting for another good kill. Low HP across several individuals. A 4-on-4 ensues.
Really a boiling point out there towards Banana. A lot of pressure, a lot of overfighting, a lot of utility usage, and then that's when Roy tries to see if he can get a contact and work a bit of a timing, try and create a little bit of space out towards A. Seems like it is going to be an A lean, double walk out of the apartments, and a double split can come in from shorts.
I cancel it. Not falling away, particularly the two players in mid. The apartment's control will still be held. Not ready for a push. Afro will rotate back into the B-bomb side because now Fnatic do not know what Preezy are playing at.
Now, TMB just needs to try and keep the attention out here to B. It's going to be an A-lean for sure. HG actually comes through onto Dupree. Really well timed.
Crims can follow up onto Oltex as well. Now down to 2 on Preezy and both players separated from each other. TMB has not made any noise, and that will call Afro back into that A bomb site, assuming it's going to be an A hit, but there is not going to be any hit at all. That bomb rotating away, TMB tucking himself in a corner. Both players will look for the save as Fnatic will look to equalize.
It just shows you how impactful that one kill was there from Crims up against the Boiler individual. Just cancels the entire round, and Here's something for everyone at home. Crims is currently playing his 2000th map on HLTV. What a record. What a career that this is the clean number of 2000.
Let's make it a win, shall we?
Yeah, that would be nice. That'd be a good way to at least push the series in your direction.
Wouldn't be the greatest win in his career, but, you know, a win's a win. Fnatic, of course, only evened up against Preezy. The early game has gone a little bit back and forth with their pistol win, and Preezy, of course, being mounted up towards on a return. AWP setting for Afro, who doesn't hit that opening shot down the mid-face. Rifles of Preezy protected for the most part. Not opting to press the issue over on Banana either. They'll let that utility come down. They'll let Body start swinging and spraying. They'll take a lot of damage in return to the blindness. The AK is winning out those fights.
Yeah, Afro struggled quite a bit in these last couple of rounds, and let's see if the pressure gets to him again. Crims offering up just on the edge of that long smoke, working out from Arch in with a triple.
Sit down, boys. Veteran got a class for you. How to school your opponents. Oh, Afro got schooled by Dupree, who's also a veteran of his own right. Kill found, 2 standing still for Preezy, 2-man advantage for Fnatic. Molotov trying to force QB into the open, but he still wins that headshot on Ultex. And now it's all left to the big vet of the T side. An ace clutch for Dupree, required to hold this round, and it's not going to happen on QB's part. Double up to hold at the site and hold the lead for Fnatic.
A very good hold there from Crims. I think it shows that, once again, Afro's being pressured, and I wonder if this is maybe a discussion point for Preezy, is that if we get info on where the AWP is, let's try and really strangle him. Let's try and make him uncomfortable, because he has had a rough start to the game. And Crims just gets on the other side of that arch smoke, makes that triple look easy.
And here are AK coming in from Roy. Preezy trying to get as much fight against Fnatic as possible. Of course, they can't sustain the full-on force invest. It's better to hold on to the loss bonus and money in the next round. See what kind of damage they can enable Roy to do. They have upgrade pistols around it. QB's the first man to face him. Out in that boiler position, unknown as of yet.
Dupree trying to see if he can work around that smoke, flash around the corner, struggles there from QB. Should get traded, and indeed he does.
Very awkward stuff. After a confident hold of the round itself, Afro gets overwhelmed as Roy's AK does indeed apply. The A site is open. They haven't got clear vision on the bomb just yet. Refresh has grabbed the second rifle and will plant down default. Now Body's been seen. That's a little something to work with, and he's continuing to get work down on his HP bar.
And the issue is TMB's got basically just a Glock and no HP. He needs to be a distraction. He needs to be wasting time.
Slow walks into the CTs. Refresh continues to hold the position. Land on Crims. Next advantage now for Preezy's part as Roy follows suit on Body. And Matties is all alone, surrounded by the T side. Will get TMB, and Preezy have stolen the round. One hero in Roy, and 4-4 on the board.
I think it's showing right now. The two veteran players on Preezy of Roy and Dupree are putting up a lot of impact. A lot of good kills from them right there. There was a lot of distraction in from brackets. Roy, I think we've seen multiple times across this T side that if he gets out of the apartments and he can get down to maybe mini pit or big pit, that's when he can really squeeze damage. That's when he can put pressure on the players on the bomb site directly. A 3-1 start, now tied up at 4 apiece. Hasn't felt as if either team's really been able to let go with a massive round streak. Economy fairly light. I mean, at least Preezy have got more farmed up in the reserve than Fnatic do.
Helps we didn't invest anything into that previous round except for that one AK. You mentioned, of course, the potential of overwhelming Afro. It's basically how that round fell apart there on the defensive. Body's gotten 2 picks already in over at Banana. Dupree and Roy caught TMB down through the smoke, and Preezy just collapsed in round 9.
It seemed like they were all spam kills. Just M4s coming down from the top car position. And oftentimes, that's what Banana's going to be. If the T's are operating an aggressive Banana take, it is just going to be chaotic. It's going to come down to a lot of HE placements, a lot of those spam angles being held. And Preezy, unfortunately, lose out on that battle.
Reduced to 2 with no trades. Feels like Body and Matties could be easily traded back if they can find those and isolate those individuals, because 28 HP for either one. But this is all theoretical if they can get it, if they can find those kills, if they can burst away into the bomb site. Pressure against them, they must feel it themselves. Orp v Orp battle. Ready for Afro and refresh. Afro just tucks himself into the corner at the right moment. The smoke will come down. And Molotov will get sent deep, but will not receive by that man. Nades and mollies in from Ultek, striking out from short. Meanwhile, both players trying to force their way in as they've revealed themselves. Baka will start to get rotated. Afro will get caught by Ultek, so that's one frag to gain. Crossfire still held. QB is seen. Ultex gets him next. Crimson Body next up. Crims being revealed here. 10 seconds. They need to get that bomb plant in soon, and Body just knows. Strike at the right moment when that plant is going to be attempted. That gets you the round. That gets you the fifth. That gets you the lead. And now Mattis can clean up the last player. Refresh might just die after time right here. His AWP just holds the doorway, but does peek in at the wrong moment and does go down in the end.
Well, that's probably one of Fnatic's best rounds yet. And not only with what they get out of it, but what they do economically to their opposition. I mean, dropping a player a refresh after time always hurts. Body has a very good round. And I think when you look at that crossfire might not be a swing on a contact, but it's a lot of time stalling again. You've got Ultex wasting so much time trying to work out that pick towards the big pit that once you finally get into the bomb side, one kill and it's just done. Body gets his triple and that just ends it entirely. Fnatic have to look at this position now and say, do you know what? We could probably go 7-5 or 8-4 on a CT half. I mean, just knowing you're up by one, knowing that their economy is in a very awkward state, they'll have to eco in the next round if they're not converting. This is where, if you are Fnatic, you're in a really good position. You've got a chance of getting 7 or 8 rounds on that CT line.
Equally, though, we saw what Preezy could do with 1 AK, and there's 2 in play. Galil on Ultex, TMB and Refresh, the pistol players in this one. Going to have to try and enable those 2 key riflers to get involved in this. Molly sent. Utility trades back and forth for Standard towards Banana. Body. A flash to get himself out of the way here. Hold that position with a bit of an aggressive angle. 2 teammates right behind him. Case of contact kill, flashing ahead of that smoke, but seeing nothing at top.
Get that molly, get out of there as quickly as possible. They're going to retake Banana. They're going to try and fight this.
Nades doing so much damage as well. The pre-core TMB, such low HP, it'll be an easy frag for Body to get here. The T's will try and strike back, but they cannot get that trade, let alone any damage of any worth. Finally, the kill comes in as Roy runs out of ammo against Matties, but does get that kill in the end. 2 back for him, 3 on 3.
And not an over-rotation as well from the Fnatic side. Crim's quite happy to maintain top B by himself, not bring one of those A players down. I do wonder if QB and Afro start making an info play in from brackets and try and start that backstab to be created.
Smoke on at Coffins and Cross. Crims will still hold himself in position. Going to stand out in the open as the smoke starts to clear. He'll get 1 pick. Roy again trying to bail out Preezy. 11 kills so far for him, but it's map up a triple in this round itself. Incendiary will try and see if they can deny the bomb plant. Will not be successful. It is a 2-on-2 for the retake.
Yeah, that molly not landing where he wanted to, and that actually might change the complexion of this retake. QB in from Coffins. Afro with a flash to come from CT.
Another smoke to Cross. 1 comes in from the CT side. That nade will not do much to refresh. The Incendiary will at least keep him from holding in the dark, but QB might think it's completely clear. Roy still gets his Quadra, and a headshot landed perfectly and clinically to Afro. An ace for him. What a round.
That's a fantastic round coming through from Roy, and I think right there from Fnatic, they'll be quite disappointed in themselves. First off, they achieve what they're looking for with that opening pick. They keep extending and fighting out there towards top Banana, and you're almost anticipating Matties to maybe get 2 there to draw that attention in from the half wall, to keep attention on towards Body, who's just retreating, but Matties only gets away with 1. Crims on B only gets away with 1. Preezy look up to Roy, and Roy gives them a round.
A romper of a round at that. Beautiful stuff. And it's down to basics again for Fnatic. Upgrade pistols are at least in play for Body, who will catch TMB off guard, extending very far ahead of that smoke. Again, a headshot game. The Galil, however, will not be maintained by the CT side.
Yeah, they get him in the end. Now, for Fnatic, it might actually start turning into a bit of a gamble stack. Afro, close quarters with a P250, just wants one before he drops.
Gets out of the way, trying to bait them in a little bit closer. P250 doesn't get much out of it. Hasn't had much out of this entire game so far, Afro. QB now hoping that his Zeus can get anything, or a USP can catch a player extending too far up in the apartments. It's very unlikely at this kind of range, though. Plant will be secured. Any exits will be lovely for the CT side, but that's not coming through, at least the initial offensive. Matthews and Crims will try their hand at it because they're not going to lose anything in this next round. Got money inbound with the loss bonus and the savings that they have to go for the rifle buy in the next. Be their last chance to get a rifle buy in this half. Minimum 6 will be hit by Preezy as they gain the lead again.
And it's got to feel underwhelming here from Fnatic. Being on your opposition's map pick, being on the CT side, when you have the opportunity of getting 7 or 8 rounds and the most you can get is 6, it just feels like you haven't taken those chances and been successful with them. And they'll be in a position now where performing in the second half is going to be more difficult just off of the scoreline difference for sure. Crazy. And these last 3 out of 4 rounds has made quite a difference to their entire campaign in the first map of the series.
Whether they can press that 7-5. You mentioned Fnatic were looking at potentially at 8-4 at one point. That is not going to be a possibility. They can still equalize the situation. Roy's gone down first and foremost, so big player removed from server. QB going to follow it up. Afro gets caught by Dupree, who tries to turn around for the double, but Crims is there to bail out QB. And once again, it's a 4-on-2 for Fnatic.
Yeah, once again, it's another struggle of a round from Afro, but I think the rifle is actually set up quite nicely off of the back of it. A bit of a bait and switch. Put the emphasis out there towards long and then start fighting on short and long together. And Preezy should have, realistically, no chance in this round. I mean, 2v4, split from one another, it just feels impossible.
Unless one gets a pick and the other one can rotate in without facing much resistance, which would certainly be less than likely if TMB is the one to find the frag. Second rotator coming in. He's going to try and see if he can force the issue. Saw body just before that smoke bloom, but didn't have enough vision to stabilize a decent shot. The AWP still watching of refresh, and actually QB offers up a decent frag. Now that player is all alone with TMB found by body. AWP versus 3 for the 4K in the clutch.
Crims has already seen that he hasn't left the bomb site, knows that he's in the middle of the bomb site, so just make it a lot easier for the retake and doesn't even need his teammates to come in for support. 6-6, it's a tied-up scoreline, and it puts even more emphasis on both of these teams on being able to perform in the early few rounds of this second half. The first pistol, the first force buy, the first rifle round, whatever it may be, just to set a little bit of a precedent, to get an idea of just which way this will swing. I mean, 6 CT rounds on a map that isn't successful for Fnatic. I mean, they haven't played any of Inferno recently. You look even before that, they've played a little bit of it. But for Preezy, I think they're in a good position right here.
Now you can feel the struggles on Fnatic. And now what is statistically the better half for Preezy in this map up now. This could be the runaway moment. Fnatic really got to clean certain things up. Afro's, again, the main sort of obvious sticking point. Obviously, you've talked about him in quite a capacity, and for the AWP to be as expensive as it is, it doesn't help the economy state. T-Site can at least cover that off with some bomb plants, but that's assuming they get into the bomb sites in the first place.
I mean, Afro won't be AWPing T-Side. T-Side Inferno is very, very limited. If we do get it out, we might see it for 1, possibly 2 rifle rounds, but we'll see a lot more rifling from him. And again, even for Preezy, we had the conversation a little bit in the pregame. They don't really have an AWPer. TMB picks it up, and I think at the RMR, 20% of his kills were with the AWP. Normally, you see it about 35, 40% roughly for more mainstay AWPers. So I think it does show that there's definitely more leverage and more ability in the rifling department than there is for AWPing on Preezy.
Better hope that some of those numbers get picked up by the AKs then. Certainly would be nice for a very good pistol if they can get it. Of course, Fnatic got to convert on that pistol as well because they won the CT pistol. They didn't find the follow-up. They didn't find the conversion. Let 3 go back to Preezy, which is what enabled this match to be as close as it was in the first place. Momentum might be a key thing to focus on. A lot to think about here in the second half.
And I think a lot to think about for Fnatic as a whole. Again, you look at the complexion of this lineup. You've got an in-game leader that hasn't had success leading international teams. We saw that on Falcons with Body after they dropped the French side of the roster. We've seen it here for the main team now, Fnatic. I think there's a lot to prove in 2024 to try and get closer to that Tier 1 conversation and just show that they've got depth in these kind of online events. I think both for Preezy and for Fnatic, they have to look at this entire group stage and say, yeah, we should be in the playoffs.
Prods forward from the main CT force now. Spotted. Afro will get that first kill. Dupree can take him right back, but Matty's Body and QB have all other elements covered off. Roy's got a hell of a clutch to happen. And as stellar as he's been so far in this game, I don't really count him into it. Does find QB. Crims could also get isolated here. The Glock has now been seen. The plant will be secured. The Molotov will ensure that Roy does not regress too far forward. Crims will still gives him his second fight, though. 23 HP for the next 2.
Yeah, the HP bars are low, and knowing that there's still a smoke and a molly, there's a lot of time stalling opportunities for Body. I like that him and Matties have just doubled up. As long as they play together, there should be no way.
Yeah, the footsteps. And the smoke in his hand. They're going for the directed fight. Oh, caught on the reload. Not the best timing for Roy. Matties can swing and double up and take the lead in for Fnatic. The second pistol. 2 out of 2 pistols go their way. And this time there is no money bonus for Preezy to force back.
Yeah, it's actually a very sustained pistol round there from Fnatic. Not really being on the front foot. They're playing extremely defensive. Bottom T ramp, in from Banana. And Preezy aggress down from mid. It allows the Glocks to get a lot of entries, to close that round down quite easily. A force buy from Preezy come the second round too. A couple of MP9s in the hands of Roy and Dupree.
Molly's initially will do some damage to TMB to start. Is 5-7 hoping for a pick through the smoke. At least a tag would be nice, but nothing is forthcoming thus far. At least nothing of any worth. Preezy. All they can do is stall them.
And there could be a bit of time stalling. I mean, you've got another smoke on one of the B players of Roy. So a minute-ish out on the clock. If there's another re-smoke towards a half wall, that could be down to around the 40-second marker. And TMB just getting a spam kill. We've seen him jump facing. We've seen him play in and around the half wall. Now we've actually seen him get a pick.
Starting man advantage for Preezy. Does it snowball from there? 2 players over on that A-bomb site are about to differ. Deagle and SMG. Alltex better be ready for some decent heads to pop his way. The third player will start the rotation. TMB is on the move. Is he considering the idea of a B-Rap? He may well do so. 30 seconds. Fnatic about to start pressing.
Alltex just needs to get contact. Try and set up Dupree.
Oh.
Great shot from the Deeg.
TMB on Matties. He's turned away at the wrong moment. Oh, Fnatic. Not like this. 2 versus 5. His Body drops next. Preezy are about to do it for the second time. The pistol won by Fnatic, but Preezy with the steal. Oh, God. Everything went wrong right there. QB last to drop. Oh, no.
Well, I think what it shows, right, is time is low and it's an A-stack. That is basically what it comes down to in that scenario. TMB gets that first kill. He rotates back over. You've got a heavy A-stack. You've got Alltex in a good position with a Deagle. He gets a good shot. Dupree still in the mid-bomb side with the MP9. Yeah, we can sit here and laugh about the timing that happens out there towards the long position and the walk through the smoke from TMB. But from TMB's point of view, kill's been made. pressure's building on Fnatic to get into the bomb side. He's thinking, okay, I can work the edge of this smoke. Catches a good timing. The individual's looking the other way. And for Fnatic, unfortunately, running into a stack on low time on the clock, it's always going to be difficult. And right there for Preezy, they come out successfully.
Tacticals taken by Fnatic, as mental may well have been broken by that. What a sick shot to hold the defensive to start as well on that Deagle.
It's not an easy kill. I mean, even there for Ultex, I think he's just trying to take a couple of pop shots to set up to Pre, right?
Yeah.
Just to be able to jiggle out and maybe fire off a couple and tuck back into safety, and he actually just lands the first.
All comes together in the end. Preezy pick up a wildie of a round and look at the buy to respond to it for Fnatic. Tech 9s and Eagles. And gun set as standard. Flashes are moving in. Dupree tucked up in cubby. Crims will check it and will remove one of those guns from play. Galil back of refresh token. Mow down a double and almost a triple. Even Afro got caught by it. Ultex revealed out towards this pit control. TMB and refresh will come up with another couple of kills. And QB just nothing left in it. Refresh from range. Rolls in the 4K and rolls in the lead for Preezy.
And if you are Preezy, after that round, you know this game is done. Maybe not the series, but you know the map is done. I mean, 8-7 up against the anti-eco, not even threatening, keeping mass players alive, farming up economy. This is where, on a CT side of Inferno, a map that you're comfortable on, a map that Fnatic do not play. I mean, Preezy's track record on this map looks insane on paper. 13 wins and 1 loss in the last 3 months, and it's not even their most picked map in the pool. It's always Ancient, then Vertigo, then Inferno, and this is the track record that we get to see from them on Inferno.
Yeah, Preezy certainly in the driver's seat. Like this. Best you can do is just accept your fate and go towards the next rifle buy. At least they've got a couple of rifle buys. That's the one silver lining for Fnatic, but then the next concern is converting on those rifle buys, turning them into rounds and trying to return to Preezy and gaining an advantage, an even scoreline just to start. In round 16, no such opportunities will present. Easy pickings on QB. Follow up over towards Boiler. The bomb of body should get caught. It should be 9-7.
And I think another thing as well from Preezy is that when you look at the Danish teams that we've had in the landscape across maybe the last 4 or 5 years or so, we've quite consistently had Danish teams at the higher end of Tier 2, right? Like always in and around that top 30 position, your old Ecstatics, the new Ecstatic, the old Lingby Vikings, Tricked, for moments, right? But I don't think we've oftentimes seen a Danish team get consistent Tier 1 opportunities to play up in that Tier 1 level, to keep qualifying to the next level. And I think for Preezy, with how sort of soon they've made these roster changes that we've already seen the RMR, we've already seen in the last 3 months that they've been able to win events in Tier 2, it seems like they're getting closer and closer to that opportunity and to that goal.
Rifles are inbound. Fnatic already lose their first. Dupree, Adroy taking picks as appropriate. Matties and Crims, the victims of their fight. Afro does get one headshot, but Roy is so fast to return, ensure there is no advantage for Fnatic.
It just feels Jova, doesn't it? I mean, 40 seconds into the round and it's a 4v2. Look at the way that Preezy have been able to literally explode after winning the pistol. Winning that pistol and winning the force buy just puts yourself in such a good position. The AKs alive on the city side are always just going to put in mass damage. And QB felt like he might have had a time in there to walk forward on a contact, has to drop off, and now Ultex can play the off angle out from Porch.
Body not seen yet, as Ultex did back away far enough. And timing couldn't be better. Case whether they can deal with body anyway. Refresh the SMG, Ultex the M4. Apartments might become a concern with footsteps now being drawn out. Body has not checked all the way over. Refresh has finally been seen, but finally Alltex can strike. Incendiary down, can block them from getting that bomb plant. QB will still try it because he has no choice. The 2K of Alltex holds his nerve, holds the 10th for Preezy. Fnatic, not even the cash bonus of that round. And yeah, I had concerns this CT side would be where the Danes would run away with it. That certainly has happened thus far.
And honestly, it's astounding to think how many great players have come out of Astralis Talent. When we kind of consider that in the academy scene, there were some moments where they were towards the higher end, but they weren't always looked at as the strongest academy teams. You've got Bro that come out of Astralis Talent, made his way on Monty. You've got the likes, obviously, of Alltex that's made that jump over. And then most recently, Patty, who has made the jump from in-game leader of Astralis Talent over to Ecstatic. Not only has he made his team qualified to the RMR, but to qualify for the Major. I mean, so many good pieces from the Danish scene in the recent 18 months or so have come out of Astralis Talent.
And now Preezy are the beneficiaries of one of them. Alltex, not quite the top frag, and that one goes to Roy, but still keeping pace and having his impact in that last round. 3 to the good on the Preezy camp, and they continue to grow it as well, because surely with the pistol buy being where it is for Fnatic, this should be number 11 for Preezy.
It's TMB and Roy maintaining Banana and getting all of it. And because there hasn't even been a press, because there hasn't even been a contact, they're just going to rotate Roy over. They're going to keep 4 players towards this A site. And look at the re-smokes that go down. Brackets and Apartments gives Roy even more time to get into position.
Slow approach. Some room for utility to get put down by the CT side. Smokes come out. That HE of Alltex doesn't actually do as much as it initially seemed like it was going to. Fnatic did back away. That incendiary keeps them at bay.
Now, TMB's still got another smoke, and he could put that down towards the bottom of Banana. Alltex is getting a read on this.
Flash turn away from Tech9 does overwhelm. QB picks up that AK, and Dupree does put some fire down range. Meanwhile, the players on short start to act, but Refresh is still picking away. There's nowhere to look towards, still gets his double, and Roy tried to protect him only for a decent moment. Dupree also chimes in, and Afro is all alone. Bomb drop very deep in at Pit, and Dupree gets his double. Preezy now look towards the gun round of Fnatic, where they have this last chance to try and hold momentum in this map up. 4 to make up. Not the worst of situations in the world. Still not the best, but it all hinges on round 19.
And it still feels so weird to me that if you play Graveyard, you can spot towards Pit. I mean, previously, you had to go right up towards the wall and almost on top of Pit to be able to look down. And I think it shows in this round right here from Refresh how a slight off angle was able to put pressure on Pit and that short at the same time. Preezy, I mean, they haven't even been tested in this second half, really.
TMB follows up on Crims and starts things off in this round again. Tag up on Afro as Fnatic just try and send bodies down Banana, desperate to get even a frag to trade and desperate to get anything in a round like this. Jump face, swing forward, Roy's got him marked. Banana clear of T-side presence. It's a 5-on-3.
Now, QB might feel as if he has to make a play now. Knows there's a player out there towards short, and Mattis does catch him. But as soon as he repositions to get closer to the bomb site, that's when he gets caught. Body's been caught as well. QB, the last one left. And Preezy have just annihilated. Just absolutely annihilated them here in this second half. This is just disappointing from Fnatic. Like, I know, obviously, economical state, it's tough to recover once you win pistol and lose that next round, but to not even show us competitiveness in these rounds, to not even feel like it's close to being a winnable round, they've just been slapped.
Yeah, there's not much positivity to take away from this for Fnatic, is there? Inferno, a map that they haven't even played in the last 3 months. And probably for good reason, this is on display right here and now. Overpass will be Fnatic's domain. Preezy, however, putting in a shift. There's a hell of a momentum boost to show off exactly who they are and what they're made of and what they can do against a team like Fnatic. All things coming together for the Danes. The T-side hit yet to truly come together for Fnatic. Need to do so soon. At least Body just find the opening pick, a man advantage for now.
Try and reposition, put more emphasis out towards A, but there's already a rotation over. Refresh with the AWP is going to pick that up from TMP. Dupree spots so much out from brackets.
Lightning fast adjustment, done damage. All Texas HE gets Crims, and QB is also revealed with that missed piece of util. He tries to pop out as Refresh holds the line of the short control. Body does get a trade back, 2 versus 2. Refresh is also overwhelmed, and Roy is left to clutch it. They have cash here for the CT side. AK versus 2, what do we think?
I might as well attempt it, right? Just to see what presents. Get that plant. Close sight. Player up in graveyard. Oh, this is a tough crossfire, to be honest.
No utility for Roy either. Holds position as the smoke will look to fade momentarily. Won't see anything as of yet. QB's tempting face, though. Don't break the crossfire. One hold long, one hold short. Roy sees the man that breaks the crossfire. Body goes down, and surely he must realize, surely he must. But he's still not able to get the kill. QB keeps it together just about, and Fnatic stay alive.
Oh, that was actually a really well played there from Roy. As soon as Body overextends, to me, I'm just thinking they've just trolled it. They've just lost that round there. I think, unfortunately, though, look at that from Fnatic's point of view. You've got a massive round streak loss. You come back with your first up against Map Point, and you've got one alive. That just means the buy is going to look fairly uncomfortable that next round. Yeah, they were able to recover it all. They can get that into Afro's hands, but it's not going to be that comfortable of a buy state here for Fnatic at all.
And still, Roy will start things off with a kill to his name. Crim's caught. Matty's just barely. Here's the footsteps of Dupree, who misses that utility and does get overwhelmed. So that's one player to fall on the CT side of things. Matty's on 12 HP, though. Surely should get picked up by Refresh here quick. Flash in. No, he doesn't see him. He got caught just as blinded. Incendiaries held. HEs of Ultex now surrounded. 3 T-side players challenging him. He'll get that first, isolate that second, and tip the round back on his head once again. Body unknown. Perhaps not yet. Now he certainly has been. Ultex does not find the kill shot, though. Got to hold himself. Got to get his teammates to get back here, because that bomb is on the way.
Yeah, Ultex just needs to try and get as much support, work the edge of the smoke. Can he catch off Afro in the apartments?
Not yet. Body Molotov out. He finally gets that kill in, but Roy is there for the response, and the AWP has all the work to do. Backed up. And get his way out of the apartments. Can get that bomb plant in the end. And now see whether he can try and have his own hero clutch. See if he can keep this one together for Fnatic.
A resmoke out there towards Moto is going to slow down the reposition of Roy. I wonder if they're going to double up in brackets or whether they're going to try and work short and long together.
Back will be turned towards one man, and it will be Roy who fades the smoke, gets the kill, and gets the retake together. For 13-8 for Prezi to take map 1 in this series. Their pick of Inferno for the Danes.
We know that Roy is the highest rated player for Prezi in the last 3 months. We know that he's their best performer on Inferno. But to drop 25-8, you don't know about that, do you? I mean, that's a very good performance coming in from Roy. I mean, even that last round, Mattis has got 2 kills. Look at this from Ultex. This is a huge round. That is so much damage and so much time stalling. Yes, we can talk about Roy and his impact, but right there at the end, that was fantastic from Ultex.
You were right to bring up the impact of the Astralis Talon roster, and because Ultex was a prime example of that on display right there. I mean, look, the impact he had on that A defensive was just, I think it's so underrated. Only really that round shows it off to the obvious eye. I have to give him the highest praise, honestly, because it wasn't a one-man show for Prezi, even the stats say so, and I could see just the confidence they had on Inferno. It was very clearly their map pick. They very clearly wanted to play it, and you could see exactly why. And so going forward, they've got a hell of a leg up in this series, because Fnatic, at certain points, and especially in that second half, didn't look all that competitive.
Yeah, no, this is concerning for Fnatic. Whether it's your map pick or not, you should be at least competing. And I think right here, they didn't show that in the majority of that map at all. I felt as if they could have got 7-5, 8-4 at the half. They get away with a 6-all. They come into the second, they win pistol, lose anti-force by, then just pretty much show us nothing. Really don't give us a lot of goods in that second half. And I think looking at the way that their overpass was at the RMR, looking at now now 3 series back-to-back on HLTV of best of 3s, not winning a map. This is very concerning for Fnatic.
It is their map pick, at least coming up next. At least you can have the silver lining that Inferno is not a map played in the last 3 months, but I don't think there are many other silver linings outside of that. We're going to head to a break and see whether Fnatic can bounce back when we return.
1xBet and EVA Alfie present betting on all esports events on the website and in the 1xBet app. 1xBet. Play with EVA. very complicated job, but I love simple things so much. One move. One push. One touch. One love. One click. One XBet.
Well, not a very good showing from Fnatic, all things considered. You'd certainly hope that things would be a little bit more competitive, all things involved there. But that tail end of Inferno doesn't give many great signs for Fnatic. Again, you are hoping that coming into their next map, their own map pick, that things will start to improve because it is their map pick. But Dwayne, you mentioned towards the tail end of that map up when we were about to go to break, the recent track record for Fnatic hasn't been all that fantastic. So talk me through a few more of those details.
Yeah, I mean, Overpass has been okay. I mean, they played it twice at the RMR. They had a 13-11 in the best of one versus Amcal. They had a disappointing loss of only 4 rounds against Saw. So, in the recent history, it's been a little bit inconsistent. But I think just for Fnatic, I mean, for this to be your 4th best of 3 back-to-back in which they just haven't really shown a massive level of competitiveness, it is concerning. And I think for Prezi, they've got some decent results under their belt. I mean, they got knocked out by Guild Eagles on this map, only getting 9 rounds at the RMR. They've beaten Ecstatic online. They've beaten Sangle online. They've beaten 9 Pandas online, who's also quite close to qualifying to the major itself. So I think for Prezi, there's definitely 2-0 potential. Fnatic, they've just got to show us more depth than what we've seen recently from them.
I mean, look, I take a look back at those last 3 series where they haven't won a map, and I take a look at what we just saw in the first map of this series, and I'm like, can you really not... is there really a question as to why that's the case right now? Like, again, it was so disappointing in that second half, especially. Elements were so unbelievably missing. The teams wasn't coming together, and when you got a team like Prezi breathing down your necks in their home turf, in their backyard, it feels like they're now going to take the fight to Fnatic's backyard and damn well win it. I wouldn't count it out for the 2-0 now here, Blake. There has to be some serious improvements from Fnatic across the board. Because for Prezi, this is their chance to make it a quick end to the night.
I mean, Afro is going to be pivotal on this map. He's their top performer on Overpass. He's always on the money when it comes to impact on Cityside or Ping. We haven't seen a lot from him in this series, and without him performing, it could be quite tough for Fnatic. I think for Roy's sake, we want to see more from him, and maybe we want to see more impact from the Glocks, already getting that opening kill out from Monster.
Well, that's a small start for Fnatic. TMB being rather low HP as well. 2 flashes come in, and Body's going to get forced back as a result of that. The CTs do lean in, and TMB is cheeky enough to get a kill alongside Dupree, and his strike out is short. Body dropped, as has QB gone. Matty's, Crims, and Afro now down by a player, and there's more to come.
And just when you felt as if Fnatic had leverage of that opening kill, it's turned around very quickly. Alltex is making an info play, and a timing might actually allow him to backstab and drop the bomb and pretty much win this entire pistol round.
P250 watches, grabs Crims, and that probably should seal the deal on this one. At least Matties will be forced to fight and will get a kill onto TMB. Afro was considering the backstab, but instead is going to wrap around, try and join his teammate who's already fallen. So now got to go back for the bomb. Now got to go back for the 1 versus 3 clutch. 43 seconds to do it in. Doesn't feel like a positive start for Fnatic anymore now, does it? That opening frag is all they're going to go with. Even Afro caught off on timing. Alltex looking for the 2K, and he's going to get it. Pistol gained by Prezi.
And one thing that we've definitely seen for a while, and this is for many years in Tier 2, is that a lot of teams can struggle to play fundamentally strong Counter-Strike at the higher end when they kind of break that top 30 barrier and look to try and get further towards Tier 1 and bring that fight to Tier 1 teams. One thing that Prezi do, and I think they've done it in quite a few iterations, even with the last few changes, is tactically they try and play really good CS. And I think right there, very reactive, that after they lose that first fight, they're looking for more. They're looking to challenge Short Pipe. They're looking to challenge Monster. They're making an info play connector. Really proactive. Really good sequence there in the pistol round from Prezi.
And Fnatic will not respond with a force back. Bring a couple of upgrade pistols here and see what they can do with them. But you can see how Dupree is hungry to continue pressing against them. Alongside TMB, close with the SMG, ready to draw them in. You're going to get a bit of a vertical crossfire going. Afro does actually go down, but Matties picks up 2 with the Deagles. So there you go. Those are those upgrades coming into effect. How much more can they gain of this? Not much against Ultex here. He's going to get sandwiched in if he's not careful. Roy will move in. Body will catch him with the M4. SMG to strike back. Low HP for Matties. 2 versus 2. Damaging round by Fnatic, but how much further will it go here?
You can see Refresh already trying to reposition out from the back of Tikon. The time, 40-odd seconds on the clock. Ultex can kind of cancel that movement from the front side of the bathrooms and out towards long. Everyone is quite separated right now.
Got Refresh trying to sandwich in these 2 T-side players, but now he's given them an escape room. M4 tap has revealed what's going on here, but they're still going to try and hold on to that B site just in case. Body's going to hear that. Ultex will check it. Refresh will be a little bit late to close in the pincers, and won't be able to deny a bomb plant here. Gonna have to get secured ahead of Dice. Actually, if he acts quick enough, maybe that might actually not be true. Rotations inbound. They think mid's clear.
Refresh might be able to get an easy pick here onto Crims. Aggressive out from bank. It's Body that's going to be a little bit more uncomfortable. Off angle in long.
M4 looks to engage. Refresh swings for the spray, and 180 back onto Crim. Should be aware of him at APC. They move in together. Refresh catches the second and catches the round itself for Preezy.
That just feels insane. I mean, obviously we're not in with the comms. We don't know exactly what's happening. But in a 2v2, rather than just being silent, Body just spams out there from long. And it just completely nil advises all of the lack of info in that round. That is, yeah, that's really wild. I mean, maybe trying to set up a bait that if there was a little bit of spam out there from long, that there'd be a swing towards bank. But that just feels like such a easy collapse and a successful retake.
Yeah, I'm with you. Again, I don't know what the thinking was. Whatever it was, it gave enough information over to Preezy to hold that round together and disallow Fnatic's eco steal. At least they got 3 picks and a bomb plant, so they can go into the buy now with a chance to swing this run back to the favor of them. But they could have been in a much earlier state and potentially an even stance on the scoreline even further than that. 2-0 for Preezy at the moment. Fnatic trying to change that with some very fast movement up long.
Yeah, very quick indeed. The TMB hearing some of that noise, so looks to try and reposition. Refresh actually loses one of those fights, I think aggressively out towards Monster, QB, to get the opener.
Good start in the round.
I think just a straight spam out towards a short sandbag, actually. Unless it was a boost. Could have been a boost, actually, to look over the top.
Guess we'll find out at the end of the round. Utility thrown over by the 2 long players, trying to draw attention into that A bomb site. Is going to rest entirely on Roy to hold the defensive here. Counter incendiaries are in effect. 3 players total to deal with here on this B defensive. QB's one of them. Crims is another. He isolates each of those individual fights and now sees the bomb carrier with the AWP of Afro. 3-on-3 will draw a 3rd player away from that A defense as Matties leans in to continue the attack. Ultex cuts him down.
Now, Ultex still alive, might be able to catch off Body at the edge of the smoke, didn't see him cross out, finally gets caught, and now, where's the bomb going? It has to end B, there's no room for it to come up connector in the time available.
Yeah, TMB still holding mid position, will now start to rotate to join Dupree. They're going to be wary of Body, though. They have no info on that next player. Dupree is now known. AK looking to swing, but the M4 holds it. Afro, 12 seconds, needs this kill, needs its backup just as quick, but no, TMB has the angle on lock, will not allow him to cross. 3-0 to the start of Preezy.
Well, if I am Fnatic, I am full tilt right now. I mean, that whole round, right? You probably could have closed down the 2v2 post plant, doesn't happen. You get into the next, you get an opening kill, you're pressuring A. There's 1 player on B, man. There's 3 players outside of Monster and 1 Roy. And it still just doesn't work out. Yes, it was that boost towards the top of the short sandbag. But right here, Roy should just not be able to get 2 kills.
Yeah, I'm with you. They fed him those 2 1v1s. Dupree already involved against the pistol players. At least he does get run down by Afro, who's picking up the pace to deal with the AWP as well. Serious danger for him. Roy's got to provide some covering fire. Nades sent in. Afro trying to charge down the rush, finding the nades will suppress it, and Ultex gets caught by body down in connector. So once again, Fnatic are going to gain an advantage here.
And try and get that rotation into B quickly. Refresh is dropping in the bomb side, looking to try and put some damage up instantly. Body actually still manages to stay alive out here from default with the bomb.
He's got it on his back. He needs to try and find a plant position. Down at default seems to be the likely call. Can't be reached from any one of the CTs. TMB is going to try those wallbangs anyway. Just spots him above that smoke. The kill will bring into a 3-on-3.
Yeah, there's still at least a smoke to work with. Refresh in a good position. Afro detected out from the pillar. Swings out wide and no one's there to even peek on the contact. The short players are hanging back defensively.
Try and hold the bomb position now. 3 players will swarm the site. There is a smoke involved and a defuse kit for TMB, who does get right on it. Refresh sponges damage. Roy picks up. Deagle stands. One more pick found, but TMB's held the whole defuse this entire time. Fnatic bringing them down to 1v1s in these rounds, but they're still not able to get the rounds themselves.
That's a good effort there from Fnatic. I think uncomfortably, Afro finds himself in a position where he's lost his teammate of body, and you just can't really go anywhere. You're stuck behind the pillar. You know the retake's coming through from Graffiti and from Heaven. And because you've got 2 teammates out towards short in the post plant, they can't really peek off of the contact. So it's just another one of these freebie kills. And Preezy will definitely feel as if there's had some pressured rounds, but a 4-0 start is excellent. It's everything you want if you're the Danes.
Pressured, but still looking like a unit. And Kiwi miffed about that one, just stalled out for time, couldn't do much. As you mentioned, a hell of an effort for Fnatic, but they need to get some rounds on the board soon enough. There's still early doors, there's still time to recover it, and they've kept the economy low for the CT side. Loss bonus will build to max. Bomb plants can also become available for them if they make it out to the bomb sites themselves. T-side presence held. Much more careful on these defaults.
Now QB watching out for the boost while scaling out here to the short pipe. Crims is also helping him out from connector. So a lot of map presence early on out here towards B. QB doesn't want to extend too far up by himself. Maybe with a flash or maybe just jiggling, waiting to see if the CTs regain that control. I mean, 3 in bathrooms. Actually haven't seen this before, so this is a different setup from Preezy.
TMB strikes first, Afro down. Meanwhile, into the bathrooms, Matty's going to swing. Dupree still gets the kill alongside all Texas Crossfire. They'll double up onto Bonnie as well. 2 men left standing for Fnatic. Crims caught with util in hand. And I think TMB landed a wallbang headshot onto QB. I'm not sure exactly how that came in, but regardless, it did. Mopped up our Fnatic. No more confidence against the Preezy side. Not any limitations of economy state. Tactical taken by Fnatic, and rightfully so.
Yeah, this looks rough. This looks really rough from Fnatic. And again, you look at the overpass that they played against the Guild Eagles, which was the one in which they got eliminated out of the RMR Map 3 decider. They got 6 rounds on their T side. It was actually their second half that they struggled to close out, to at least send that to the 2-2 matchup. Yeah, I think right here, it's a very slow start, and it's very similar to the second half of the first map where economy looks pretty good from Preezy. They're saving onto AKs, and there's just a lack of success coming.
Rifles still can get bought. They still need to find something of a return here. Jump face of Roy, seeing the one man coming out from QB, will spray through the doorway, but get nothing. Information spot that there's no one else out on short control. Rotations in con will continue.
It's a pre, just playing up on the sign, holding it tucked. Execution coming in, rotation from TMB could be quick from Heaven.
The pre backed up, sees 3 and can't quite focus down the single kill. Now TMB up close with the AWP, gets that first, not that second. Matty's quick clothesline quick frag to return, and now the money's going to catch up to Preezy. Fnatic will get there first, and these three players have to hold on to their guns.
Well, finally, Fnatic get a round, and the only reason they get the round is probably because it's a bit of a misread there from Preezy. You've pretty much got 4 defenders on B. You've got a single player at Dupree out from the sign, maybe expecting a default, not expecting a quicker execution with still so much time left on the clock. He gets nothing. TMB on that rotation. I mean, none of those B players are even quick to try to come up from heaven and out towards CT. First round goes their way. I still look at this next one, though, from Preezy and say they can respond back so quickly. Double AKs being saved. They can even look at TMB of getting more impact out of him. Like, I don't know how consistently he's going to be AWPing. I'm actually surprised that we're seeing so much AWPing from him right now. I thought we'd be seeing more rifling. So they can't have the AWP come the next round, but it might be something to keep an eye out for, just how frequently it is coming out.
Jesus, those odds.
Yeah, it's not surprising, though, is it?
Yeah. Fnatic. Storied name with a not-so-storied roster, and it's showing. 3 M4s will be in play for Preezy. TMB, as you mentioned. We'll stick towards the rifles from here on out. The 2 AK sit with Roy and Ultex, the 2 impact players we praised so much in that last map. Afro straight in with the AWP. And this one, the flick not finding the fire of the Molotov getting in the way. Ultex credited with the opening kill once again.
QB desperate to find that response. Off angle from Roy. Timing is actually pretty good here from QB on that reposition. Roy gets a lot of damage, and Ultex can trade off of the back of that easily.
At least they're taking one of those CT AKs out. There's M4 to take its place. There's still a potential chance that they can grab it later on in the round. Dupree. Here's M4 is up to task first and foremost. Again, the 2 big veterans of their respective sides. Crims finds the upper advantage, makes it a 3-on-3, and now looks to regroup with Matty's. Body shouldn't be that far behind him.
TMB made a little info play just before that death of into the bathrooms and saw nothing. So because of that, they're actually stacking up 2 on B and just leaving TMB as a jump spot. Now he can re-smoke off towards that front side of the bathrooms, but rotations are going to be very slow up here to A.
Smoke at bathrooms will block it off. TMB now pressured. Rotations will start coming in from the CT side as utility pours in. The M4 does get his first pick in, but TMB dinked down the 60 HP. Now looks to another kill of his own right. I thought he was going to hide and wait for backup, but no, Crims is caught, and Body is now in his own 1-on-3 clutch. Nays to him, tapping it once. 17 seconds, a bit of time to play with, trying to force refresh to make a mistake, but that's not happening. Now, for Ultex, he still tried to find the spray transfer. That headshot was sick, but he still didn't win the round.
I think it just shows there from Preezy that even in uncomfortable situations, they can still recover that. I actually really like that positioning there from TMB because he knows I can't play really defensive. If I just go bank or I go dumpster and I just get forced back by util, the round's just over. Like, I need to keep pressure on because I have no other players, because the B players are still rotating up, and he finds himself in a position there at sign that he fights in for that first and then just falls off. Looks to try and keep that pressure on with that secondary flash, but that 1 kill from TMB to then just retreat straight away adds so much more, keeps more emphasis when those rotations come up, and then right at the end there, 3, 2, 1 swing. That's all the comm is there from Ultex and for Refresh, and we can both sit here and say, oh, there's a chance that that spray transfer comes in, but think about that on a percentage, right? Getting a fight out there from bank and then transferring all the way to dumpster, that is such a difficult fight to win.
It was his only chance in those circumstances, and of course, not much you can say about it after the fact. Matties picks up TMB to start off this round as he charged straight up into the stairs, trying to hunt for an opening kill against Fnatic and just not going to have any of it. Dupree will try to press the underpass position, try and gain some map control on the backstab against them. Might actually receive Crims. He's heard him running away. And again, been unaccounted for on the T side. They do find picks elsewhere, though.
Oh, Dupree back in con, needs to find 2, and he gets exactly that. Now the B players cancel. They don't want to be running into the B side. It could be a trap, or is it they double commit?
Molly's forward, clearing out Toxic. Body and QB make their moves. Flashes at the ready. Sent over without much resistance. Body with a quick burst. Ortex SMG still wins that fight. Looks for the double up and damn near lands it. And now it is all on Dupree. His HE going to have to time this and place it well enough to catch off Crims for a little bit of damage. Not that much in the grand scale of things. The Molotov will be a bit more impactful to the default position. And that money's not great for Preezy here. Dupree thinks better of the clutch. Hold on to the AK. Keep it in for the next. Fnatic can have their second round. Preezy will at least have a bit of firepower for the next.
Just about. Good effort there from Dupree, getting 2 kills out from Con, but not getting enough support on the bomb site. They needed multis. Try and see if he can trap in at least an exit fragger. Try and see if he can at least take a bit more economy out of it, but they're going to run their way up towards CT and towards that A site. Fnatic. It's a crucial round. It really is. I mean, double eco status for Roy. Probably a force buy here from the likes of Preezy just to try and keep that pressure up. Get as much out of that saved in AK as possible.
Fnatic now have opened a window. Preezy have looked fantastic for the first 7 or so rounds of this matchup. The chance for Fnatic to try and close that gap a little bit will be available to them, especially with Preezy's economy state. Force back in from the other players as the M4s get tossed about. They do get another one out for Roy. Dupree hanging on to the AK, a couple of upgrade pistols and SMG for refresh. Four to the good still on Preezy. Fnatic go forward with the game plan.
And this is an uncomfortable buy, and actually looking like it's going to be a B-pop here from Fnatic up against the weakened investment.
Ultex and refresh, players to deal with it. SMG overwhelmed by the MAC-10 AK combination. Body can also find Ultex and very quickly the Preezy side are forced to back off, hold on to these 2 rifles, neither of which were involved in that B defense. Third on the board of Fnatic. Fast rush, overwhelming with pace. And Preezy won't have anything left to try and buy into the next round either.
Well, we might actually start having a series on our hands now. I mean, this is actually a bit of a turning point to allow Fnatic to a decent amount of maybe 4, 5-ish kind of T rounds to get themselves into the second half. I mean, right there for Preezy, they take a tactical, they're on double eco for a couple of players, you're buying it down, it's an uncomfortable state, and Fnatic just abuse by a B-pop. They go in very quickly. Right there, it's 2 on B early round. There's a little bit more of a heavier setup of stacking up towards A. Good call there from Body. And as an in-game leader, on weakened buys like that, you want to be clinical. You want to make sure that you're not running into any gimmicks, you're not running into traps. It takes a bit of guts to go for a B-pop on that round. But read well, and it allows Fnatic to get up to 3 and probably a lot more now.
Yeah, again, Preezy will just have these 3 players they held in from the previous round, and that'll be about it. See if Roy and Dupree can pull off something against Fnatic, which, look, the Hero AK did do that for Roy in the last map where they were on T side. Unfortunately for him, he's only 3 frags deep so far in this CT basis. I mean, the other players have been taking the brunt of the force forward, so no need for him as of yet to have much impact. Fast again out of Fnatic. Matty's MAC-10 leads the charge. The 2 pistol players charge their way out. Body does get caught off guard by Roy, so there's a little bit of that impact we hope to see. Advantage for Preezy. Bomb yet to get planted, and it looks like they might try the hand of the retake here. Might even get ahead of the game.
Oh, Roy gets in front of that smoke, but there's also a MAC-10 into the mix. Chaos everywhere as fights keep coming in, but they still don't know where the last 2 riflers are.
One is close, one is watching. QB does get caught off guard. They might have heard the footstep of the second player as well, so info of both towards shore, but will they be aware of the wrap? Afro better be ready to check it here. Utility is thrown. Flash doesn't really do much towards Afro. He looks for that fight. Dupree wins it. Now down to a 2-on-2. Crims and Matties make their way way up, down to the water control. Crims especially on very low HP. Matty's back 10 at range. AK sprays awkward, and TMB will now need to focus fire. Sprays awkward, and Crims just comes up with the triple. Big Vet strikes again as Fnatic just hold the line.
Oh, that was a close round. That was actually really well played there from Preezy. I mean, Roy just knows that you have to spice it up in a round like that if you're going to be successful. They're going for a B pop, and there's almost no one on B, so you need to play high risk. And I think right there, running through that short smoke, he tries to create a little bit of madness. He tries to just throw them off kilter. A very good 2v3 attempt from the last couple of riflers. Dupree and TMB, they nearly get away with the whole thing.
Nearly. One slightly better fight, one man being aimed towards correctly, and it could have gone wholly the way of Preezy, and for Fnatic, there would have been another notch in the bedpost. Flash in for one player to make his way out of Monster. So many individuals here towards that B bomb site. All Texas score Crims already. That spray does quite a bit of damage. Trying to catch TMB next. 3 tags for 2 kills on the part of Preezy. Body and Crims are down.
There's a lot of map presence being created right now from Matty's. On that timing, because there's 4 out towards B, he's actually walked all the way up. Now, this can be relayed over, knowing that Dupree's just playing solo long. But as soon as TMB comes up, he has to be aware that there could be a walk in A already.
Afro flash against him, still gets those 2 picks, the low HP players trying to fight back. Refresh is forced to hold the line, but continues holding against QB. He has seen that bomb at least, and now the sandwich player Matties can try look to strike. Dupree doesn't know about this backstab, neither does TMB, and TMB's low HP. He's a goner right here.
Now, this is such an easy fight for Matties. TMB, just for a moment, starts turning his head around, but for Dupree, 1v2, might be able to deny the bomb from going down.
Silent about this. Smoked, not extend to try the Molotov. Dupree hoping it's a default plan, but he gets the player at pillar in the end. Now it's down to him and Matties, both at pretty high HP. And that plant must be open for heaven. When does Dupree connect the dots?
Well, he's going to connect it pretty easily. The issue here is no smoke. This just feels impossible in a 1v1. Matty's still up in heaven, bomb plant for him. And Dupree's just going to save. It's one of those situations where if it maybe got denied before the bomb goes down, then it's a different example. Fnatic, it's been close. It's been almost a bit of a nail-biter in how these rounds are being won by them.
From the scoreline perspective, it's enough to try and bring it back to near evens. 1 more to go to get there. How many players are on this bomb site as well, how the start was, and then just aggression on the CT basis to try and get more frags, ultimately leading to a 2 versus 2 from a 2-man advantage. Fnatic take it as a gift and continue along the path. Round 12, the last of the half. TMB and Refresh the limiting factors. Ultex can also throw that into the mix as well. 2 SMGs, 1 Scout. Scout player hoping for that first pick. It won't come so easy. Orp in of Afro lands his kill. Body gets caught off guard by Ultex. At range of that SMG, you're going to be careful. Both T-side players back away.
This is such an off angle out here from the CT line towards top con to wait for that swing in from party, to wait for that pressure to build towards the front side of bathrooms, but it just hasn't come. Instead, distractions out here towards long means that those 2 CT players just go into connector instead.
Ultex fought back. Dealt with in the end. They will start leaning in underpass. Dupree again. Try this a handful of rounds ago, in fact. Crims looking to go down there. He's wary of the backstab that could come in. It's all a case of timing as to whether he finds it. Whether Dupree can act at the right moment. Bomb will get picked up. Preezy happy to hold.
Yeah, it seems like they're going to gamble, eh? I mean, just knowing that this crossfire and connector kind of grants info towards short water, they're just going to rotate Refresh up and stack A while Dupree sets up the backstab now.
Roy sees Crim, sees Afro. The burst fire so good to the headshot. Matty's forced to trade back, and now it's a 2 versus 2. But with that connector presence taken out, QB will start walking into the B bomb site, and they'll consider the rotations. Dupree is on the way. 18 seconds. And Matties is so wary that it might be a short play in. He's going to spot his teammate. Backup's going to be very far away for Refresh. That SMG at Heaven. The AK gets caught off, and now it's all left to him. 1-on-2 with an MP9 in hand.
Can't fight from Heaven. Range game's too long. Has to try and get out towards Graffiti. And QB and Matties in a 2v1. They're in a good position right here.
Time ticking. Fnatic looking for 6. Preezy looking for a miracle. Matty's not seen, and he will land this kill. 6 apiece when Preezy were looking pretty lights out to get to their initial 6. The shift in momentum, the damage that Fnatic did to try and claw their way back into these rounds has eventually amounted to a return. 5 in a row at the tail end of that half, and now they go to their CT side.
Yeah, very disappointing from Preezy. I mean, anytime you're up 5-0, you're looking to have an extremely one-sided scoreline. You're looking at maybe 7-5, 8-4, 9-3 would be incredible. You're not looking at 6-6. I think a fundamental collapse, unfortunately, in the second half. A couple of close rounds again, right? I think we saw a couple of 2v2s, a couple of late round situations that Fnatic just edge out. But just from a scoreline perspective, Preezy won't be happy with that. Remember, obviously, that B-pop when it came down to Roy's Manic in there from short and TMB and Dupree's 2v3. They win that round at 7-3. You get closer to a reset. You may be looking at 8 rounds. Fnatic will feel as if they've recovered this entire series, knowing that you're a map down now.
Still got to do a little bit more, though. 6 apiece. This one is not over. As dead set even as you could ask for. Just like it was over on Inferno as well. And remember what happened in that second half. Preezy ran away with it. Will that repeat? Will Fnatic return the favor? Will it be an all-out brawl until the very end of Overpass? We're going to have to find out as the pistol goes live. And Fnatic are instantly in trying to challenge out of that part position. Dupree is caught first and foremost. Afro credited with the kill. Bomb's been seen. Needs to back off.
And needs to try and get into B fairly quickly. Heaven Smoke looks like it's getting lined up there from Refresh. Altex might try and cut some rotations. Julius fires a little bit early.
Kirby struggles to maintain his composure. Eventually does get taken aback by Refresh, but still 2 for 1 on the trade counts. Fnatic hold the man advantage and they extend it with Crims catching Altex off over at short. Now Roy backs away, not committing that bomb to the B bomb site. But Refresh is already extended here. He might be a cheeky individual that the CTs will not account for here. 60 seconds. Roy will rejoin him.
Body's got to get this shot in instantly. Otherwise, this crossfire could be awkward. Good tap there from Body, and another good one there from Crims. Preezy look as if they try and pressure Park early, lose that fight, look to pressure B, and for QB, okay, maybe he does fire a bit early and only gets 1 kill. He sets up everyone. Rotations are in en masse out there to B.
And Fnatic find the advantage. Preezy can only do so much from here. Hell of a pistol to start things off. The aggressive challenge is now starting to look like they're coming together on the Fnatic camp.
And you were talking about it out on map number 1, that Fnatic struggles in the second round on the Force Buys after winning pistol. Because 1 death, no bomb plant, you're expecting the opposition to just Glock it out. You're expecting them to light eco. And that's going to establish at least a few rounds in a row for them. Make it easier out of the start of the halves.
Yeah, Fnatic need that leg up pretty desperately at that. No other reason than the confidence basis. The firing squad is able to put some damage on the board of Matthews. I've never heard that many Glocks firing at the same time. Sounds like an earache. But still was not able to find impact. Matthews is still alive.
I'm surprised that Matties was even jiggling for so long there. He maybe got a bit too hungry and almost greedy. I mean, 2 points of health nearly dropped to those Glocks. Fnatic. Emphasis is going to be here again to try and respond. 0-5 down. You've now found yourself a lead of 1. You're looking to try and find a lead of 2. And this could be a perfect chance to really get Overpass into a little bit more of a positive limelight than what it's been recently.
QB has now seen where the bomb is alongside its backup and should now see the adjustment from the rest of the CT side players. Refresh and Altex are caught. Dupree also overwhelmed. All 5 alive on Fnatic, despite how very little HP on a couple of players. Matties and QB on single digits. But still alive is still alive, and all 5 remaining that way. Preezy now up to the gun by.
And this is where you've got to look at Preezy's point of view and say, look, if we're not winning this opening rifle round, are we just done? I mean, from Preezy, if you're not winning round 15, you could be looking at a 6-10 deficit, which is very difficult to come back from on T side of Overpass when it's not one of your stronger maps in the pool. Body aggressively to the bottom of the party stairs, in there with the T-con smoke, looking to press in with teammates.
Roy, is he ready to receive? He's got to be. Body gets the kill anyway. They're starting to really spool up this aggression again. Fnatic finding the first, and what a player to take out at the start of the round itself. T side now just have themselves remaining outside of Monster and Short, hoping to split in a walk play. Flash forward from our spray of QB, getting TMB next, and that was the bomb dropped.
A really good timing right there from Fnatic, just to be able to pressure out there from Park, anticipate the B walk to come through on a contact. And Flash could not be timed any better for QB. That's a sitter of a kill.
Two up on the man advantage, 2 to the good on the scoreboard. Fnatic feeling pretty good about themselves as Dupree gets caught by QB through the smoke. Not sure that was a sound cue or just a blind fire hope. Either way, this round has fallen apart for the Preezy side, and they've got nothing left in it because the bomb is nowhere in their control. The crossfire is held. They're just looking to take these final few players out. Try facing in from Monster. Flash is sent. Refresh and all sex now caught off. Refresh all alone versus 5. This will be number 9 for Fnatic. Looking for the kill after time as well.
Yeah, they should get it. I really don't see how he's going to be able to survive. I mean, he's actually getting closer towards Body, so he actually might have to kill him before time. Yeah, that's unfortunate from Fnatic's point of view. Not really much Body could have done there. He's already committed into an advanced angle.
Despite that small non-achievement, still all 5 alive for Fnatic. Still 3 to start things off in a row in this half. Plus the 5 at the tail end of the last half. We're talking 8 rounds on the trot for Fnatic. 7 rounds, actually, excuse me. No, hang on, it is 8. No, never mind, I'm being an idiot. Sorry. No, 8 rounds on the trot
what's
for Fnatic.
happening?
So I failed maths by GCSE. Did you not know that?
Yeah, couldn't grasp that one.
Dear. Well, listen, Fnatic still fantastic stuff. They maintain it against the Preezy side, and they can continue to try and make this workable, continue to try and look far better than they did over on Inferno. Maybe those worries might dissipate from the back of that. 4 AKs to play with here, no rifles to respond with on the Preezy side. Upgrade pistols alone on the half invest. See if they can get anything out of this round.
It is just surprising that both Map 1 and Map 2 just hasn't really been that competitive. We've had a couple of moments, but across the board, it's looked quite comfortable for both teams. Afro could get caught in a timing fairly aggressively for the HE placement to be behind Divider. As soon as he jump spots, he'll be able to get that tell, and the B players can rotate up pretty quickly.
3 pistols seen. Bomb making its way to the bomb site. They do have a 1 body at least. Afro also gets caught off. TMB with support out along. Dupree needs to provide some covering fire. Oh, the AK picked up and sprayed through onto Crims, doing dink damage. They can get a bomb plant bonus here. Can they go further to the hold?
This is workable. The issue is they're struggling to get that extra rifle, so it's basically just TMB with the AK.
Deagle and Tech9 otherwise. TMB holding off sight, caught off, kill found on QB. Deagle looks to try and strike Dupree, gets Crims next, and just like that, it all falls apart for Fnatic once again. Matty's trying to hold the clutch. He's got a kit on his pouch. He's got a kill on refresh. He's got TMB alone rotating out of position to defend this dice angle. Smoke down, defuse held. He's got a swing with a spray. He's got to get it blinded, and it's been miscommunicated. They don't know where that bomb was planted for. It's a 3K for Matties to keep it together for Fnatic. Hell of an effort for Preezy, but not the round.
Yeah, I don't know about that decision-making right there from Preezy. It feels like a massive mistake for TMB to be leaving that quickly. Just play the 2v1 and swing together. and instead just waste the clock. Yes, okay, maybe if that bomb gets tapped or there isn't a smoke, it's a different scenario. But right there, in an advanced angle with an AK, when both you and Refresh have already given the position away, I feel like swinging together in that 2v1's the right call. Pressure getting to Preezy.
Oltex at least strikes first in the follow-up. Both sides on the buy. Preezy at least done damage to Fnatic, forcing out the reinvestment for the follow-up round. And now following up the kill counts as well. Refresh damn near got a double. QB on 1 point of health. Still a 4-on-3 for the Preezy side. Still a workable man advantage. It's a case of closing and starting to put Fnatic on shaky territory.
Now, Altex is just maintaining connector, just to see that there's not going to be a reposition while everyone else gets outside a monster. Now, for Afro, as soon as he takes contact, he could just start pummeling Util.
Shot connects, Afro drops the bomb again, Dupree tries to jump face, and the AWP is fed 2 1v1s that enable Fnatic to take control.
Now, Afro now with the incendiary and with the flash and with the help of QB out towards the mid side. They're waiting to see where that second player is, waiting to see where Altex comes into the fold. He's been smoked off. This round feels finished.
I don't believe that. Preezy really felt like they had it all. Bomb once again dropped. Once again, Roy and Altex have no workability here. 20 seconds ticking away. Afro not revealed as of yet on his AWP. Preezy gonna have to get these kills real quick if they want to have a hope in hell at this round. Roy has picked up the bomb, he's been seen, and Afro and QB get those kills anyway. Fnatic to 11, Preezy not even holding a candle to them in this second half.
I think right there, they ran out of options, unfortunately. I mean, Dupree's actually done everything right. There isn't a flash, so as soon as they know the AWP is out towards Monster, there's not a lot they can do off of the back of it other than try and get the reface, try and get that trade-off. And he's jumped over to make that shot more difficult, and Afro still wins it. If Afro hits that shot against Dupree, you just sit there and say, okay, there's nothing else we could have done. Fnatic, though, they've shown a much better performance out here from Overpass. Very slow start, but all things considered, it's been a comfortable map.
They're 10 in a row. This was 6-1 at one point for Preezy. Certainly doesn't feel like it. Matties and QB turning it on, 17 kills apiece. And Afro, a far cry from what we saw from him over on that last map up. The underperformance of his AWP, turning up to try and not quite match his top fragging teammates, but get damn close. He's caught the opening kill of this round as well. Dupree down, Matties holding out for the next players up towards that short position. Roy and Altex. Roy caught, Altex seen, doesn't quite get dealt with, but 2 for 1 as they try to storm the bomb site. QB tries to hold his nerve. Matties is going to get picked up as QB drops. Is now Crims. The trade refresh and Altex alone in the 1-on-3. Bomb dropped in the open, known to the CT side. No smoke to cover him off. Gonna have to isolate Afro, get that kill. Crims is not going to react to it, though. Plant can be secured. The body quick out towards short. Crims is core. Back is turned towards the lost CT. He turns back towards him, though. He doesn't know where to look as the smoke fades. Body strikes, and Fnatic keep the hype train running.
It's a very good effort there from Altex. I think the bottom line is, how much more do you want the young man to do? I mean, he's isolated the AWP pick out in Heaven. He's isolated the next Crims player of Heaven. And then you're in a 1v1, and you don't have an idea of where he is. You don't know, is he rotating in from Graffiti? You don't know if he's coming in from Monster. You don't know if he's coming in from Short. It's just a lack of info in that situation. So he's done well to set it up to the 1v1. But just get caught off guard in the end there to Short. Fnatic with the round streak to only continue.
$12 on the board. Map point for the CT side. They go 12 in a row at that. Preezy went from looking lights out in the first portion of this map up, and of course the first map as well. Being pummeled in by Fnatic. Afro. Kill found on TMB. Roy, his AK tries to strike back. Backs a turn towards mid. His body's so focused on Ortex here. No matter which way, he's going to have to face one T-side player with his back turn, but Roy gets picked up in the end. One pick back to an advantage of Fnatic, and he still gets Ortex at 27 HP. 2 left standing. Dupree walks in to QB's part. Refresh all alone. 1 on 4. We're going to map 3, Dweg.
Indeed we are. Both teams looking comfortable on their map picks. Very good performance here from Fnatic. I think Afro gave us a little bit more consistency. We obviously saw the impact from Matties and QB, the 2 newer guys out onto the team. And Roy didn't find that same level of form even in the first half like he did on map number 1. Freezy felt as if the first maybe 7 to 8 rounds of this map were fairly competitive. From that point onwards, that's when it got out of hand completely. I mean, even this clutch, it's just never going to happen. 14 points of health with this sort of time left, there's just no chance.
Yeah, good efforts on those first 2 kills for Refresh, but you are right. About to run whole hog into Matties, who shuts him down all appropriate. 13-6. Fnatic will take us to a 3rd map. When we were counting them out so early, Dwayne, we're talking about all the concerns that we saw from them in that first map, how awkward things were looking like, and from then on, it really felt like there was no real opportunities for them to get back into this match unless they really showed a lights out performance on Overpass. That's exactly what they did.
Well, it came off of the back of a really gutsy call, right? We were talking about it. The economy was in a very strong, like economical break state, and they go for the B-pop. The B-pop was kind of the one that set it all up. It got those first few victories, allowed Fnatic to have some comfortability, felt like they finally got to show us something, and then that's when they just exploded. That's when they were really able to compound. I mean, anytime you can win 12 rounds in a row, you're making a hell of a statement. Preezy looked out of their depth once those consistent rifle rounds came in, and for map 3, I think I'm very keen for it.
Yeah, I mean, look, I started this series off saying in the veto positions, you had those 2 strong maps for Preezy at the start and end of the series, but now, once again, we are starting to question the confidence on these map picks. I mean, look, Fnatic look lights out for 12 rounds in a row, so what's 12 more? We'll find out when we head towards the break and head to our final map of the day. It will be Vertigo between Preezy and Fnatic.
Hello, son.
Hi, Mom.
Pretty girl.
This is Eva.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you very much. Your dad's just making his favorite dinner. It's duck. Come on inside. They're all probably too gruesome to tell you while you're eating at the table. How's your food? Is everything okay? Good, good. You seem to know each other.
Yeah. This is the new ambassador for 1xBet.
Oh, I see.
Everyone felt good when Eva Elfie became the new ambassador of 1xBet.
One chance. One dream. One match. One energy. One fight. One aim. One action. One hope. One expert.
Well then, we go to map 3 in the end between Fnatic and Preezy. I guess we weren't expecting that given how map 1 had started. However, in the end, we do get pushed the distance in terms of the streak that Fnatic were able to put together. I do have to take a look at sort of like the details and the finer aspects of things, right? Because you mentioned, of course, that, I can't remember who mentioned it specifically, but someone mentioned back on Inferno, Fnatic haven't played it all that much and haven't won it back when Preezy picked into it. And now we go towards Vertigo, very similar situation for the Fnatic side. So 6 losses in a row. Are we going to see number 7, Dweg?
Probably will. I mean, for Fnatic, the last time they won this map was back in September of last year when it's 2 players on the roster. I mean, it's only the likes of Afro and Crims, and Roy was still playing then. Like, that's how crazy it is that the last time that they won it was basically on the verge of 6 months ago. From that point onwards, it's been 10 losses in a row on Vertigo. We've obviously yet to see the new Fnatic side win this map, and they've had some competitive scorelines, to be fair to them. The overtime against a Game of Legion, the overtime up against Koi. I think the issue is, though, is that this is a pretty good map from Preezy, and I don't know, like when you have a losing streak this massive, there's a reason for it.
Yeah, and I think that reason was certainly on display when it came to the uncomfortability of Inferno. Again, a map that this team has played all that often, and then you take a look at the fact that Vertigo is not quite of a similar record because it has some playing time, but the fact you haven't won it all that often, and very similar as well towards that first map, how Preezy have a very good track record on it as of late. I could see a very similar situation coming through because, like, even though they were very heavily limited by the likes of Overpass, at least it was Fnatic's pick. At least it was their backyard. At least it was their home territory. In my eyes, Vertigo could have easily been a pick for Preezy if they wanted it.
Yeah, very true. Again, I think Ancient is 2 very good maps for the both teams. They didn't go that direction. We ended up actually seeing Preezy ban it to not send it as a final map decider where both teams would have been quite comfortable. I think this way it kind of sways the veto in a direction where Fnatic kind of have to play the likes of Vertigo. And I think for their sake, they've got to know as a team that if we have never won Vertigo, teams are going to keep picking it against us. And I think we saw that at the RMR in both the LCQ game versus Game of Legion. We saw it in the game against Saw. We saw it in the game versus Koi. All 3 of those best of 3s back-to-back were Vertigo map picks for the opposition. So Fnatic have already kind of gone through the ringer of teams picking it against them. Now they have to play it in the final map decider.
Yeah, and just the idea that, again, those 3 series were all 0-2s for Fnatic's side, and that map was involved in all of them. Like, it just really goes to show the concerns that you have for Fnatic in these sort of circumstances. I mean, look, I am holding out a hope that they've got a little bit of a confidence boost off the back of that last map because it was still 12 rounds in a row, and for Preezy, they probably won't be too happy that that whole thing came together, but it's a case of motivating themselves to now just lock in this final map, call it a night, and then go into the winners match in a couple of days' time. So, again, I feel like Preezy winning this one is a little bit more of a likelihood in my eyes. I'm just kind of hoping that Fnatic give it at least a decent fight because that's the one thing we haven't seen. The team on the back foot giving us a competitive map.
Yeah, and I think another thing to add as well is that Maddie statistically is one of the stronger players out on Vertigo for this Fnatic side, even in the losses. And I think he's been quite consistent today, map 1 and in map 2 towards a higher end. So keep an eye out for him to see if he can kind of get some of that consistency going. But I just look at Vertigo and think to myself, we've never seen Fnatic win it with the new roster. 10 losses in a row. And this is a map that in best of 3 history out of what, now the 24th best of 3 that they're playing in the last 3 months on HLTV, Vertigo's been picked 7 times. Now, I think when you look at the win rates, I mean, 6 wins, 6 losses, it doesn't feel as if it's the most comfortable map in the pool. But we know for Preezy that they're happy to play this. They're happy to send it as a map pick, as a 3rd map decider. And I think for that reason, it gives them quite an advantage here against Fnatic.
Oh, Preezy will be up to task here. They are on the CT side to kick things off. As we get into the last map of the day, the last map of the series between Fnatic and Preezy. This one is going to be a very interesting affair in my eyes. Is it going to be interesting for Fnatic at all? Pistol round now, during live. Body finds that pick as Alltech is the first casualty to drop.
Yeah, individually, Body's played quite well in this best of 3 too. Very good opening sequence to get his team out to B, but not to consistently go off of the back of it. Not just to pounce, but instead look to set and then get the util down.
Molly sent, USP trying to strike back for Dupree, gets himself out of the way as Body does get domed in the end. Crimson Refresh go back and forth to maintain that 3-on-3, and TMB just waits for his teammates to rotate in from the stairs. They're well aware of this here, are the T-side line. Crims trying to hold back as Afro swings out wide. Roy gets him, catches him off guard. Advantage now for the CTs, making it now to one player of Matthews, who does isolate those 2 frags, jumping into TMB, needs the perfect headshot on Roy though. Only 1 bullet left in the mag towards the tail end of that kill. A triple in for him as he just clutches the pistol.
And that round had a lot in it, right? I mean, first off, you've got an opening kill that comes through from Body. You get the reset, you get the execution, double mollies out from quad, and for default, left and right-hand side, Jenny smokes too. Feels as if it should be a comfortable B take and a comfortable post plant. Very good returning frags out from Guardian and from the B stairs position, but in the end, it's Matties to step up once more to help out Fnatic.
Hell of a start. One that you need at this point. Preezy now just down to the pistols. Stacking towards that B bomb site. And Fnatic will take the slower approach towards their initial prods. Careful with their rifles. Unsure of where the CTs would have stacked up to if they did stack up at all. Should start to prod that A site though, should start to realize that nobody's out here. And from that, they will be able to gain dominion over the second round.
I think what's actually quite surprising as well, when you look at this Preezy roster across all of last year, there's a lot of different iterations that people kind of forget existed. I mean, there was actually a Preezy roster with a Cillian. So they went back and forth with quite a lot of roster changes to get it into this final piece. There was actually a moment in the early stage of last year that Ambush and Preezy were actually a combined double organization, and I think it was called Ambush Preezy DK. And then they split, and then that's when Preezy started basically their own thing. So a lot of, I suppose, different makings of decisions ended up getting this final roster.
And how's that working out for Ambush?
For Ambush? Yeah, I mean, I don't know, right? They've never really had a competitive team, to be fair, in CS.
Precisely my point. Pistol's not doing much here on the CT side. They'll try and see if they can take one down. Actually, the bomb might get QB, so it's slightly damaging here for the T's. Small little bonuses on the part of Preezy. 2-0 for Fnatic for the time being, though. Good start. And the follow-up rifles will come in.
And you have to expect as well for Preezy, I mean, just having the likes of Refresh, Roy, and Dupree on the roster, you would have really liked to have tried and get that sticker money, get yourself into that qualification of the major. And we know Fnatic were closer and probably in a position where even those games against the Movistar Riders, Koi roster, and Saw, you would actually look at Fnatic as maybe being like a 50-50 or even slight favorites in that game. Can't say the same for the Gamer Legion one, but those first 2 games, quite similar to how this best of 3 is today.
Well, Fnatic trying to receive them down on this T-side line. Sprays very awkward from TMB. Refresh and Roy can hold the line, though, not only for so long. Roy does get overwhelmed as his teammates fell. Advantage now for Fnatic as the rotations will start coming in. Preezy. Oh, you do so much here on the retake.
Yeah, this is an uncomfortable scenario. 2v3, at least they got some retaking nades, both a couple of HEs and an incendiary to work off.
Smokes in. HE is trying to go deep as the CTs try and get themselves into that bomb site. They are trying their hand at some sort of retake, but without a kit, they don't have much time to it, and eventually they do start to fall away. Oltex gets caught in transition. He's dealt with So 3-0 on the start for Fnatic.
I'll be very happy with that. I think when you look at that sort of mini ramp crane setup, it's actually quite successful. I mean, Refresh gets in with some impact. Roy gets involved into the mix too. But Matty's, that bottom of the ramp sandbag angle, it's such a difficult one, isn't it? Because you're playing mini ramp and you kind of you're scaling down and you want to deal with the players underneath. And then there's a player up high and it's just sort of the elevated angle. It's a very difficult transition for Refresh to work with. And so far for Matty's, I mean, that 1v3 in the pistol, look at what that's achieved. Not only have you won the pistol round, you've won the anti-eco, you've now won the first gun rounds.
A lot of credit his direction. It's all positives on Fnatic's side as a result. Freezy taking some damage on a couple of players, dishing out some more back towards that T sideline. Look at QB especially, and Crims even on 27 HP. The TMB down on 5. 2 other players tagged to half or thereabouts, or even lower. No early kills, but some very easy ones that could come in soon.
Yeah, some very good utility usage there from Preezy out on B. Now, Body's just trying to sell a bit of a distraction. Give himself a bottom ramp smoke on a lurk. He can get a molly out there to the bottom of the sandbag to pre, or nearly gets pre-fight. That was so close to an easy pick there from Body.
That information instead braces Roy for impact. He gets his deagle shot on Body in the end. And Old Tech's backed up. Cannot get Matty's. The M4 domes him in immediately. Advantage stays in an even man standing. It's all down to those HP bars. And the CTs still actually catch off QB here. TMB with that pick, trying to even grab that rifle. Can't quite do so as Roy drops through the smoke. Matty's next up the task will get TMB to drop, so advantage finally sits with Fnatic. The Pre is still holding with Refresh's AK also trying to come in from the back lines. They're still trying to converge on this bomb site, at least start getting some exit kills in. Retake seems to be off the table with Refresh backing off. So this will be a fourth to start things off. Very positive signs for Fnatic when they were rather concerned about their track record on this map.
Well, Matty's is farming right now. I mean, even that round, he has to recover. It's a very uncomfortable start. There's a lot of health damage being done just off of the back of the utility usage. And then Matty's in the post plant, gets away with 2. Fnatic, round after round, just squeezing that scoreline differential. And for Preezy, you look at this next rifle round and think, do you want to get the AWP out? Do you want to get TMB up onto the big green? They had enough money to drop one over. And it seems like they've opted against it again.
Straight automatics across both teams' boards. Roy's been knifed in the back as well, which is not going to do you any favors if you're Freezy. Moving the first man forward alongside TMB of the crossfire. Both players tagged now with the HEs coming into TMB's position. Straight up the tops. But no further action from the T side. Fnatic happy to play behind these spokes.
And very respectful right here from Fnatic. A lot of util already being used. Now they can walk in and around the util. The spam's actually doing a lot of damage from TMB. There's still 2 players on Crane side.
Body adjustment right there to Roy. Sees the player as sandbags. Refresh heavily pressured, unawares of how much room they're making up here. Matty's does burn, so he's out of play. But Body should be quick to fall back as the Pre starts moving in alongside Refresh. TMB gets involved as he repositions for the double. And Preezy can finally get some confidence over Fnatic to start off this map.
And you could just see right there, as soon as you get out towards a sandbag and there's no molly, if you're just almost staying alive, you're wasting time and you're pulling distraction. I mean, right there from Preezy, you got a lot of players rotating out to try and help. You got some flashes over high, still not really facing. Very good discipline out from the sandbag directly. I mean, Body was so desperate to get that refrag. He got in closer, felt like he got quite close, but still couldn't land that final bullet connection. Preezy to start off with their first. Can they follow up with 2, or will it just be a bounce back straight away?
The Pre has already found that first pick in from mid. Crim's down. Body hoping he can find something above that smoke. I think Roy's been revealed tagged up, but returning tags come in. Body down to 76. The Pre hidden away from Matty's, who's going to play off Refresh's contact as well. AK tries to spray through. The Pre strikes, pops his head up, makes it a 5-on-3.
That's a very easy fight right there. Good bait and switch. Fnatic don't have a huge amount of map territory either. Basically, the bottom of ramp and outside of B. And with Lucky Util, this could actually be quite a comfortable round for Preezy. Now, in this scenario, with a minute on the clock and a 5v3, you've got to be making sure that there's no bomb plant. Squeeze that economy. Make sure that it is uncomfortable for Fnatic come that next round.
Tucked in is Roy. Body, Afro, and QB start making moves up. QB carefully positioned, smoke set, aware of one player at tops. The utility being thrown by Afro will reveal himself as well. So many players tagged up. Engagement from Roy doubles up as QB didn't know to look towards his backhand side. It's all on Body now. 1 on 5. No way into this one.
They try and get that molly out to the gap. Didn't quite come through from Refresh. They've got to know that he's gap side or hard lurk mid because there's no way he'd come up ramp. Otherwise, Roy would have seen him. Jiggling down, out here towards gap, Body's detected, and even Dupree from the bottom ramp, who came through from mid down the ladder, catches him off. So a very strong round. And look, no bomb plant, you can't really buy. I feel like if there is a bomb plant there, maybe there's a couple of Tech 9s, maybe Matty's even goes Hero AK. You can't even really go Hero AK this round because what else are you going to have? There's just nothing to work with.
Yeah, for Preezy, this will be a perfect chance to respond back and just close the gap. Go even further when the rifles get brought back in the next. Just for Fnatic, that's just the most logical call, right? Like, just there's no sense in investing in this kind of a round. Have the upgrade pistol in Kevlar, so I guess it's kind of a hero, especially as Matisse is going to continue acting like one. Ultex down and out as the first casualty, and he's just been lighting up all of Preezy whenever he gets the chance to. A boost that might even be seen. I think Dupree's seen it himself. Knows that they're setting it up and does not want to deal with Matisse here.
They try and get that boost up to the right-hand side, but protect it. Matty's at least on 100 points of health. Crims down here towards bottom ramp, detects the likes of Roy. Re-smoke off, and it just wastes so much time. It basically funnels those pistols into middle B.
Unless they wait it out. And then they're still got to fight onto that rifle and deal with him. In the end, they think better to go towards that B bomb site. Got one player also considering making his way up. He was climbing the ladder a moment towards mid, however, I don't think they've got that in play anymore. All 4 downstairs, all 4 ready to commit, and Dupree stands almost completely alone. Has got backup at spawn that will rotate off the back of that first shot from Body. Ace of porking in Dupree, see them. Afro and Body seen. Matties and Body will drop. Afro will drop next up himself, and QB with the Deagle in hand, trying to see if he can take another rifle out of the hands of the CT side. It's not going to happen. USP trumps him. Triple for Dupree. And triple rounds for Preezy.
Very cheeky. There was actually a moment there with that boost up of the walk forward of the 2 players on the stairs, and they got out to the rifle that was actually dropped out from danger. The issue is, as soon as it gets picked up, it just gets dropped instantly. 3 in a row from Preezy, looking to maybe try and make it 5 if they can come through successfully in this next rifle round again. 2,900 loss bonus, lack of plants. It will have to be a harsh eco for Fnatic if they're not converting.
A gun set. Roy has already caught Body straight down the bottom of ramp.
I think just a straight spam, yeah. Just Body trying to make an aggressive move.
Maybe a nade popped out a bit of a gap. I'm not 100% certain. Either way, it's a kill and a follow-up from Dupree that comes in without any smoke in the way, without any use of nades, just straight onto Crims. And now QB is caught next by Ultex, looking up from those stairs. 2 left standing for Fnatic.
A fantastic response. And this, again, is something that Preezy can do quite a bit across the majority of maps in their map pool. They don't really have an AWPer on the team, so move it around. Get it into some positions. We've seen TMB do the majority of AWPing on the team, but look at this. You've got a mid player out from Dupree, picks up the big green, looks for an aggressive fight in with the AWP, wins it out, and that's something that Preezy could offer, is if you don't really have a dedicated AWPer, you can move it around to different players depending on the position that they play.
.45 seconds on the clock. And Fnatic trying to be as information wary as possible, or at least trying to restrict it as much as possible for Preezy. Matties Bomb has been seen. The man has been seen at that slight gap from TMB's position. He gets tagged up for it. The Orb sees Afro, so now both players are known here. The fourth man or fifth man will try and rotate back into the backside. Afro actually getting a couple of kills through that smoke and a headshot. 2-on-2. Plant is secured. Is this round on for Fnatic?
Oh, it certainly is. Refresh up towards headshot. Can't even make that extension. Can't even make that jump up because it's too risky in a 2v2.
Starting to walk here on the CT side. Quick flanks of Matties and Afro. Matties forward, individual. AK engaged on Refresh. Afro sees the player on top of White. Refresh will get it all together, and Preezy will just hold the round, but that got very scary for a moment. Fnatic are doing all they can to bring the fight back to Preezy, because their 4-round lead has just been negated.
That's a sick round from Afro. I mean, he really almost recovers that. That sequence out from the right-hand side of the bomb side is just nuts. To get 2 kills like that is just so difficult. Preezy got off to a blinder of a start. Opening kill ramp, second kill mid, third kill out to B. Spam kill for Matties, and then this is the sequence from Afro. Jeez, that second shot up there towards headshot, not an easy one. I mean, even look at this for Refresh. 33 points of health, down to 7 right towards the end there. You would have to say, from just a perspective of a 1v1 fight, Refresh probably shouldn't be winning that last fight.
Yeah, I'd say so too. At least a trade back to a one-on-one situation, play the clutch from there. But let's be real here, Dwayne. The Fnatic had no business bringing that down to a 2-on-2 in the first place.
That's true.
Afro, what a moment. And from a player as well that started off this series by ending Inferno at 7 kills deep. He's still actually coming into this map is the lowest fragging player in the server at the moment. So him to pick up the pace, start joining some of those top fraggers. He isn't top of the board just yet, but he's not that far behind Matties. Or Roy for that matter. Swinging a TMB, AK trying to engage on Body, who's one of the highest firepower players we have on Fnatic right now. Only rifle in on this half-buy.
Yeah, Fnatic got to be looking at Body to try and get the majority of damage involved. Some A util trying to be sent through, but it's actually a mid-pop.
Look out from those 3 individuals, all the footsteps being heard, and Preezy accounting for it. Old Texas caught QB. Is they aware of the player down? Yes, they are now. Doing some damage, but not getting the kills. 5-on-3. The bomb plant is not going to come as easy as they'd like it to. They might have the site itself, but they do not have the direct dominion over it. Matty's still fragging, though. Tech9 alone with 2 kills to his name. Even got a dink off on TMB out of the round. I don't know what he's had for dinner tonight, but this is just such a ridiculous third map from him. 10 deep, but Fnatic still can't hold the lead.
Well, I think right there from Preezy, that's a very good response. It's a little bit of a gimmick right there that you're going for a B split. You've got the smoke deep into the elevators to get yourself over Guardian. And the instant response there from Preezy is annihilate that split by putting pressure towards the stairs. It almost doesn't become a split at that point. Your 2 B players at the stairs lose their opening fights, and then everyone coming in from Guardian is going to struggle to at least even get that bomb down. Aggression out from the beach stairs. Aggression from ramp too. This is a very aggressive round from Preezy.
TMB was about a foot away from seeing the first man down there. Afro actually does get engaged upon. The tag damage is initial, but the AWP shot connects. He doesn't spot the second player through the tarps. And look at Dupree's position right here. Refresh going to get caught. QB's going to check this angle, and Dupree's going to get traded back by Matty. So 2-man advantage for Fnatic here, and Roy's looking to prod as Ultex does get overwhelmed. Matty's popping off once again.
Now, Matties has had another important round, and finally it's an important round that actually is going to convert the round. I think we've seen previously Matties having some good kills, but not equating to round victories. 2 kills, opens up B. Probably should be on for the 3rd against Roy.
Shadow advantage. Lock on the headshot, immediately find it. 5 apiece for Fnatic. We look to go to another near dead set even, if not dead set even half. Be 3 for 3 in this best of 3. If they can go 1 for 1 in these last couple of rounds of the half itself. Preezy have a buy up. What a shot it was for that AWP. Afro really doing work of his own right. Fnatic. Beneficiaries of those 2 key men.
And we saw a pretty solid CT side from Fnatic in the RMR up against Koi. 8 rounds on that CT line. And this time around, getting 5, maybe even 6 up on the T side could be the insult to injury. Crims, trying to scale up from ramp just as they try and retreat into the bomb site.
Kill on Ultex to a 4-on-4. Molly's into the back site, trying to force players out from their common positions. Afro has gained the man advantage elsewhere, though. TMB caught Crims walking into the A-bomb site, and Roy has not a clue. Plant will be secure. This will be around for Fnatic.
Well, I think it just showed right there. A lot of pressure points from Fnatic. Preezy not really sure what's going on. You kind of allow Crims to walk up quite successfully towards A. Afro catches off the other A player on ramp on the gap side. And then Matthews gets a pick out on B. So it just breaks the setup apart. It puts you in limbo and hesitation of where that bomb's really leaning in the end. Fnatic. Well, they'll get themselves up to 6. I don't know if they'll get 7. I mean, the economy state's not in an awful position here from Preezy. There'll still be a good buy going into round 12.
But they'll only be able to get to 6 apiece once again. Common factor of these 3 maps has been those half advantages being nullified. Fnatic will at least tie the half. Will be gunning to try and win it for once. Now it's a case of converting.
And I start thinking to myself, especially with the round streak that we saw on the second half of Inferno, with the round streak that we obviously saw of 12 in a row on Overpass, and then the round streaks that we're seeing out on Vertigo, it could just be one of these games where, I don't want to say it's flawless, but that we do get long and extended half sort of round victories.
Slow walk on Fnatic. TMB keeping himself tucked away. About to see body. Sees him now. Engages frag to the double up. No. Crims takes him back. The CT is very back passive of their own right. Roy in particular hasn't really have a lot of backup around him. Needs to fall away ahead of the Molotovs. Did see one individual, but just couldn't stabilize the shot.
You get that bomb down. No incendiary down onto the bomb at a late, very late lurk from QB in mid.
Same story for Dupree, back down at ramp, though. Keep your eyes on that mini-map because one player is going to strike first, and it's going to be QB. Will he be successful, though? Refresh sees him. The AK spray goes a little bit awry. 2 players now out here, and Ultex and Dupree can hold together as Dupree does close in the pincers for more impact. Crims still in the round, though. 1 on 2. 3 at the start of it. Adjust back towards Roy, but Ultex uses that distraction to get that final kill and to just hold the last round for Preezy. It will be 6 apiece once again.
Well, it looked like QB had done quite well there to waste time and go 1 for 1. It was just a collapse on the bomb site. And it seemed like Ultex got in pretty quickly with a couple of kills. Dupree, of course, you mentioned, was backstabbing ramp. He ended up finishing the round with 2. Great entry up there towards 51. Oh, yeah, look at how quick those picks are for Dupree. So that's really what set up the retake.
It was a case of whose backstab had more impact. In that case, it was Preezy's. Squared up. Still holding the odds at 1xbet, but still needing to go a little bit further against Fnatic. Pistols now inbound. Preezy setting those Glocks up against the Geordies over on QB's part and the basic USPs. Very fast charge up. TMB leads them. QB can mow down the first.
Now that's a really aggressive start for TMB solo. Trying to see if he can maybe call a bit of an over-rotation. Try and see if he can create some impact by himself. That could cost them massively in this round.
Preezy walk up. A lot of moves in the Julie set for QB, still evading the majority of the T-side presence. Preezy down by a man as QB can strike on Dupree. They make their way back out towards Ali though, try and counterflank the flank. The Julie still hold their own though. QB set in for a triple, only goes so far as those three. Roy able to trade it back as Alltech try to strike out to that B-bomb site, but the bomb is known. Roy's got a 1-on-4 to win, not even going to happen against Matties. As Fnatic take the lead back once again.
So it was a very fakey kind of round. I think the setup there from Preezy is get TMB aggressive, try and get him in for an opening entry or just an opening distraction out there towards top ramp. You then have the majority of ramp players behind. You've also got Alltex that got boosted up towards danger. So a very gimmicky round, and it kind of falls apart almost immediately when TMB drops. Great round from QB. A lot of damage comes through with these Julies.
Beautiful stuff.
And we're pretty much seeing at least one Julie upgrade in the majority of CT pistols these days. That was not the case years ago.
Nice sell from QB to allow Crims to double nade against the eco pistols of Preezy. And QB finding so much impact with those Julies that he's happy to play them in as a primary weapon here for round 14. Crims has got a little bit of cash out of his SMG. Refresh unknown as of yet, but should be discovered soon. Matty's closing in the pincers. Crims continuing to lean forward. Be nice if that SMG could get the kill and get the money in the end. It's just a tap from Matty's. Straight to the side of the head. Nothing Refresh could do about that. Fnatic pull ahead. Preezy bring in the buy round though. AK's out to play.
And I think concerning to see when is Roy going to step up like he did on map number 1. Again, 25 kills, 7 deaths. You go into map 2 and you drop, what, 8? You then go into map 3 and you're dropping 10. It's very mid. It's very average. And for someone like Roy, who is their strongest player, who is their most consistent rifler, who can step up and win maps by himself and prove that out on map number 1, could this be the turnaround come the second half? Fnatic in this next rifle round, using it as a slight bonus, but still with the big green instead.
QB. Pixels make the difference between him and Ultex's kill. Dupree can clap back to it, though. 4 on 4. Roy held away with the AK. Back down to the ramp entrance, sees body. Matty's accounted for all the same, and that's a bit more like it from him.
A very good positioning there from Roy. Always the off angle there from ramp. Concern is if someone tucks out to that right-hand side of the forklift and picks you from that perspective. But right there, if there's a walk challenge out from ramp, there's normally 2. You're not going to make that a solo mission. And Roy gets both of those picks extremely cleanly.
Still leaning into this B-bomb site here. The AWP and the SMG. No choice but to stack up as the AWP fires. Crims holds position. Will they rotate off the back of it? Preezy looking to continue committing. Fnatic, oh, they find Crims. AWP of Afro lands that first pick though. Back behind the generators, 30 seconds. Preezy have got to continue pressing, but can they catch this player off? They've got no flashbangs, just that Molotov on the forward player. Roy gets his triple in and finally steps up in a big moment, a big round for him. And bringing Preezy there first at a half.
And that's a shame, really. I mean, they've actually played that 2vx pretty well. You gamble stack out towards B, you flash over the stairs, and the MP9 doesn't peek, so you're hoping that it's a lazy contact. You're hoping that it's a lazy pre-aim and that you can siphon off 1, maybe 2 kills and set up that death trap with the AWP. Doesn't quite happen. QB, I mean, he's even done quite well there to get 1 for 1, but right here from Roy, to get 2 picks and drop, what, 25 points of health, it's very successful towards ramp.
Be nice to see a little bit more from him. Carry on that performance, continue to strike back on the T side and really put Preezy in the pole position, so to speak. But I think anything but that here in this round. Basic Ego Pistols upgrades on a couple of individuals, as you would expect. Body, however, on double eco status, so not investing in his part, but they should be able to get the rifles together, or at least some sort of guns in for the next round. Refresh catching body off first and foremost. Now they're looking towards that B stack. 3 players to deal with. Not as successful in the kill counts, though.
And Roy's getting quite a bit of space up here towards top ramp. He's got TMB to work around too, so sell a little bit of noise and a fake with the utility out there towards B, but just start regrouping. Matty's, I might try and see if he could just spam through this smoke, find one connection at least.
5-7 does spam away, looking for the T side, but not able to gain. Old Texu doubles up through the smoke with the pre-support. Of course, that bomb will go down. QB and Crim's last two players who remain on Fnatic might as well send themselves out this and see if these pistols can get any sort of damage. A retake would be a little bit too far gone of a target, but even to take rifles out of the hands of Preezy, that would be lovely. Instead, just QB all alone going back in for the next weapon. The Shadow's been seen. Dupree will know it, but will not pull the trigger.
And they don't need to get too aggressive here because they know that it's just an eco. Yes, it's a spam kill in the end, but that's good discipline there for Dupree to not get too hungry and to start moving forward into the sniper's nest, lose that fight to the dig and give up a free AK. That's the last thing you want to be doing. And Crims to buy the AWP, drop it into the hands of Afro. 8-8. This next rifle round could mean quite a lot to the end game.
Especially as Preezy and Fnatic are squared up once again. Money still to work with on the Preezy side. Of course, cash built with the number of players staying alive. Fnatic just resting off their lost bonus body. Still with a FAMAS in, the AWP of Afro, the M4s on the other three. Got almost everything you could ask for on the CT side and map control to boot. QB, is he going to get caught off here?
Well, two players out towards the stairs, off angle. Oh, Afro just gets in with that quick shot. Now, there's still another ramp player. Roy has been able to challenge a lot of space. Alltex gets one kill out there towards Gap, so they're selling the fake. They're selling quite a lot out here towards ramp, but it still could be a B end.
Yeah, QB got caught in the midst of that firefight, so that AWP may have started the man advantage. It is not maintained by the CT forces. Backed off instead as Body tried to take point here. The jump face over at the sandbags. Spotting Dupree, but not opting to stick around for the kill.
A good jump spot. See the bomb and see another player re-smoke off because Roy is running up ramp.
Play the edge of the smoke. Body almost gives him what he wants. Afro instead comes in, the third man, as part of this position. The walk contact from mid as well comes in from Refresh. Roy catches Afro, and that AWP is indeed going down. Body next up. The Shadow seen. The kill still comes in for that FAMAS. The teaser still working into this bomb site as Body does get caught, and Crims deals with a backstabber. Now Matty's unaccounted for, but that spray goes anywhere but to the casualty. Debris is somehow still alive at 7 points of health, and the plant, risky as it might be, might still get set in. Crims taken back by Alltex, but Matty's finally closes out the retake, holds it together for Fnatic.
I actually don't know how Fnatic have won that round. First off, I want to give a huge amount of respect to Crims. He's actually the difference maker in that round. You can see it, and we'll see it on the replay, him waiting for that mid-rotation. Now, it's difficult to know if there was a sound cue or anything. I don't think Refresh made any noise there from mid. But for Crims to just be watching that backstab after there was so much attention towards ramp, after there was damage coming through from Roy, it seemed 100% that it was an A-take. And it's Crims to get this kill against Refresh. That is a defining frag of the entire round.
Preezy so pressured, vision blocking was enough. To think Matty's as well recovered from a very awkward spray that didn't quite get the kill against the planter. Cash comes in for Preezy. They can afford another investment. To reset Fnatic, this is a swing round for Preezy. It could be all important. You talk about the last round having massive ramifications for who takes this map. This one is the exact same story.
It's a pre. And Ko has been able to get out to the bottom of the B stairs on a complete contact. AWP from Afro checking out that boost towards the right-hand side. We haven't seen the AWP start B, so this is something new.
Roy's gone down. Matty's that pick. Flash in. Afro does get forced off. QB blind spraying. Tagged up on a Molotov. Finally taken back by Dupree spray. Still a man advantage for the CT side. That bait of TMB, a pixel gap bait, still baits in those two shots of Afro who can't connect it, it seems. Gap and a smoke for Body to try and play with. TMB finally gets caught, tagged up. Players are burning in the back of the CT side. Body caught off. So much damage done, but the kills pour in for Dupree and Refresh. The plant can be secured. Can Afro get TMB after the fact? Yes, he can. It's a 2-on-2 now, but look at Refresh in the smoke. So deep against the CT line. Matties has absolutely no idea. He's so wary of it, but both players are caught. A refreshing triple for Preezy as they equalize against Fnatic again.
And that timing is everything. Refresh gets on the other side of the generator, wait for that smoke to clear. And from Fnatic's point of view, there's no body block in that smoke. Matties has just come on the other side of the left-hand side of Jenny and seen nothing at all. All of their attention is down there towards Wyatt and the top of the B stairs. Very good reposition from Refresh. A very well-played 2v2 late round situation. And look at the money. Oh, it's crippled. They're double eco. They're going to buy down. This is perfect for Preezy.
There's the swing. Force in for Fnatic, trying to cling on to life.